I mean, you're trying to compare a basketball with gravitational pull
No, he's
with
not.
a Lego.
His basketball had about as
But-
much to do with gravity as my computer's got to do with me eating chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
See this guy. This guy's
I'm trying.
Wait, so
Yeah, I'm trying to get an insight into how you're spatially aware and what terminology you use to define things in certain orientations.
Do you understand straight line of
I
sight?
think that in the scope of three-dimensional space, when you're talking about in front of, is kind of
Same
an
level.
arbitrary.
It's not.
way to
That means what that
directionality.
means. It's not arbitrary. It means directly in front of you, line of sight, on a horizontal plane. That's what it means. There's nothing arbitrary about it.
Yeah, if it's arbitrary, dude, that would mean if someone's behind you, you could just technically say that person's in front of you. It's not arbitrary.
Yeah,
It's defined.
It's quite
No, I think when you're talking about a three-dimensional plane, we can use mathematics.
Yeah, we all live on three dimensions. We're all in three dimensions. We're talking about the horizon and ships and what happens. Do they go over the curve, or are they directly in front of you in your line of sight? Those are the two considerations. Those are the two.
Let me frame it like this, okay? For the sake of my understanding, right? We have an X, Y, and Z coordinate plane on which
That's
we exist, right?
And vertical. Yes, that's a grid. Yes, that's what you're actually working on. Yeah.
Well, I'm asking you to work within the scope of my brain, right? So we have
Okay, so we can just quit there because everyone's finished. That was quick.
Everybody put a sundress on. We're about to get into his brain. Go ahead.
I think we're done, honestly.
We have X, Y, and Z coordinates, right?
Very good. Mm-hmm.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah, X, Y, and Z. Is that a grid with horizontals and verticals?
Painful as shit.
X is horizontal.
Yeah,
Y
very
is
good.
Vertical.
Is X planar?
Depth.
Is X planar?
I mean, that's a very odd
How many horses do we have to beat dead this morning? Holy crap.
Wow.
And maybe another one. Now maybe another and one more question just to really beat it. Is that three-dimensional coordinate system centered at your feet or at the center of the earth?
Please say center of the earth. Please tell us.
So am I
That would be the ECEF coordinate system that satellites use, but he probably doesn't know that.
So just to digress, okay. So when we're talking about an X, Y, and Z coordinate plane, when you say in front of you, right? I assume you mean that I'm facing directly towards the intersection.
Good Lord, son. You're going to have a hard time. You're going to have a hard time with
Dude,
correct.
He's purposefully playing it dumb. He's doing it out of purpose.
Yeah, he almost sounds like he's sitting in a fucking opium den. Like, this is taking forever to extract information out of him.
Oh, yeah.
There's no extraction of information. I'm asking for clarification of what this man said when he said, do you not see what's directly in front of you? When I'm talking about
you know what?
Right.
That's a compelling and interesting and very, very highbrow question. Yes, you will be facing what's in front of you. Yes, I'm glad we've cleared that up. If your mind needed that clarity, that things in front of you, you'll be facing. Yeah. Can we move on from that?
So when you say, do you not see what's directly in front of you, what you're facing?
That's not what I said.
And
that's not what I mean. So far you're on the X horizontal. You're on the X horizontal, aren't you? You're looking out at the horizon.
Correct.
At the ship. You're on the X horizontal.
Right. And I'm
on the horizontal. Now hold on. Say horizontal.
0 degree Z axis plane.
Very good. Very good.
And I'm looking out directly in front of me. And what do I see?
Very good. What do you see?
Yeah, what do I see when a boat is sailing away from me? And I'm at a flat 0 degree X,
right.
Y, and Z axis.
Can I try this?
What about it?
Can I try something with this?
Yeah, we need somebody else to step in, please.
Yeah, I just jumped. I mean, I've only heard part of the conversation. I literally just connected. So is this a question, or are you got something you're presenting?
I mean, I really don't care to rehash what we've already been discussing. If you
Excellent. So since you want to talk about the horizon ducking, inside chat at 55 past the hour, you see a picture of 2 oil rigs. Where is the horizon in that image?
I mean, I don't need to be distracted by images. We're talking about a very distinct subject.
Dude,
with the boat.
I have an honest question.
Yeah.
Are you on fentanyl right now? Have you been taking fentanyl?
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can fix this. Okay, dude, you got.
I don't understand why you have to try to swing accusations.
Don't worry about that. Pay attention to me. Over here, hey, it's Chris. I'm trying to talk to you. Okay, so okay, I don't know what was talked about before. I'm sure it's not that deep and that profound. Like, you got to set the stage. That takes an hour-long lecture. Just give me the nitty-gritty.
We were talking about how when you see a boat leave from port and you watch that boat as it sails away from you, you can see it fall over the horizon.
Yeah, do you know why that is? That the geometric curve of the Earth? Let's start there. Do you think that's what that is?
I mean, scientifically, that is the postulation.
No, it's not. Yeah, Christopher Columbus debunked this idea some 600 years ago.
What do you mean, Christopher Columbus?
Christopher. Hold on. No, Christopher
Columbus thought that. Christopher Columbus thought that.
You're not paying attention. Pay attention. Christopher Columbus used boats disappearing bottom up as proof the Earth is curved, and you can sail west to get to the east, because he didn't want, at the time they were taking the Silk Road, which went through Asia and the Middle East, and it was very costly and expensive, because every time they passed into a new kingdom, they had to pay taxes. They had to pay
I'm sorry to interject. I appreciate the lecture, but Christopher Columbus thought that.
You're not paying attention.
No, Christopher Columbus thought that the United States was India. His geography was fucked up. So I don't know what that has anything to do with ships sailing over the horizon.
He never landed on the United States.
Hold on. Yeah. So you just ignored everything he said to give us the 3rd grade version of history that even your teacher tells you is inaccurate. Fuck you.
Oh, fuck you too.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Regardless, let's stay on point.
We've been on the same point for like an hour, man.
I mean, I have still heard no valid argument as far as why a ship disappears over the horizon.
It's because you've been droning on and you're trying to keep yourself awake. It's very simple.
You sound like you're going to fall asleep soon,
chat,
dude.
Give me an actual scientific reason.
There's no
scientific question.
This is geometry. The boat is on the X. The boat is on the X, and it remains on the X. The X is horizontal. That's what you really need to know here. The way you're seeing it is up to you to understand what you're seeing. The boat does not leave the X. The boat does not do anything but remain horizontal. That's what's up. Now, you're going to have to figure out the rest as to why it looks this way. Why everything looks this way when it goes to the distance. There's no curve involved. You're on the X. What do you think about that?
Gravity. That's how it works.
There's no gravity. No gravity. There's no curve. There's the X.
What do you mean there's no gravity?
Ducking, gravity. No, forget it. We're discussing the horizon. So we're going to keep discussing that until you get it.
I mean, the gravity is part of the horizon.
No gravity. That's what's going to happen there. No, gravity's not going to give you a horizon. So, this is what's going to happen. You're going to stick your head inside chat, and inside chat at 55 past the hour, there is an image of 2 oil rigs. In this image, the question I'm going to put forward to you is, where is the horizon in that image? See, we're keeping it on horizons. That's what we're talking about.
Looking at images, I'm talking about horizons. And gravity.
Yep, that's what we're talking about.
Gravity.
No, gravity's not a part of your horizon, you moron.
It absolutely
is. Gravity out there. Like, gravity.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna...
Have some gravity with your horizon, man. The fuck is this?
Appetizer.
55 past the hour. There's no gravity in that image. It's a picture of 2 oil rigs. I would like to know where the horizon is. I'll even make it easy for you. Is it up the back behind the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or in front of the oil rigs?
I have no idea why you put such weight on an image. Human brains
There's
are...
no weight on it. All it is an image of 2 oil rigs. I'd like you to tell the crowd...
are only mildly adequate.
Human brains taste good.
Okay, I disconnected. I disconnected. How much did you guys hear, or did you hear what I was saying before I connected?
You're in and out, Fred, for some days, brother.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know what you're connected.
Do you realize what he just did?
He said you were off point.
It was just...
He wanted to bring it back to the point.
It was very interesting.
It's right on point. Yeah, it's right on point. It's talking about he thinks it's a geometric curve of the Earth blocking things or causing things to disappear bottom up. That was adjudicated in the 1500 or 1492. That was full. That idea was fully adjudicated as incorrect. You can look it up. Why Christopher Columbus' math was wrong. You could go. This is why I went over with that Nucking guy. Nucking thought he was right. I go, so when he landed in Cuba, that was India, and he's like, well, no, but he wasn't. His math wasn't wrong. So I bring up articles one after another. Why Christopher Columbus' math was wrong, and why he called, why he landed in the Caribbean and started calling them Indians. Because he lacked their education. He didn't even know what Indians looked like or what their language was. He just thought like, hey, I'm going to go to India. I'm not going to bring any translators. I'm not going to bring any cultural representatives. I'm just going to show up with this giant boat and be like, give me your shit. I'm taking half your shit.
What's kind of funny, Crit, is today you go to like Trinidad and half the population is from India.
Oh yeah, that sort of diaspora. I know. I was talking about that on another server just a couple days ago, but this endless movement of populations. Kind of like how things change and stay the same. At the same time, where ideas and people move along with it. Yeah. So I mean, this dude is what he's trying to say is basically it sounds like boats disappear bottom up. He's Christopher Columbus, so give him money or give him something that he wants, and people are like, well, no. A, you're wrong. You're just wrong. And B, why do I have to give you something? Like, he'd want the channel deleted or something along those lines. Like, well, since boats disappear bottom up, let's get rid of the channel. And you're like, well, no. How about no?
All right, so was there a point to all this discussion or not? Like,
I think that's
frustrated by the zombie brain rot.
I think his point was going to be that, like, hey, how do you guys deny that if you sail west, you end up east? That's what I think his point was going to eventually be. Like, how do you deny that? And I'm like, yeah, they brought 3 boats with them too, because they thought if one falls over the edge, the other 2 can turn around, like that fall into over the edge of the earth. Yeah, it's like just a basic history lesson with unfuck this guy's thinking. Just basic. just a 5th grade. I don't know what grade you learn about Christopher Colombo, but yeah, I'm sure it's pretty soon. It's pretty early. Where you cut out a little turkey and Thanksgiving and all that crap. I mean, I guess that's more pilgrims and stuff. But the first lesson, they wrap it all in one little thing. How white people discovering, they all kind of glump all that into one event. They're just one event. Because sometimes you can ask people, it's like they get the stories mixed up. They'll be like, yeah, Christopher Columbus came over on the Mayflower. Really?
How come all the Globers that have come in this morning have been like drunk and like high, and they've just been incoherent temporarily? It seems, hopefully, temporarily.
Hey, I'm high. What you got against being high? Let's smoke one right now.
Well, no, it's one of the explanations. One topic I talk about is the Karen on the globe, or the anti-flat Earth Karen, because ironically, the globe offers explanations for flat Earth. They got it wrong for the right reasons, or there's enough space on your globe card for all people, all ideas. So they're kind of counterintuitive to their own model. They're kind of unironically proving the Earth is flat and stationary, a very small, sad, and ugly world by their actions. So one of the explanations for a Karen on the globe is extreme chemical dependency. Like they are drug addicts.
But the guy asked me just now, why do you think that's a problem? And I just finished a sentence where I said, because you're borderline incoherent.
Yeah, because of chemical dependency. And one of the other ones, too, is I like to bring up is a high caloric, low nutrient diet. Their brains just aren't functioning. They're not able to fully comprehend the heliocentric model as described by scientific experts like Carl Sagan and whatnot.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson's "We Stop Dreaming" speech. It's like, go listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson's "We Stop Dreaming" speech, and at the end of it, ask yourself why you care that somebody disagrees, or there's a flat earther out there somewhere. Because at the end of his speech, he should get you dreaming about the future, not carrying over somebody else doing something that has nothing to do with you whatsoever, other than you've inserted yourself into the conversation for reasons you can't explain or take questions on. So try again. Oh, look at this.
Some of these substances have...
This is perfect.
Go ahead.
This guy, I got pinged. I was like, okay, let me see what he says. You sound stupid. He said, it's Christopher Columbus, not Christopher Colombo. This dude doesn't even know the guy's name. Like his name.
Yeah, like in his own language.
Yeah, he got some American. He just proved my point perfectly. Some American version, some low-educated. Hey kids, let's do some brown construction paper and make a turkey. This guy doesn't even know the guy's name. Dude, look it up. His name was Christopher Colombo. The Americanized version is Columbus. Duh. This happens all the time when people take foreign names and change them slightly to be better pronounced in the host language. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Well, some of these substances, right? They take their retarded thoughts and convince them that they're brilliant. Contributes to the whole Dunning-Kruger problem.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Like, how can someone be this dumb? Like, this dumb?
Chemical dependency, that's why.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the question answered itself. Chemical dependency, high caloric, low nutrient diet, a very low educated. Talking about, back-to-back challenges that this person faces daily. Just daily. Daily challenges. this is just a Google search away. Like, oh, this guy said Christopher Colombo. I wonder why he said that. I wonder why he said that. Oh, well, his real name was Christopher Colombo. It was Americanized. Yeah. Huh. There you go. Now you can say you learned something today, Duck. You learned you're a fucking idiot with a high caloric, low nutrient diet who's unable to process information, and even when presented to you, you don't get it. You just don't. Your fault.
Folks, we are a teaching hospital. That's what Flat Earth is, 24/7 Flat Earth. We're a hospital for your mind for critical thinking.
It's like this is where they like to Google shit, and but their Google works, then it doesn't work. Then it works, then it doesn't work. Then it works, then it doesn't work. This should have been a Google search. This could, like that joke where in The Office where this could have been an email. It was it. I'm trying to think who said it. Was it? Yeah, I think it was Carl Sagan. It said it's better to remain silent and let someone think of you a fool than open thy mouth and remove all doubt. You can't recover from this, dude. You were that wrong that you thought his name was Christopher Columbus. Exactly that. And anyone who said anything different was wrong, or they're dumb, or whatever. It's over, dude. Dude, that's over. You got dumped. You got dunked on by your own stupidity on full display. Let's see if the pin works. This will be a good one. Tells you, oh, it's completely off topic. Oh, I don't care about it. Make sure you pronounce his name right. I go, I am. And I did.
Good thing Miguel isn't here, right? He'd be like, "It's Christopher Colombo, you idiot!"
Yeah, like exact pronunciation. Yeah. That's the best part too. Where I think at one time he was in the call. And he's like, "We never learned it as Christopher Columbus." When I was a kid learning about it, yeah, because he Portuguese, Spanish language, duh. And this is incredible. Like, this is the best part about it. Is like they think of themselves as some sort of global citizen. They're on a ball tard, and they can't even figure out simple things like this.
Meanwhile, back up. Hey, Kurt, you might want to use push to talk because your mic is picking up lots of ambient noise and it's permanently on. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm using push to talk, but it looks like it lags, open sometimes.
Oh, geez.
I let it go. I'm not really sure what's going on. Like, I don't know, some weird but it's weird because it's on Discord and not on anything else. Like, the rest of the internet's working fine, like web pages and stuff. I think I need to go to the app maybe instead of the browser.
Yes, use the app. Get rid of the browser. It's shit.
Yeah, because there was just an update with it lately, and I kind of know some changes, and I've just been kind of ignoring it.
Oh, this is great. Check this out, Crit. I'm going to post this in chat. Hang tight. Here we go. Copy paste. USA. Cristoforo Colombo. Written by an American named Ring Lardner, 1885 to 1933. Cristoforo Colombo. Children's song.
Yeah, it's like any way you look at it, this should have been something that either he said double checked or asked like, oh, is it? Why did you say Christopher Colombo? And be like, oh, that was his name. Oh, really? Yeah, okay. But the thermonuclear meltdown over it is what's the odd part. Well, I mean, it's not the odd. Yeah, like he was on drugs. I mean, he had high caloric, low nutrient diet. I mean.
Here's a song on archive.org. Check this out. This is cool too. Cristoforo Colombo thought the world was roundo. By Billy Jones and Ernest Hare.
Yeah, it's like the old commercial V8. I'm not sure if it's still around anymore. Like, get your brain firing on all 8 cylinders. This guy's just backfiring on 1 cylinder.
Yeah, this was a hit song, dude. Cristoforo Colombo. Thought the world was roundo. Library of Congress.
He was wrongo.
Well done over fences. Yep.
It was a ballo, but it was roundo, but he was really just wrongo.
And a mongo.
Where's Futter, dude?
Yeah, these Mongos over here sailing west, thinking they're going to end up east. Bunch of Mongos.
Isn't that funny? I mean, this like heroic ignorance we get from Globies is just astounding. It really is. Heroic ignorance. And then they suddenly throw up incredulity shields of ignorance whenever they're cornered. What a terrible adversary to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, if you check out, I jumped around to the other channels yesterday. It was pretty busy in here, and I was like, okay, I'll just see what's going on, and it's virtually the same stuff. The same people who come into Flat Earth, triggering over Flat Earth, are just going. They're just jumping around, and it's same type of crap. Like this one guy was talking about his life and everything, and some dude got all worked up about that and started like making these memes of him, holding a flag and stuff. I'm like, oh, for crying out loud. You can't address any of the points he made?
scrolling through the user list, hey, it's all familiar people here. So, except for Oleg, actually, were we just talking to Oleg, or is that somebody new?
No, Oleg's kind of an OG guy. He's pretty cool.
Okay, well, welcome, Oleg.
He's been around in other Flather spaces that you probably don't know about.
Hi.
Or if it's the same Oleg I'm thinking of, it could be someone completely different. You there, Oleg?
Yes, I am Oleg.
Oh, okay. No, completely different guy. Okay. Yeah, the Oleg I'm thinking of, he's like, he's English, and basically he knows Jen. He's like a guy that was on the Jen server. Yeah, so completely different guy. I'd be surprised if he was on this server. You know, yeah. But I thought, but maybe he branches out because he's got his own server. Basically, they're people hunters.
Oh, that's
yeah, but he's a completely different person.
Yes, thank you.
There was like so
anybody out there in YouTube. Sorry, go ahead, Crit. I'm just rambling.
Basically, the lore. I think I've told you guys about this lore. It was pretty good. This is about, I think, 2 years ago. So, Jen was on Gems, and some reason or another, these hunters decided to go to Gem server, and they thought Jen talking was fun. It was funny to hear a Flat Earth talk. Like it was just some harmless old man bantering about the Earth. You know, old man yells at cloud, if you will. And they saw people at Gems like mute him, time him out, delete his comments, and they're like, "What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Why are you doing this? We're just trying to chill. Listen to some guy talk about why he thinks the Earth is flat. Why are you modding him? And why would you overly mod him? You got people in the channel talking about, you know, like anal and stuff."
Is it just me?
No, it's not you. Crit just totally cut out again.
It's like it knows.
Crit, go get the app ASAP, my friend.
It's funny how it cut him out right when you said anal.
Use your phone for Discord.
Panamac anal.
Oh my.
And that's enough internet for the day.
Now, Crit.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute you if you don't get that friggin' app installed.
I know. I'm gonna let me take a break. Yeah. Let me do the app thing real quick because this is a very funny story. But basically, the long story short is they started hunting people on Gem server because their syllogism was, "You guys are so harmful against something that's completely inane and entertaining. You must also harm other people. There must be other victims here." See, is Quiet? Are you here? Quiet noobs would know a lot about that lore too. He was around during that time frame.
Any Glovers here that want to talk about anything stupid? Katy Perry.
Katy Perry for globe proof. She's got twice as much proof as most others. Oh, shit.
That's right. Oh, my goddess. Any Globers here drinking vodka to cope with things?
Isn't it funny how they have to, how in this great display of feminist power, they faked a space mission?
The rocket wasn't phallic at all. I mean, just because it had a head and a shaft and what appears to be balls for thrusters, it wasn't phallic whatsoever.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Remotely piloted by a man.
Right. Who's not paying his fair share in taxes, by the way.
And they had to get a man to save them from the capsule.
They got AI for that now.
So at the end of their great feminist display of power and independence, Jeff Bezos came and rescued the women.
From an inflatable bounce house?
Yeah. Mario rescues the princess all over again.
I was waiting.
I showed that video to my wife yesterday, and she couldn't stop laughing. That video with the guy Jeff Bezos trying to open the hatch that was already opened by the girls. So she couldn't stop laughing, and she asked me why they have to do that shit. Why they have to play scenarios like they are acting or making a movie. So the door was open. Sorry?
I said, like they're acting. Get out.
They are acting. It wasn't. It was a scene. Literally, it was a scene. They played.
You mean like there was a take two?
Kind of? Yeah. Cut. The girls opened the hat, and the director said, "Cut! No, you are not meant to open the hatch yourself. It's the guy, Jeff Bezos, who have to open the hatch." So we play again. Action. And the guy have to take that giant key and open the hatch by himself. He was about to fall on his face because the door was already opened, and when he pressed on the door just went away from him, and he was about to fall.
That's because he couldn't push a thumbtack through a stick of butter. That's right, brother. Let the good times roll.
if you guys haven't seen it yet, it's off topic, but the Tucker Carlson interview with Congressman Kurt Weldon was amazing. Lots of new info about 9/11 and Osama bin Laden.
Oh, hell. Does it point to fakery?
Yeah.
Well, that's new. Why would they do that? I'm a good consumer. Why would they do that to me? Some of these names are funny, though. Just on a side note, like Earhart and Sam Bankman Fried, stuff like that.
Oh, Crit's there. Hey,
Yeah,
Crit,
hey.
in mod chat, can you have a look at the video I put up and see if it's got sound?
Oh, yeah. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, just as a test run to see if it's got audio. That's all.
Yeah, that's good.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Not the intro. Not everyone can be a robot polisher. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's Robot Polisher's videos. They're pretty tidy. But yeah, I just need you to check and see if you had sound because it's working on my end, but that doesn't help other people. So if yours didn't have audio, I'd go, right, obviously something's gone wrong. Cheers, man. I win.
Beat me to it.
There was no friggin' way I was going to let that stay in there. I was looking for an excuse to drop him. And he handed me one. Silver platter.
Yep.
You must have only missed out by, probably about 0.1, 0.2 of a second then, because fair dinkum, when I hit enter, yours appeared.
Yeah, it was damn close.
In the beginning, the universe was created. This made a lot of people very angry and has been widely regarded as a bad move.
Okay, what are you watching?
That's from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Ah!
looking through all these old soundboard clips that I've got, and I found some pretty weird ones. And no, I'm not going to cheese the soundboard now. Get ready for dead air.
Hey, Matrix.
Yes.
Who's Dr. Jordan here?
Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, he's in quite regularly.
I've noticed that. Does he ever speak?
I've heard him speak only once.
Yeah, I think I've heard him talk. He does vaguely sound like Peterson. I mean, like, if I remember right, it's kind of like an inside joke where, have you heard Jordan Peterson talk before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I think he's got. I mean, it doesn't sound exactly like him. I mean, because Jordan Peterson has a very distinct voice, but it's got a little bit of similarity to it, where enough where it's like, huh.
I was just wondering, he's got the name and the avatar. Of course, how many people come in here with doctor and professor, PhD in their name? The real Jordan Peterson is very much invited. Well, that'd be a long-winded Horizon talk.
Good morning, everybody. Is my mic working?
It is.
Cheers. Don't want to interrupt. I just want to give a quick report from Kentucky. I just walked into my backyard and all my senses and everything I'm experiencing right now is telling me I live on a spinning oblate paroid. Who agree?
You're off your chops.
Have another shot, brother.
You mean I'm looking at this creek going through my backyard and the water's just kind of flowing level and seeking level, but I'm on the outside of an oblate paroid, correct?
That's what they're going to try to tell you. You got that Kentucky common sense, though, don't you?
Yeah. Alrighty then, you guys continue. I'll just continue zipping around on the paroid because that's what everybody thinks it is. So it must be what it is, right? Come on, man.
Your senses are pretty cool. Trust the scope. The deer head is in front of you.
There used to be a meme years ago. Missed your loved ones? With the new XZ71 scope, you don't have to. And all it was a picture of a box with a scope drawn on the side of it with XZ7 or whatever the number was. 71 written up the side of it. That was it. It was so basic, just a shitty drawing. Yeah. Do you miss your loved ones? Well, with the new scope, you don't have to.
You never miss them again. Matrix, you got any funnies?
Hold on. I'll just go and check Idiot Book and see what they got for me.
Right.
So, Facebook. On load up.
It's unlimited supply.
Daily fresh bread.
Alrighty, what do we need? I need... not a library. Sound exciting. Yeah, Flat Earth friends that are not friendly.
Yeah, it looks like I'm assuming the Across the Plane server shut down. With Aeon.
Don't know. When they had their little meltdown before, I was a mod in there and I got demodded. And so did a few others, and I thought, you know what? I was only in there as a neutral for you anyways, in case there was an issue that I could rail someone. But if you wanted to do that to people, then yeah, go for it. I just left. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. So. Alright, what do we got? Attention globe grabbers. Challenge time. Are you ready? Make water stick to a rotating ball. Use any method, any tools, any equipment, any material you want. Make water stick to the outside of a ball. Challenge 2. Show me where or use an experiment where water doesn't find its level. Somewhere in nature. Or your test to show. Number 3. Explain how Polaris can be seen in the same place every night. If we are rotating, revolving and spiraling through the Milky Way, no way should we be able to see it all the time. Number 4. What does Coriolis effect / force prove? Number 5. If the Earth is a ball, where is true north? Is true north for those on top of the ball, or is north actually south and south is north? If you're on opposite side of ball, I think that's supposed to be side. I will not accept there is no relativity in space. That's horse shit. Good luck. And the very first one. So, you should realise there are such things as stupid questions. Actually, there's 487 comments here. We might get something good. Alright, so that's the 5 challenges put forward to Baltards. First one can't be done on Earth. Level is the distance from the core to the surface. Doesn't change, but can be measured like this. Ooh. And a YouTube link. Do I want to? Yeah, I want to click on. I'm going to post said YouTube link. Oh, no. Actually, I'm just going to post the link. I'll just hit pause there, and you guys can appreciate it. Control C as much as I do. Right. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Just the equidistant level.
Oh, I was like, I thought for sure that was the bot. Like someone had put the bot in again to play music, but all of a sudden it stopped. I'm like, oh, okay, good.
Anyways, Polaris does change, just not within a single lifetime. You can see in the picture I'll attach. Wow. Coriolis effect explains hemispheres as the rotation on a globe makes them spin in opposite directions. Oh my goodness. To find true north, you can use the North Star, Polaris, in the northern hemisphere, or the Southern Cross in the southern hemisphere. If in the southern hemisphere, true north will have the Southern Cross behind you. All answered using simple research. And the research, of course, is from dumbass.ws training grounds.
Yeah, tell him to is it someone who's going to mic up, or is it just someone text ganking?
Oh, no, this is on Facebook.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was AFK for a minute.
No, I'm just reading the comedy section. I mean, it's called Flat Earth Friends, but yeah, they're not very friendly.
Yeah, it highlights a contradiction. Even their own internally, they make a channel or a group or whatever you call it on Facebook. I think it's called groups, right?
Yeah. But just to give you a bit of context there, Crit, McToon is a moderator in this group. So that's
next level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey, everybody, come here. We'll be Flat Earth friends. Oh, here's a guy who thinks you're subhuman if you possess wrong think.
Yeah. Here, boy, come on, come closer. I'm not going to kick you. That's it. Come closer. No, mate, come on. Come back here. We're not going to kick you too hard. No, you'll be... Come on. Yeah, fuck. Oh, that's it. I've got
the not
for
kick you too hard part right.
Lying bastards. Oh, shit.
McClown.
McClown.
All right. There's a whole heap of
another one.
Big mic check, guys. I got booted. I'm making sure I got back. I don't know what happened to my Discord. Am I still here?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you're still there.
All right. I guess I said something somebody didn't like. I just randomly just got zapped out of here. Anyway, the Earth is not a spinning ball.
Turn your mic on and off. I found I get kicked out every now and then. It's weird. I'll log into a place. I'll click to turn me mic, like open it so I can have a yap. And next thing, kaplunk, out I go. I don't know why it does it. I just every now and then I get booted out for it.
I think if you join from one place directly from another.
It's a glitch in the matrix, because you're antipodal on a spinning ball from me right now. So that's why.
So I'm an upside down antipodal out of Honda.
Yeah.
if you join a room directly from while being in another room and then you go to unmute, I think it boots you out. But because I've had other people say something similar, have a similar experience. I've heard it anyway.
Well, the lovely little green
now I want to try that. I'll be right back.
I'll just log into another one and see what happens. The lovely little photo there with a leaf with water droplets on it. The comment that was attached to that, here, water in equilibrium state. That's not flat. You're welcome. Yeah.
A leaf with some water droplets on it, huh?
Yeah, that proves that the massive oceans are sitting there in a ball. I'm sold. What about you guys?
That's hard evidence, man. What can you say against it?
If you got that set as your entry thing.
Yeah, I can disable it if it gets annoying. But no, it didn't boot me out, so I'm not going to keep trying to mess with it to find out what caused it.
I should set up an entry sound.
Which astronaut was in the jetpack saying, "What a ride"? Just flying solo in space, going 17,000. Which one was that?
That was on Jeopardy last week. Damn. I don't know, mate.
I mean, that's a good clip. What a ride, he says.
Yep.
What else we got, Matrix?
Well, somebody's replied to all of them, so yeah, this might be educational. First one was to make water stick to a rotating ball. His answer, see below. This is admittedly a capillary action, causing it to stick to the ball. But he did say any method. It's gravity that causes water to stick to the earth. And since any ball we can use in an experiment would have less gravity than the earth, which is trying to pull the water off, capillary is the closest you'll get. There you go. Number 2 was show me where or use an experiment where water doesn't find its level. The Pacific Ocean is measurably 6 inches higher than the Atlantic Ocean. Despite the two being joined in the southern hemisphere, you can verify this via online data. Explain how Polaris can be seen in the same place every night. Polaris happens to sit directly over Earth's axis. If it wasn't Polaris, it would be some other star, and it has been over the millennia. This causes the star to appear visually stationary while the Earth rotates. Also, Polaris is fantastically, incredibly, overwhelmingly far away. Wow, so it must be a long way away then. The amount the Earth moves, even through all the gyrations of the solar system, is tiny compared to how far away Polaris is. Couple this with the fact that the entire universe is moving right along with us, and Polaris appears stationary in our sky, it really is a matter of scale. Wow. The indoctrination level is strong with this one. Number 4, what does Coriolis...
That's some compelling globe evidence, I gotta say, Van Hammer. That's some compelling globe evidence.
What does Coriolis effect / force prove? If you mean the fact that storms rotate one direction in the northern hemisphere and the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere, it proves that the Earth is rotating. And storms are affected by Earth's magnetic fields differently in each hemisphere. It also proves the Earth is not flat, because on a flat Earth you would... forgot to mention, insert Strawman here. On a flat Earth you would expect all storms to rotate in a common direction regardless of position. Since that would be the southern hemisphere on a flat Earth is no different than the northern hemisphere. Alright.
Is that akin to the toilet flushing?
Exactly.
Okay.
If the Earth is a ball, where is true north? Not quite sure what you're on about. North is a concept derived by humans to make navigation easier. It helps that Earth has positive and negative magnetic electric poles, so it was easier to assign north to the positive pole and south to the negative. But it could have easily been the other way around. The poles are generally where the axis is, but not exactly. Also, by the way, the magnetic poles have reversed several times in Earth's history, and are likely to do so again. So will north always be north? Probably. Even if the northern pole becomes negative, humans are too used to the Arctic being north and Antarctic being south. Also, by the way, south completely doesn't work on a flat Earth, which is a huge problem with that model. Oh, see? Strawman. I told you. Had that covered. Alrighty, someone else has taken up the challenge. The equipment I want is a medium-sized rocky planet situated under your feet. Pour a glass of water onto the ground, you're welcome. Number 2, look up capillary action, then look up level. Number 3, when you say, no way should we be able to, you just made that up in your head. Number 4, the rotation of the Earth. What does the Coriolis effect or force prove? Their answer was the rotation of the Earth. Number 5, north is the celestial pole around which the stars appear to rotate anti-clockwise. Are you really too handicapped to find this out for yourself instead of asking the grown-ups to help you? The next one. So you're asking 4 questions to show how dumb you are. So, I'll read that out again and just listen carefully. So you're asking 4 questions, and there's a number 4 there, to show how dumb you are. Number 1. Water doesn't stick to anything. Gravity holds water on Earth. This is a very simple concept. Yes, we can prove gravity attracts water and the Earth has gravity. Number 2. Water always levels. This is because gravity attracts water. Level and flat do not mean the same thing. Now, number 3. Polaris does change, although slightly, both during the night and during the year. Number 4. It shows that the rotation of the Earth in relationship to the centre of the Earth is opposite in both hemispheres, which establishes the Earth as not flat. Number 5. There is no top or bottom. We call north the top. North is a direction that is often mistaken for up, but it's not up, it's north. If you were hypothetically in space facing the Earth, you could make north the top or south the top, depends on how you look at it. The fact this confuses you shows you have a very low IQ. It doesn't discredit science, it discredits you, kid. But I did like the opening statement. So you're asking 4 questions to show how dumb you are, and then this brain dead gives 5 answers to 4 questions. Ah, yes, love it. Your post proves you failed high school. This next guy, just gets straight into it. Gravity. The level is referenced to down, which is the center of the Earth. Number 3, because Earth's axis is very close to where it is, so it seems to stay in the same place. Also, it is so far away in reference to us that it doesn't seem to move. Number 4, dunno. That's above my pay grade and don't want to research right now. And number 5, true north is the North Pole. I like these ones that are giving long answers. Here we go. This guy's given a few. Number 1, gravity affects everything, a force that attracts large objects together. This means that unless you're away from the Earth's gravity, no one can make water stick to a rotating ball because the water will move towards Earth. Gravity makes water find its level, so again, only once you're away from the gravitational pull of this or any planet can you achieve it. Number 3, Polaris is so incredibly close to the center of our axis that unless you video it, it appears to be still. It does in fact seem to move in and out a very tight circle. Number 4, I am not familiar with Coriolis effect. Number 5, true north is the actual point in our planet of the North Pole. The most northerly point and the axis. There is relativity in
Quick
space.
question, Hammer. What number is the one that has the measurement of curvature? Go ahead and get to that one.
That'd be 0.
Okay, continue with your globe proofs. Thank you.
Oh shit. That's why there's relativity in space. That's why all the stars are moving relative to each other and us. Here we go. Soak a tennis ball in water and rotate it at 1 rotation per 24 hours. Half of the speed of an analog clock. Let's see all that water fly off. Or better yet, use a magnetic ball, soak it in a liquid metal to simulate gravity. Do the same.
Gravity is akin to magnetism now. I like the guy that, other than the guy that came in and said he was gravity, all these are pretty cookie cutter.
Well, you have to look at the one where you have to simulate gravity. If you have a ball that you spin, doesn't that ball have, it said that it's got its own gravity? Why would you have to simulate the gravity it supposedly already has?
What do we got? This random. Troll number? Meh, doesn't matter. Starting troll date, 15th of the 4th, and tries to hand out homework. Dude, wish in one hand and shit in the other.
Which one weighs more?
Where's another one? 1 and 2, you can prove surface tension in your own kitchen. Google it. Number 3, explain why you cannot see Polaris in the Southern Hemisphere. Flat Earth believers love Polaris but forget about the Southern Cross. Excuse me? Anyways, the Coriolis effect shows something. Its effects cannot be ignored, as the effect is tied to tropical cyclones, and none of them has ever crossed the equator.
Poor Coriolis. Just got its name dragged through all this.
I can prove relativity on any road. But do you actually walk outside and touch grass? AI chatbot? Interesting how we accuse baltards of doing the same thing. Not getting outside and checking shit out for themselves. It's a bit hard to make water stick to a ball while inside another gravity field. That being said, grab any basketball and wet it, and then spin it at 1 revolution per 24 hours. This covers 1 and 2, as the water will be level across the ball.
That's good.
I'm glad you laughed, because that, to me, was as stupid as it sounded. I'm going to read that sentence again. That being said, grab any basketball and wet it, and then spin it at 1 revolution per 24 hours. This covers 1 and 2, as the water will be level across the ball.
It'll definitely match your spirit level, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That's a good one.
Polaris is also moving in the same general direction as...
Sorry, it's obvious that the reason people still believe in this spinning ball is these proofs are so compelling. Continue, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Now, don't be scared, everyone. You are allowed to step in and say something, say good day, prove your ball. We're open for it. I'm only filling dead air with some Facebook comedy. Okay, I'm just worried about reading these out now. Polaris is also moving in the same general direction as we are. Also, our wobble isn't really all that much, especially when you consider how far away it is. Have they got like a special on down at Best Buy for tape measures? You know, buy a box of 10, get one free or some shit like that. Because I think they might need a few.
We don't hear about the wobble a whole lot.
No. Doesn't prove much. Alright. True north is at the top of Earth. North itself doesn't change in relation to anything. Though, if humans wanted to, what is currently considered north could be switched to what is currently considered south. Okay. No one says there is no relativity in space. That's something you made up. They says there is no up or down in space. That's all in relation to your orientation. That one started out good, but it fizzled out. Okay. I want to focus on item 1, because maybe you're right. Let's think our way through a simple experiment. Pour water from a cup into a tray. The water falls from the cup onto the tray, and since the water can no longer flow down any further, it begins to level out by spreading out evenly in all directions. I pour more water from my cup onto the tray, and again the water falls until it hits the tray, or the water already in the tray, and begins to spread out evenly in all directions, except this time the tray is full of water, and so our new water spreads out and flows over the sides of the tray, where it drops down onto the table, and again levels out by spreading in all directions. But if I do this with a ball, the water simply falls from the cup onto the ball. It can no longer go down any further, as the water tries to level out by spreading in all directions, except there is no barrier to keep the water on the ball, so it spills out over the edge of the ball on all sides and drops onto the table. Now that it can't move down anymore, the water begins to level out by spreading in all directions. See, water can't stick to a ball, but the water does level out on a flat surface. Oh. So what are you going to claim, that it's the surface of the thing underneath that gives it its shape? That'd be begging the question. I better read on. Except I did notice one thing. The water always wanted to move down first. The water didn't try to level out until after it went down as far as it could go. Even in the tray experiment, once the water went over the edge of the tray, it again went down to the table before spreading out. It seems our water is always trying to move down. Why does water try to go down? Air pressure.
Because of gravity. Okay, go ahead.
Gravity?
It's got to be gravity. It
Water's
can't be
going down because of gravity. Go ahead, Rodo.
I was just saying, it can't be that something's at a level and water runs downhill.
Well, I better put up a gravity meme. Where is one?
You know, guys, don't let gravity get you down, you know.
Alright. Back to reading. Alright, better find a new post. What's this? Earth at night seen from space. The orange line you can see of the Earth is called air glow, and it shows how thin is our atmosphere. The extremely delicate and narrow volume we live in, protected from the harsh conditions of space. Air glow is a faint emission of light by the atmosphere that causes night sky never to be completely dark. It is caused by the recombination of atoms which were photoionized by the sun, luminescence caused by the cosmic rays, oxygen and nitrogen, chemiluminescence. Fuck me dead. Say that if you've had a few. And what's the video? And the video's a CGI ball. Fancy that. And the first comment, and there's only 2 comments, incoming triggered flurf alert. The next one, it's got flurfs. The windows taste like CGI. And there's a gif of some numpty licking a window.
A whole lot of them do that.
What's this? One of you flat earthers going to make a working model of a flat earth. You keep trying to prove the earth is flat and keep proving it's not flat. I don't get it. What's going on up there? And someone posted back, only globies need a model. They can't see without a map or a book or some hearsay that they are keen to adopt. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any friends in society. Truth stands alone. No need for proof. Flat earth needs no for or against. Flat earth is awareness. Next idiot gets on here. It's not flat and it's not a globe. It's just round.
It's funny how the Globers look back when they ask, where's your model? And it's pointed out that they don't have one. And they look back like, wait a minute. You're telling me there's not one? You know, I think that's funny. They think they have one, I guess.
So what's this idiot put up here? If the earth is flat, why is the moon and sun not? And someone put in here, who says they're not? And laughed. Good point. Why is a light bulb round? How do you know they're spherical when all you see is circles? How do you know they're not? Have you been there? The planets are wandering stars. Let that sink in. Wow. How do you even know they're real? For what I can tell, they're not even fuck. How do you know they're round? From what I can tell, they're not even freaking real. What's this? They're both flat, sir. You need to pay attention to the sky more and stop basing your reality on cartoon renderings, because they're blinding you to the real reality. Perspective. It's a light source, not a ball. They are flat. You're looking from the top of them. Okay.
I mean, really. Salute to the scientific method.
Well, they can manipulate the moon. I'll sit back and watch. I'll go and buy a carton and enjoy the show.
It would be all over the place without empirical data.
How's this? Someone put up a pretty tidy post. That is such a good question. Maybe the answer will help me with my question. My dining room table is flat. Why is the light bulb hanging above it not?
See?
Oh, we've got one spurging out. Okay, so all astronauts who have been to the moon are liars. All people who have been to the space station are liars also. Why would they wish to lie? Well, young fellow.
Step out of your cotton candy house.
Lay down on this couch and tell me about when you were a child. Ah, yes.
Point to where it touched you.
Well, since he's already upset, the ultimate form of aggression is to know oneself. Ah, yes. Just push him over the edge. Ah. Flat 2. Flatty's answer. They are cardboard cutouts. Also, they are flat. They are. I love to argue. Who says they're not? What do we got? No, here's a split picture. Meme. The top half, a normal telescope. The bottom half, a flat earther's telescope. And it's a crack pipe. Fucking clowns. Oh, man. It's interesting reading through all of it, how much is just people having a crack at others, not actual proper answers. Flurf's brains are flat, checkmate Globers. Venus is the same size as Earth and orbits between us and the Sun. So why have we never had a Venus eclipse ever? If a plate is flat, why is it round? Because you're stupid, retard. I don't even know what to say to this crazy mess. Most of the flat earthers eat shrooms. We know hallucinogens are crazy, but this crazy is ridiculous because the earth isn't flat. Yes, exactly. You also get the same effect, one, with old cars with square headlights. When they're a long way away, they just look like round lights. And then when you get closer, they're actually square. So, crazy. What do we got? Flat Earth laws. For our Flat Earther friends who have a bit of trouble understanding how vectors work in physics, can't fall off the Earth and no one is upside down either. If your feet are pointing towards the ground, then you're right side up. But more importantly, can't fall unless there's a force accelerating you in that direction. And that force is gravity. A vector that has both direction towards the center of the Earth and magnitude, about 9.8 meters per second squared at the surface. Are there forces that accelerate you in the opposite direction of gravity? Of course. Buoyancy is one. And another is the Earth's centrifugal force. However, in the case of such a massive planet like Earth, with a circumference of 40,075 kilometers rotating once per day, this force is only about 0.034 meters per second squared, which is 288 times weaker than gravity. Can it be measured? Yes. If you weigh an object with a known mass at the poles and at the equator, the difference in weight will be exactly determined by this vector. Gravity not only keeps us grounded, it also explains phenomena like buoyancy. Another case where vectors are involved, buoyancy is the result of a force that opposes weight, also a vector caused by pressure differences in a fluid. This upward force depends on the density of the displaced fluid. And speaking of density, it's worth noting that density is a scalar quantity, not a vector. It has magnitude but no direction. It's calculated as mass divided by volume. What is it? P equals m over v. So buoyancy combines a scalar density with vectors, forces and acceleration, to produce an observable effect, one that would be impossible to explain without gravity and vectors.
Wow. Can anyone all cap convoluted? Wow. What a mess.
I might copy and select that image. Names in it. Oh no, this dude's name is called Flat Earth Lies. Alright, he's a numpty then. That's it. There, if anyone wants to read that garble.
Classic.
Actually, I might put the accompanying picture with it too, just so people cannot feel left out. Yeah. All right. So what do we got? First comment. Oh, there's 2,000 comments to that shit. Wow. On the open page, gravity is fake. It's all about density. How this is easily proven is that gravity literally disappears underwater. He dropped that pretty quick, didn't he? I might have to read some of these comments. Let me in. And right at the top of the page, explain air pressure in a non-sealed container. The Earth is flat. That's why we're never upside down. Even your upside down photo shows flat level water. Oh, wow. Fake news. Flat Earth fact is well known. What's this? It's amazing that Globe has completely denied the idea that we spin from right side up to upside down and back daily on most of the magical spinning ball. And some of us stay upside down constantly. They also sent that north is uphill and south is downhill. Essentially, they believe something they deny in reality. Earth is flat. Do you really expect Flurfers to grasp grade school physics? Water finds level. I swear the elite machine that created and keeps the globe Earth lie going are laughing at the fools who completely disregard their own senses. Wake up and stop believing the manufactured lie. You think Flat Earth has read or understood all that? Much more simple. The Earth has no curvature. Done. What is mass? Give me a measurement for mass. Could it be any number that makes your equation work? Asking for a friend. I like that. And I'm going to put a smiley face on that. Give you a thumbs up. Good boy. The southern hemisphere and northern hemisphere standing on opposites facing areas of the globe and therefore being upside down to each other is something easily tested. If our feet are facing each other from the perspective of an outside observer, then if we were a reference point, we could both see it. It would be upside down to the perspective of each respective observer. And that's exactly what you get. Any southern hemisphere denizens, put up your best picture of the moon, and northern hemisphere folk do the same. At their fullest, they will look like this and demonstrate we are seeing things upside down from the other's perspective. Yes, but we can prove the same effect on your lounge room floor. Stick a 6 to your ceiling, stand on one side of your lounge room, and you'll see a 6. Stand on the other side and look back at it, you'll see a 9. Oh my god, my lounge room floor has got a fucking great curve in it. Special ed. Fuck. What do we got? Define gravity. Quantify it. You can't. It's a total fail. So I'm guessing it should be no problem for you to measure 6 feet of curvature in 3 miles then. It's okay. No one else can find curvature either. You're like too. What's this? Gravity in simple terms is just density. If gravity was what they say it is, then we wouldn't be able to stand with the amount of gravitational force it would take to how water flatten level. Now when things are heavy and more dense, then the air makes much more sense why they don't float away and are held down. He's got a very odd last name, so I don't think English is his first language. But anyways, he's had a crack at it. Thanks to the Earth spinning, I'd weigh almost half a pound less if I moved to the equator. None of you will ever go to space to see the curve or the globe with your own eyes. Knowing this, you will ridicule flat earthers who, unlike you, can show a level plane and no curvature over both water and land. You're happy to believe others, but you cannot verify for yourselves. How much do you really know? Humble yourself.
Oh, they won't do that.
No, but he got 9 replies, so let's have a look what 9 individuals told him to go and do. You Flat Earth guys will never be able to provide proof of an ice wall or a firmament. Plus, you have no model or measurements for your local moon and sun. Also, you can't provide an explanation as to what's keeping both of your so-called local sun and moon moving, or how they are suspended in the sky. But you'll still believe the BS that you keep getting told by Flat Earth community. Show me navigation on your flat map or model if you can. Isn't that interesting? 90% of his statement there had nothing to do with the ground. Fancy that.
Yeah, it's like the guys that come in here. They want to quickly point to things like ice wall.
Every attempt to show a level plane over long water distances has failed. 100% of the time. Every time. Even perfectly created flat earth experiments with enough biases in the procedure to get thrown out of any respecting scientific paper still showed it's impossible to prove a level plane. That's interesting. This clown sounds like they need to be dragged through here, kicking and screaming, backwards.
Yeah.
What's the next one? I've seen the curvature of the Earth at 30... Say again?
Said he was just making shit up. Like he was just spewing crap because he didn't prove anything he said. He was just like kind of a long-winded nuh-uh.
He'd be easier if he just went nuh-uh. I've seen the curvature of the Earth at 35,000 feet, traveling from, was it Flint, Michigan to Miami. Early flight before dawn without a cloud in the sky. So as the sun rose, light started breaking across the curvature of the Earth, right there in plain sight from my window seat, over land. There is no internet flat Earth keyboard warrior that can change that. Also, the sea being level is a myth. It has tides, currents and waves, moving away from and towards the shore. If it were level, the edge of the sea would remain in the same place. A person with 20/20 vision can see a distance of 228 miles at 35,000 feet from the window seat of an aeroplane. Humble yourself. What's the word I was going to use? Bevite. Yeah.
Damn.
Anyways, you believe in some imaginary firmament that you've never seen, or some secret society of visual effects artists that makes countless Earth photographs, moon landings, etc. You refuse to believe every bit of math that can only exist if we're on a spheroid, just like the other planets in our solar system orbiting around the sun. So maybe just for a moment, try to assume that you aren't smarter than Newton, Copernicus, Einstein, Hawking, and countless other scientists. Ooh.
I'll bet you he has no clue what any of those people would actually say about anything.
You flat-tards have managed to debunk yourselves several times. Nothing you say can carry any weight. Why is the moon sometimes crescent-shaped? Where does the rest of it go? Also, why is the arrangement of the stars different in Australia than they are in the USA? Also in Australia, the crescent moon that appears at sunset faces the opposite way. Why is that? Please tell me, I need to know these things to understand how the Earth is flat. I've been brainwashed with globe Earth theory and I can't snap out of it. Everything seems to suggest it's a spheroid. The moon, the stars, the other planets, everything. At least explain the crescent-shaped moon to me. Why is it and how it fits the flat Earth scenario? Yet again. Up in the sky, look! It's a bird, it's a plane. Who gives a fuck what it is? It's not the ground. Ah, yes.
Anything but the ground.
That's what it is. Maybe we should change our name. 24/7, we talk about everything except for the ground. And they'll come in here and beg us to talk about the ground.
Reverse psychology, I like it.
If you insist.
Oh, shit. I verified the curve by a video recording the sun setting twice. Well, at least you could do is post it. Properly understanding mathematics and utilising simple experiments to prove a sphere like Earth. No need to go to space to view it for yourself. Just suck less at being smart.
Did they provide at least one experiment?
No, just all words. No images.
Pompous
Yeah.
posturing.
I like the guy that was saying that that the math only works on a globe.
Yeah.
That's true.
This is the guy that had a shot at him. None of yous will ever go into space. And the answer, properly understanding mathematics and utilising simple experiments prove a sphere like Earth. So, understanding mathematics, So, the square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. Don't think it's too hard. Nice. Go on to the next one. So you are really saying, unless you see an object or place with your own eyes, that it automatically doesn't exist. And to not just trust others. If you've been to China if you haven't been to China and haven't seen it with your own eyes, does that mean China doesn't exist? If so, you'll have over 1 billion people that live there that would beg to differ. Ever seen $1 million? Again, probably not. So once again, according to you, because you haven't seen it, doesn't exist, right? So using the
Yeah, like $1 million is a lot.
Says using the barometer of having to see something to prove it exists is a bad scientific measure. To prove the existence or non-existence.
I like how they effectively. The one you just read though before, I like how they effectively equated going to China with going to Narnia, with their outer space going. Like, it's not the same.
Measure to prove the existence or non-existence of something, and even though most of us won't go to space, everyone on Earth can see sunsets which clearly show a globe. Oh. I'll just check the name. No, it's not Matthew Owens.
Oh, gee.
Crikey, I thought there was only 9 of these. It's still going. That's the horizon. A horizon. The horizon is the apparent curve. That didn't start off well. That separates the surface of a celestial body from its sky when viewed from the perspective of an observer on or near the surface of the relevant body. This curve divides all viewing directions based on whether it intersects the relevant body's surface or not. If the Earth was flat, you should be able to see the ground below those buildings. Now, when you show a level plane, you also show a horizon. If the Earth was truly flat, you see no horizon. Well, I'm sorry, you brainwashed tard. It's actually the other way around. If it was curved, you'd see no horizon because it would be falling away from it. But he did supply a picture, which if I click on that and figure, but I can't put the picture up. he did supply a picture, which was really, really nice of him. And, yeah, good. Be interesting to know how far away those buildings really are. Nice
seems to be just a bunch of people displaying. Seems to be a bunch of people displaying how little they know about optics.
Yeah. Okay, so that was that collection responding to none of you will ever go to space or see the curve or globe with your own eyes. And had a shot back at them. So, gravity doesn't exist. It's a lie. There's no scientific evidence that the Earth spins. Michelson's test. Oh, that got 30 replies. That must have annoyed a few of them. Holy shit, it's midnight. Flat earthers just don't understand there's technically no up or down. You lost them at physics. So just the usual, here we go. Not for 90% of the human population, but for the remaining 10% of flurfers, this is what a real sunset looks like. Try and zooming it back to its full size. Oh, that looks like the one that Matthew posts all the time. So, we've got to try to zoom that back to its full size. Better read two of the comments of this one. That indoctrination, the process of teaching a person group to accept a set of beliefs. Yeah. A sunset on a flat earth with a flat horizon risen to eye level. Nice.
Yeah.
Posts like this show much stupidity on your end. Once again, somebody doesn't understand perspective and atmospheric conditions, forever lost in your false conclusion of observable phenomena. I'd just like to know why the shape of the planet causes so many arguments. Shows how easily distracted most humans are. They keep saying they can zoom the sun back in. Literally nothing prevents them from just zooming into that pic. Yeah, a picture that's already at full zoom. Congratulations, you're another special ed. Taking a picture captures that moment, meaning the picture is motionless, so to zoom in real time, you can, but on a photograph it has frozen that moment, so you cannot zoom in and go further. Look, if you zoom in, you can see the bottom. Okay, so what's on the other side then? Bangkok, Thailand, maybe Tacoma, Washington? Are you serious with this? Why post this kind of foolishness when we've got cameras like the P1000 that literally show the sun's position based on perspective? It's not disappearing to the other side of some spinning space marble. It's moving out of view, just like anything else does with distance. I mean, seriously? What's wrong with you all? Right, so someone with half a brain in their head's just stuck it into these clowns.
Yeah, thumbs up on that one.
Yeah, I better give him a thumbs up too. Good call. And so now all the clown show comes in. No, it's not you, liar. Isn't it supposed to get smaller? If the Earth is flat, then how does it move out of view? It certainly doesn't shrink away to nothing or whiz off into the sky. The next one. Let's see a video of the sun being zoomed back over the horizon. It must have set completely first. If you can't show this, then it's disproven. Oh, that was only posted up 28 minutes ago. Anyways.
Hot cakes.
This one is posted up. I've seen the green flash. Has to be perfect conditions. Obviously, the bottom half of the sun has travelled a lot further than the top half because the bottom half has gone beyond the vanishing point. Then when both halves get back together again, they split from each other, so the top half can arrive this side of the vanishing point before the bottom half. Eventually, the bottom half catches up with the top half. The Flurfers have a great understanding of this. Okay, so, yeah, idiot. What do we got? I live on the beach. Weird how my P1000 won't zoom anything back that's gone over the curve. Got a lighter Flurf. Dribble dick. Anyone else notice the sun moves the opposite direction to the flat Earth model? Okay. Clean glasses. Anyone else notice the sun moves the opposite direction to the flat Earth model?
I didn't know that one.
Hold on a second. We have a question from the audience. Godly disposition. Have you got something you would like to add? Or are you just going to be another keyboard cowboy, like the bullshit I'm reading now? Come on, get on your mic.
Oh, yeah. Come on in. Matrix isn't going to kick you.
Not yet. No, let's see what he's got first. Oh, and now he's getting up at me for not reading his... Okay, I'll read your dumb shit out then. I love how Matrix's is reading perfectly good rebuttals and saying the indoctrination is strong with this one and fails to address the point they are making. They are the ones making points, my friend. I'm the one reading them out for your entertainment. So, are you going to jump on the mic?
Drawing a line in the sand. A straight one.
Have you got any proof of curvature? Or is the indoctrination strong with you also?
Hiding comes with it. It's understandable.
I know why he won't talk. It was just posted up by Clippy.
His partner's got breakfast ready.
Well, if the Earth is flat, why is every other planetary body that we can... Alright, I'll just start again. If the Earth is flat, why is every other planetary body that we can spherical? They can't all be in the shape of a coin, right? Are we just a quarter floating through space? If Japan is on the other side of that quarter, how do we get to the other side of the planet? Why do boats disappear over the horizon? Why can't I see everything if it's flat and there's no curvature? If I go high enough and the Earth is flat, I should be able to see extremely far, but alas, due to the curve of the Earth, I cannot. Can flat Earth make sense? Doesn't seem like it. Wow. That one's only got 6 comments. Probably because they read the first sentence and went, what the actual... Someone's posted up here, I hope you're not expecting rational answers, mate. Rational answers from mentally unstable individual thinking like a religious person with no evidence other than satellites aren't real. Oh, I expect highly logical, reasonable answers from people who believe the Earth is flat. Someone's posted up, good luck with that. You mean to tell me that someone who blindly believes something is real purely based off a religious mindset won't have anything logical to say? Are you sure? It actually depends on the words they choose, mate, but generally, no. The words they use, they disprove reality to believe a lie. There's literally no time they'll ever speak or accept the truth. Conspiracy theorists are just born losers who only exist as emotional dumpsters for us regular people. They call people who can see sheep. That's not what it means to believe the masses. That's being a sheep. Gee, some of them get upset. So how you going, godly doormat? You going to speak up yet? Alrighty, I'm going to call it. I'm getting too old for this shit. I love that phrase.
Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon. All right, Matrix, you be good, brother.
Yep. All right. Cheers, guys. The night shift has kicked in. Good. I'll see you all in the morning, anyways. So I'll jump on and point my finger and laugh at people. There'll be something entertaining on for sure. Alrighty,
Yes,
cool, guys. Peace. Behave yourselves.
See you, Matrix. Any Globers with any hook and ladder? Quiet on the plane, then.
Space. Space. I'm in space. I'm in space. Where am I? Guess. Guess, guess, guess.
in opposite direction.
So going in a circle around this vertical would be tilting in all directions. Away.
Yeah.
Interesting. That seems fun.
Well, it's like, bring it downscale it. You take a basketball, you put a little toothpick on it, take a little 2 Lego men, do the same thing. It's purely theoretical, it's purely abstract, but what's in contention is this.
Don't give him don't give him like a tilted pole, because then it's like you back away from it. It's tilted forward and backward. Now, if it's tilted, if he's got a pole that's kind of angled towards him, he's got to be really careful, because it's towards him, and as he backs away, it's tilting backwards at the same time. That's even more dangerous.
So the pole that's in the ground is not vertical. You're saying it was.
No, it was originally. It was originally. I'm just saying, be careful now if it's not vertical. If it's on a like an 80-degree tilt towards you, now it's definitely, you got some trouble, because as you back away from it, it's supposed to be tilting backwards, but it's already in an orientation that's towards you. So,
but it's every step backwards that you would take, it would lean gradually less towards you and
straighten it out
until such time as it is perfectly parallel with you. Like, let's say you tilted the pole 1 degree towards you, and you move back away 69 miles. Well, now both of you are technically parallel to each other, but it's not vertical, but you are.
All right. That's where we get the saying, looks good from my house, because from my house it would be straight, yeah.
Now, it would be vertical from your vertical, because you guys are parallel, but from itself, it's not vertical. Like, it sounds convoluted, but that's the geometry.
No, you're taking me too seriously. I'm
just saying. Of course, it's it makes sense according to that geometry, but what's still in contention is they haven't proved this to be the case. It's not necessarily worth getting too much in the weeds there.
That's why DMOC said, you guys say it's too big to do this and too small to do this, but if it's too big to where you're only going to see, you cannot see 1 degree change at 69 miles away or 69 nautical miles away, well then that's kind of like what DMOC is saying. Like, logically, then how do they know it's doing that anyways? Who saw it? Who ever saw it? Nobody ever saw that happening. They just say that's what happens. But no one's ever seen it.
My star elevation angle went down by 1 degree.
Yeah, that's the sky though. No one's seen that on the floor, on the surface.
Yeah.
Are y'all talking about that bridge?
No one's talking about a bridge.
Oh, it just like what y'all were talking about made me start thinking about y'all know about that bridge that's supposedly built in a way that goes with the curve of the earth, or
the Verrazano Bridge.
Apocrypha knows about it.
The Verrazano Bridge.
What is that? Pontchartrain or something?
No. It's in.
About the one in New York
or New Jersey?
It's Staten Island, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the Monzano. Was it the Monzano?
Verrazano Bridge.
Yeah.
The Verrazano Narrows Bridge.
Verrazano Narrows. There we go. Why would they tilt it away? Right? What's the purpose of tilting it away? Wouldn't they want to build it vertical?
Well, they just say there's several reasons why you build a bridge with cant in it. But
I know that. I'm just talking about how they. I'm talking about the way that they built it. They said they built it where it dips away or cants away, so that to help with the curvature of the earth. I'm like, why wouldn't you build it straight up vertical?
But it's not even that they just say that. You can literally see it on the bridge. You can see the support space away from each other.
Here's the thing, though. What a lot of people fail to realize is that if you look at the photos from the side of it, The water's perfectly fucking flat. It's the bridge that curves.
Yeah, why does the bridge curve?
Why does the bridge
Made with
curve?
camber, bro.
It uphold fracture point.
Yeah, the bridge curves because the heat causes it to expand, and it can actually change like 10 feet of elevation.
You think you could tell 10 feet of 10 feet? That's 2 people. You think you could tell that it's off by 2 people? You think your vision's that good? Like a whole bridge? I'm so curious if you actually believe. Do you think you have that capability? I'm wondering. 'Cause I most certainly don't. I wouldn't be able to tell.
But when they did the engineering measurements for it, they could only do them at night when the temperature was stable.
Yeah, I know, but you said it's up to 10 feet of expansion. And I'm asking, do you think you could see 10 feet of angle, off, I don't even know what you'd call it, off canter or off straight on a whole bridge?
No, bro, you're missing it. You're missing it. The deck that the cars drive on raises and lowers in elevation by over 10 feet throughout the year.
And you think you could tell that?
Yes.
Well, let's say I could or couldn't. Oh, hold on. Let's say I could or couldn't. What does it have to do with the Earth being curved?
Well, no, I'm asking, do you think you can?
10 feet? I could see 10 feet, dude.
That's impressive.
I could just hold a plumb line up in front of my face and see if it diverges from it.
Yeah, and then what happens if you have 2 people do that?
I could notice the difference of 10 feet at a mile away.
Okay, that's fine and dandy. That's fine and dandy. So you agree that it'd be very hard to tell if it's a 10-foot differential. So let me ask this question. The alleged accounting for the alleged Earth curvature, according to the bridge claim, not the bridge schematics, but the claim about the bridge, do you know what it is? Do you know what the measurement is, supposedly?
No. Why would I know that?
I'll tell you. 1 inch and 5/8 of an inch. Less than 2 inches. This towers are supposedly... Exactly. That's why I use the word alleged every time I talk, dude.
I know, but I don't know, why would someone say that's a measurement of a curve? Who said that's a measurement of a curve?
Well, I'll explain it to you. Simple. So,
no, I'm asking, who said that?
Oh my goodness, dude.
That's their claim. It's you look up the Verrazano
Bridge. Who's they?
Gosh, dude.
The people who built the Verrazano Bridge.
I'm asking who built it. Who built it? That's what I'm asking.
You're both. No, stop. Look, stop for a second, okay? Just stop. Everybody stop. Or I'll stop you. Those are the options.
Relax, buddy.
Now, I am relaxed.
He's the alpha wolf.
Dude, they don't even have letters for what I am. But anyway. No, the people who made the bridge did not claim that. So whoever said that, you're wrong. Drop it. That's a bad argument. Don't ever make it again. The type of people who claim that this bridge is curved, counting for the curve by 1 inch and 5/8 are people like Modern Marvels, the TV show, and the average Glober who just sees that claim, they'll repeat it. Other venues have said the same thing. It's just a talking point. Now, how they say it's curved, accounting for the Earth curve, is that the towers are 1 inch and 5/8 wider apart at the top than the bottoms. That's the claim. Now
okay, that makes more sense. Okay, I got you now. Yeah.
Now, anyone who's ever go ahead.
Like, what if they were?
Well, I'll tell you. Let's say they were. Would that prove the Earth is curved?
No, I just wonder why they're that way.
No. Hold on one more second. I never said they were that way. I said people said it. I never said they were.
You asked me. Okay, I said, I don't think that would prove that the Earth was round. I would just wonder why they're that way. So I said, no. What I would ask is, why are they that way?
Okay.
So I answered your question and then responded to what I would ask.
That's fair, but we haven't established that they are that way. We've just established that people claim they are. So if you're asking why would... No, I caveated with the word alleged like 3,000 times, dude.
No, you said if they were that way, would that prove a round Earth? And I said, no, right. I would just ask, why are they that way? The question you asked me said if they were that way.
Perfect. So if they were that way, all it would prove is that they're separated by that much. Then you'd ask yourself, well, why is that the case? Well, you may never know. Let me explain. Because when you build a tower like that, you're either going to build it canted intentionally, or you're just going to build it plumb level square, like you build anything else. So
wait,
either way, you're going.
I'm not saying it's true, but could the third option just be that they did build it like perpendicular to a tangent to a circle, and then they just tote because there is a curve?
No, they
would also be an option.
No, they wouldn't. That would be.
No, I'm not saying they did. I'm saying
that would be
if you built that.
Okay, yeah, that would be
okay.
That would be covered under plumb level square, dude. If you build it plumb level square at the site, and then you build another tower plumb level square at the site, if they're on a curve and plumb level square is a splayed radial, then yes, they would be tilted in that manner. Now, keep in mind though, that is an ideal situation. So, for example, a construction worth span of concrete, dude, the tolerances for it to be out is greater than 1 5/8 inches. And so since these towers are made with multiple spans, the accumulated error would be greater than the alleged accounting for earth curvature. In other words, it's impossible to build these towers to the spec that they claim is accounting for earth curvature. Impossible.
Well, I thought you said the tolerance was greater, though. So wouldn't it be that it is possible? Or did I just misunderstood what you said? I thought you said that
no, you're correct, but that would make it impossible, dude. I'll explain. The variance that the concrete is going to do naturally and the materials are going to do naturally are so beyond the minimal amount you need to account for that the amount you need to account for would be subsumed by the error, and you would be absolutely no way to actually implement an intentional 1 5/8 splayed out. You can't do it. It's not possible.
So it's not impossible. It would just be very, very unlikely.
No, dude. It would be okay. Let's change that to it would be sheer luck.
Yeah, so it's in the realm of possibility. It's just it's like I don't know how you'd phrase this. Like if you shot like if I don't even know if someone shot like at a goal, you're very unlikely to hit a crossbar, but it's not impossible. It's still within the realm of possibility.
No, that is way more possible, dude. Way more possible.
I'm just saying, you phrased it as if it was like impossible, but I was confused because you said that it was subsumed in the margin of error.
Dude, it's not impossible. Look, it's not impossible. It's not impossible to have it turn out that way.
Yeah.
My claim is it's impossible to intentionally have it turn out that way.
Okay, that could be the case.
I have reasons why I think that. Part of that is my construction experience and the materials that are at play. They're just not that precise.
Yeah, that's fine. We're just talking about a bridge, though. This isn't really... I mean, I don't think that the bridges, or this bridge particularly, is a great proof for globe Earth, but, I mean, I'll just take your... I don't know anything about construction. I'll take you at your word about the bridge, but I would never use it to prove a globe Earth. That's why I said it doesn't prove a globe Earth.
Yeah, it's silly. And not only that, but...
That's why I don't use it.
The 1 5/8 is just the perfect radial splay that would come from a 3959 radius with an equipotential gravity that's equal in all directions, which, by the way, if you know anything about the globe model, it's potato Earth, which means gravity is all different in all different locations. It's not even. So to say I'm going to engineer the grid for perfection, yeah. But I don't know. It also depends on mass distribution.
No, it doesn't.
You can't. Yes, it does, dude. There's not one.
All things fall at the same speed.
No, they don't.
Well, they do.
Really?
No,
like
they don't.
Clouds? How fast do clouds fall?
What? Clouds don't fall.
Well, there you go. Your whole fucking paradigm is train wrecked.
Yeah, but if you take a bowling ball and you take a pencil and you let go.
Shit, man.
If you take a bowling ball and a pencil and you let go of them, they're going to hit the ground at the same time.
No, they ain't. No, they're not. And where's the clouds? So we've just sidestepped the clouds falling. Haven't we? And we went to a fuckwit bowling ball and a pen. Go do it. I want to see the video. You do it. Confirm
it. I can. Yeah, sure.
Go ahead. Do it right now. Don't make the fucking claim if you can't support it.
Sure, I can.
So let's go back to the clouds. Why aren't the fucking clouds falling at 9.8 meters per second squared? Which, by the way, was debunked 110 fucking years ago.
Well, when clouds fall, it's called rain. Did you know that?
No, that's not rain. Clouds are not rain, dumb fuck.
What do you think clouds are made of?
My God.
What do you think clouds are made of? we disagree that clouds produce rain?
Okay, so then that if they produce something, then that means it's not themselves. So you answered your own question.
Yeah, clouds result in
Okay,
rain.
women. Let's just say for sake of argument, women produce
let's
babies.
just fucking stop it. Let's just stop. Let's just have him scientifically validate gravity. Okay? How about that? Yeah, is that fair? Okay, which gravity are you talking about?
I mean, it depends. I don't know about Einstein's theory of general relativity, but
then you're fucked.
I know a little bit about Newton's theory of universal gravitation.
Newton never proposed a scientific theory in his life. You're going to compromise yourself every time you open up that incoherent blowhole of yours, dude.
It's Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Yeah, you said theory, and it's debunked. It was debunked 110 years ago.
I never said theory.
Yeah, you said theory. It's fucking taped. I heard you.
I said Einstein's theory of general relativity.
He said Newton's theory. You fucking know you're repugnant, reprobate, lying shitbag.
Okay, if I did, then I guess I was wrong. Yeah, Newton didn't.
Yeah,
make a
you're
theory
fucking
of
wrong.
Universal gravitation.
So the universal law of gravitation was debunked 110 years ago. Sunshine.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
That's debunked. It's debunked. It's invalid. It was never a law in the first place. So you can't scientifically validate gravity.
Again, I don't like you're saying words to me. Like, are you going to send me something?
Yeah, that's what I usually say.
I know. Are you going to send me something?
He will, dude. He will. But keep in mind, you said everything falls at the same rate, and you could prove it. So you got to. You're the one who has the task to
I was trying to respond. I could send a video of things falling.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pretender clown.
Dude, I could send a video of my hammer falling. What do you do?
Yeah, but send a video of your hammer falling and like a basketball falling.
Well, dude, I could send you. Listen. Let me trump all that. I can send you a video of elements separated by their kind, and they don't fall at the same rate.
Yep.
It was done in Germany in the Bremen drop tower.
Yep.
Okay. So it wasn't a hammer, which is made of multiple things. It wasn't a feather, which is made of multiple things. It was individual elements.
Yep.
So in other words, a cube made entirely of copper. Oh my goodness! No, you said everything falls at the same rate, dude.
Yeah.
So if I could show you elements, no, dude, I could show you, dude. So you go get your proofsies, and I'll go get mine. How about that?
Wouldn't matter anyway. There's no scientific evidence.
Yeah, you can do that. You could just take two things.
Doesn't matter anyway. We need scientific evidence of gravity.
You could take like two things and just let go of it.
Don't matter anyway. Scientific evidence of gravity.
Dude, he just divulged that you can do a proofsee by just dropping things and looking at them with your eyeballs. So I think his science acumen is negative.
Below third grade.
Yeah, not too many people dispute gravity after third grade.
Oh, yeah? So what? That's an appeal to fucking consensus. First,
I never made
go get all them sons of bitches. Go get those sons of bitches and have them define it, and then go to the general theory of relativity, that thing you don't know of, and then scientifically validate gravity through that, because that's the current paradigm.
I'm pretty sure Newton's law of universal gravitation is defined as force of gravity equals
no, it is
gravitational constant.
It was debunked.
Mass 1, mass 2 over r squared.
Moron. Just talk right through me, you fucking clown. So let me
you asked for
you
proof.
right now. I'll just debunk you right now. How about that? How would you like that?
Oh, I thought you were asking me questions or for proof.
I'll just debunk your dumb shit right now. You're the most ignorant person in here, and you want to tell us, well, what I think is this, with no basis or no foundation of what you're talking about whatsoever. You're just making shit up, aren't you?
Well,
let's take a look.
Projectile emotion in my life.
I'm not projecting, you fucking retard.
That's not what I said. I said I don't projectile emotion.
At 34 minutes after the hour, that's your time of death. 34 minutes after the hour. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed his special and general theory of relativity. We'll continue. Science alert. The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and time again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libertex. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. From Nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote science journal in the entire fucking world. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail. That opened a window on a radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space-time and replacing Newton's formulation of the laws of gravity. And finally, time of death, 34 minutes after the hour. Andrea Ghez,
would you let me respond or no?
Astronomy.
Can I respond or
shut up?
Talk over?
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
A little emotional.
Shut up! I'm not done destroying you.
Wait, did you start?
Andrea Ghez, shut the fuck up! Shut up!
Is someone talking?
From Andrea, you motherfucking slime bag, you. From Andrea Ghez, you motherfucker.
Man, he's reading you proof of what he claimed, bro. Why don't you let him?
Oh, I thought I was going to be able to respond. If that's not how this is, like,
can you respond? Let's listen to this fucking retard respond to this last one. Andrea Ghez, UCLA professor of physics and astronomy. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Ghez, a co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newton's law, universal law of gravity. Go ahead, respond.
Do you think any of those people would say gravity doesn't exist?
Who gives a fuck? I didn't claim that.
So we agree gravity does exist?
No, we don't agree on shit that's not an agree-disagree genre. You said Newton. I'm saying Einstein is your paradigm. You don't know your own religion. Red herring fallacy much.
You're citing people that disagree with you.
Red herring fallacy much, sunshine. You said Newton. I said, no, you're wrong. It's Einstein. You're 110 years out of date. So now you want to change? You want to move the goalpost again? You're done.
Just because I use one thing and someone else uses another.
Say goodnight. You're fucking done. You can't recover.
I can't respond? Okay.
You can't recover.
Well, I can't if you keep talking over me.
You can't recover. You've been compromised, sunshine. Haven't you been keeping up on current events? You think you can explain your way out of this, dumb fuck?
I don't think I can if you don't let me try.
You're going to try to explain your way through fucking UCLA, Nature, Phys Libertext, Science Alert, and your alma mater wiki. Get the popcorn out. Let's see this shit.
Wait, will you let me talk or will you keep interrupting me?
Shut your fucking mouth.
Oh, he's not. Okay, I thought you were actually going to first.
Yeah, you're a dumb fuck clown. You don't even know what a hypothesis is.
So, all of the citations you gave, I guarantee you, every single one of them believes gravity not only exists, but it is predictable.
Oh, really? So go get every one of them right now to support your claim, and then have them come in here and invalidate what you just said. You fucking Nancy idiot. That's a wild, flailing, baseless assertion fallacy from strangers that you don't fucking know. And who gives a fuck what they say and what they believe?
Wait, why did you cite them then?
You fucking clown. They're hostile witnesses. That's why.
You just said who cares what they say or what
they're
they believe.
Hostile witnesses. Because as soon as they get on the stand, I'm going to tear their ass up over Einstein.
But you just said who cares what they say or believe.
But who cares what they have? Because I can tear their ass up over Einstein. That doesn't give you a get out of incoherent jail free card, dumb fuck.
But I asked, why would you cite them to me?
But I asked why? Because they're fucking hostile witnesses for the second time.
Dude, he's not citing them because he disagrees. He's citing them because they disagree with you.
Yes. Duh.
Yeah, but I said I don't know about Einstein's theory of general relativity. I never said that it was wrong.
Yeah, but you said gravity was the universal law of gravitation.
No, I said I know about Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Yeah, that was debunked, but you didn't know that.
So what are you sending? I don't know what you're responding to.
Are you fucking? Did your mother drop you on your head as a child, dude?
Yes. I don't know if I'd remember if I was, right?
Yeah,
I have evidence of that event. So it went like this. Don't you believe in gravity? Watch me drop this.
Wait, but the people you cited do believe in gravity.
Oh, they do. So they accept without evidence gravity is what you said. The nameless, faceless strangers that I just cited. You know what they
evidence.
said. Shut your fucking mouth.
They talk about.
Shut your mouth.
Talk about Einstein's theory of general relativity.
Shut up. You're done. Go on, moot. Sit back and listen.
Do you think Einstein's theory of general relativity isn't a theory of gravity?
Do you think Einstein?
I mean, you cited all these people saying they believed in Einstein's theory.
Believe. You know what believe means?
General relativity.
Believe.
So what they do believe in gravity.
What does believe mean, dumb fuck?
They think it to be true.
They think it. So you know what complete strangers think. What's next? Guessing people's weights or barking for the yak
what
woman?
They said in the article. You can read it.
Dude,
You sent
the whole fucking point, dude. The whole fucking point of him presenting Einstein was to show your claim of Newton and a force of dropping things is incorrect. If you want to go further into the discussion about Einstein, then he can move on. You just need to concede you were wrong with Newton.
Do it now.
Wait, what did I say about Newton, though? I just
do it now.
Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Renounce Newton now.
What did I say about it, though? I just said I know
Newton
of it.
now.
What?
Renounce Newton now. And then you're globetard in the next 5 minutes.
Wait, what does that even mean? What do you mean renounce it?
He's just confused. He won't get it. It's been put to him.
What does it mean to renounce Newton? He's a dead man.
Why do you talk through everybody that's talking? That's why you're not getting it.
But he's a dead man. What do you want me to do? Be like, boo-hoo Newton? He's dead.
Concede so we can move on.
About what?
Tomato growth in Tupelo, Mississippi.
He's R word. This guy's R word.
Yeah, he's so R word. I agree. Okay, that was strange. I just said I know Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Really? What retard wants to move on like nothing happened. You have to concede first and then or shut up.
Yep.
Well, as far as I understand it, it's force of gravity in a field equals gravitational constant.
Force of gravity in a field? No, there is no force of gravity, and there are no fields.
Well, you asked what Newton's law of universal gravitation is.
Yeah, that's not it.
Well, I didn't finish, so.
Well, you started, and it was wrong.
Okay, well, let me finish, and it'll still be wrong, I guess. Why does it make a difference?
If the beginning was wrong, the finish would still be wrong, right?
Yeah, so if it doesn't matter, why don't you let me finish?
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
You said it doesn't matter.
No, I didn't.
Not. Yes, you did. You said it's wrong either way.
You imbecilic fucking idiot fuckstick, you. If you say something... If I say, what is the formula for universal law of gravitation, and you said G67 over R, and I stopped you in the middle of G6, the whole fucking thing's wrong. Got it?
Yeah, but why wouldn't you let me finish, though, anyway?
Idiot. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Go ahead, write the formula down. You got 10 seconds to write it down.
G gravitational constant mass 1 mass 2 over r squared.
Say that one more time.
Do you not know it?
Say it one more time. I missed the first part.
Fg equals gravitational constant mass 1 mass 2
Negative.
over r
That's
squared.
not Newton's unit. No, there is no G in the Principia, dumb fuck.
Do you just want to look it up? I mean, we
I
can do
already
it easy
know
on the
it's
internet.
not in there.
Okay, let's look it up and see.
You fucking idiot retard.
Let's look it up and see.
You don't even. Let's look it up and see. Go get the Principia. Let's see it.
Law of universal gravitation.
Look, he's gonna Google it like a dumb.
Oh man. Do you want me to use Bing?
Do you
you want me to use
at least download an original digitalized textual copy and do a search function within the document itself, dude. Don't just Google it, bro.
Dude, DuckDuckGo. You better use DuckDuckGo.
DuckDuckGoose.
So if you find a link that says, like, a Reddit forum where it says, "Oh yeah, that's totally in the Principia," right? Does that tell you that it's in the Principia? No, it don't.
Saying Britannica.
Do you want me to use Bing?
You got to have a citation from the document called first party source or primary source document, dude. Anything else? Listen, to be fair, before you go on, to be fair, anything else doesn't prove your point. The only thing that proves your point is a direct citation from the primary source document, period.
Yep.
I guess he writes it as an integration of, a derivative. What's P?
Use Bing!
Dude, I could... yeah.
Wait, how does he originally write it?
Listen, don't do anything except open Bing and type in what's P and see what happens.
Yeah, I guess he does it as a derivation. Is that density? Is that rho? I don't know, over time? That wouldn't make sense.
I got an idea. Use Bing. You're just pouring burning hot coals over your own fucking head, and you're too stupid to realize it. You're fucking pounding yourself.
Oh, it's momentum. It's momentum over time. That's interesting, actually.
That's
what
very
he has it as.
That's very interesting.
He has it as a derivative of momentum over
really
time.
Interesting. Yeah,
that's his original.
Yeah, that's original. Too bad Newton in Toto was debunked 110 years ago, circa. Well, 115. It took 5 more years for quantum mechanics to fucking eviscerate him totally.
Do you think, again, these things don't
him, Einstein, and Maxwell. Quantum mechanics dealt him a death blow. All of them.
They both believe in gravity.
They both they believe. So they both accept without evidence gravity. Really? That's interesting. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck what other people believe in?
I don't know. You were the one citing other people.
Dead strangers? Oh, we're back to this routine again. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads, clown fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking insult my intelligence.
The problem is that they may all believe in gravity, but they don't believe in the same causation, and you've been debunked with Newton. So fucking simple, dude.
What did Einstein think the cause of gravity is?
What?
What does Einstein think the cause of gravity is?
Your sister.
What did Einstein think the cause of gravity is?
Your sister.
Not a force.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. What do you think Einstein thought the cause of gravity was?
Didn't he say?
I'm asking you.
Oh, Newton, before we go on, there's an error on the table.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on.
No.
Why are you asking me? It's your fucking claim.
I didn't make a claim about Einstein. But
you made a claim about gravity. You fucking idiot. You're just
Einstein
too ignorant to be aware. Shut up! You made the claim about gravity. Your ignorance was put out there in front of you, and you ran over with your dumb fuck tongue. It's still your claim.
Yeah,
that's
Einstein believed in gravity.
Gravity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guess what
Einstein believed in that.
Is? But so you need to answer that question.
My question was, what did Einstein think gravity was?
That's fucking you. That's our question to you.
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, then you're fucking gone, man. You're done.
Because I asked.
And how would you know? How would you know the differentiation between Newton and Einstein if you don't know what Einstein is?
Oh my God.
Well, because one is a predictive theory, and then one.
No, it's not a predictive theory. You don't know what a scientific theory is. You don't know what a prediction. You just combine those two words like a dumb fuck, not knowing what you're talking about.
You think math doesn't predict things?
Shut the fuck up. Just mute him. I'm tired.
Well, there is a prediction. There is a special kind of prediction that is often employed in the venture of science. Sure.
So, could be a predictive theory?
Not a. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, dude. Let me ask this question: what special kind of prediction is involved in scientific method?
I thought
you don't know. Just say I don't know.
Are we changing to just generally the scientific method? I thought we were talking about gravity.
Well, no, what we were loosely talking about is two jack clowns' claims, allegedly, about what the cause of gravity is, because Newton never feigned a cause. He never feigned a hypothesis. In his own words, he
talking
said
about two people and their belief in positive gravity. We're only talking about one person. Yeah, Einstein.
You don't know Einstein, though.
Yeah,
so then we didn't talk about Newton. We didn't talk about Newton, dude. I vaguely remember we talked about Newton, bro.
Yeah, but Newton never had a belief on what caused gravity. He just tried to predict it.
He just tried to predict gravity. That's the stupidest thing I ever fucking heard.
Yeah, he tried to predict how things would fall.
Yeah. So yeah, you think you agreed that it's the stupidest thing I ever heard. You said yeah. Yep, that's pretty fucking stupid.
Okay, if you think so.
You don't know what a prediction is the problem.
I know you guys like pretending celestial bodies.
You don't know what a prediction is in science, douchebag.
Okay, but when Newton said he's trying to predict the laws of motion, or
he's trying to predict the laws of motion, he said that.
Yeah, we need a citation, dude. Right after little G in the Principia.
Yeah. Get to little G.
Just to be clear,
hold on. Bro, let me help this guy out. Let me help this guy out for a second.
Yes, I totally need you guys' help.
So do you know how to? Yes, bro. Do you know how to convert little G to big G?
What does that even mean?
Yeah, dude, just if you don't, then you obviously don't just say no.
Don't know what the words you just put together mean.
I know.
Little G is obviously what we already described, dude, that you said is in the Principia, dude.
What are you defining as little G? Because I have a definition of little G. What do you think it is?
Oh my goodness, dude.
You have it. He has his own personal definition.
Wow. Personal definition? What did I say was personal?
The fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. Go get what you claimed that it was in Principia. Go do that and shut the fuck up until you post it on there.
I never said that.
Yes, you did. Go get it right fucking now.
Are you okay, dude?
Yeah, I'm not okay. Because I'm dealing with a repugnant, reprobate retard that makes baseless claim after baseless claim, gets his ass handed to him, and then respawns into another fuckwit claim.
You don't
go square away that one first.
But the second thing is, what do you think big G is? And what do you think?
Shut the fuck up.
What do you think little G
Shut
is?
Up. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, sorry, I was talking to the other dude.
Shut the fuck up.
I was trying
to get it right now before you speak again. Shut up.
Wait, how could I do that? You said it's not there.
Shut your fucking mouth.
But you said it wasn't there.
What's the difference? Let me ask you a question.
Wait, but I wanted to have a conversation with the other dude.
You know you're a village idiot, dumb fuck. Makes baseless claim after baseless claim with no support, just like you. What's the difference between your average village idiot and you?
I don't live in a village.
You're a village idiot, dumb fuck.
Okay.
Just shut your mouth. Shut up.
So what do you mean by converting?
Not so. So shut the fuck up.
What do you mean by converting big G into little G? Do you mean like a derivation?
Shut the fuck up.
The variables still represent their own things, though.
Shut up.
AI overload.
Shut up.
What do you mean by saying that?
Shut the fuck up. Moderators, shut him up.
I could see the green box of his moving, but I just can't hear the words coming out of his mouth. Is he like broken or something?
Yeah, because he's a fucking douchebag. He's a reprobate, degenerate, reprobate retard. He's already demonstrated.
Trying to move a ladder, bro.
What?
You're
trying to move a ladder?
Yeah.
Oh, that's my bad.
Shut the fuck up, Ochna, dumb fuck.
I came here earlier.
Shut up.
I asked about sunsets and like how they work on planes.
I think
he has you muted. I think he has you muted.
I just, at least on my side, I can't hear him.
Yeah, that's right. Bye.
Oh, that's not true.
I could send a screenshot. He's not muted.
Yeah. Well, you better put the volume.
Oh, weird.
Then crank that shit up.
Oh, whatever. I think he's systematically tuning out anything that sounds like his father.
That's both of you do.
I'm just kidding. Well, I mean, unless it's a virgin birth, you definitely had a dad, homie.
Is he like for me? He's not talking right now.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, now I could hear him, but he's like
You're
a
the
little
dumbest
soft.
person in here. You've been fucking.
Wait, can you wait? Is he like clear for everyone else? Because I hear him now, but he's
Mae
like
West is
super
in the corner blushing, dude.
All right. Here's how we'll solve this. Both you disconnect and come back. Problem solved.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm back. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Hey, you didn't even give us time to close the room and prank you.
Hello.
What's next?
Right,
You got proof of phlogiston?
It's.
So, man, let me give you a little hint, man. When you don't know something, just best say you don't know, because you're just talking out your ass and you sound dumb as shit.
Wait, Elbow, have I seen you before?
Probably not.
I swear I've seen you before. Have you been what's the dude's name? The weird Christian.
Anything to not acknowledge what you just said, Elbow.
Jim Bob.
About how dumb he is. Anything to not acknowledge acknowledge what you said about how dumb he is. He just won't acknowledge that.
Wait, Elbow, are you are you a Jim Bob fan?
There's nowhere you hang where I hang.
Wait, are you like a Jim Bob? Are you a Jim Bob fan?
What's your sign, Elbow?
Capricorn.
Yeah. Akna, why are you trying to divert, dude? Why are you trying
I'm not trying to divert. Quantum just doesn't want me to talk about. Quantum doesn't want me to talk about Earth stuff, so I'm not talking about Earth stuff. I can't have it both ways.
This is a problem, though. This is 24/7.
I'm not diverting. The conversation ended. Quantum didn't want to have it.
Agna, this is 24/7 flat Earth. And if you don't want to talk about Earth stuff, then this is not the place for you.
Oh, I would love to. Quantum just doesn't want me to.
Because when you start talking stupid shit, it kind of annoys people when you're saying some really dumb fuck
So
shit.
it sounds like you guys don't want me talking about flat Earth.
Well, I mean, you're just making statements that are just retarded, man.
Yeah, he's obviously retarded. Like
clearly true.
Yeah.
Examples.
Dunning-Kruger. Yeah,
I agree.
You couldn't coherently discuss a Cracker Jack box. You're a dumb fuck.
True.
You're a dumb fuck. It's already demonstrated. Haven't you been keeping up on current events?
I'm so famous. I'm in current
He's out of date.
Yep.
Your Dunning-Kruger deflector shields are at full power, Captain.
What do you do for a job?
Your sister.
Delusional.
That's a pretty good job. My sister's dead, so it's kind of weird of you. But if you do my sister for a job, good for you, I guess. It's a little weird of you, though. Are you into that kind of stuff?
Well, necrophilia.
This guy's weird.
Want to?
You would want to know, right?
No, but he's doing my dead sister, so that's kind of weird of him, right? That's what I thought you meant.
He wants to stay on this point.
He hurt his feelings.
Quantum's feelings?
No, Akna's feelings.
My feelings are hurt? Quantum's the one that went quiet. I don't know what happened to him. I was just being funny, and I guess he didn't like it.
Sorry, when was you funny?
What?
When was you funny?
I actually can't understand what you're saying.
I asked you when you were funny. When was that? Did I miss it?
Oh, I guess you did. Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry.
Now that was funny.
And just for the record, Akna was the only one that said anything about doing his sister. He's the only one.
All right, let's get serious.
I don't know why I would say that.
Yeah, cool story, dude. I could care less. Let's get serious. So I brought the proofsies. All right,
the proofsies.
I brought the proofsies. The Bremen drop tower. Elements falling at different rate. There you go. So why don't you bring your proofsies that you claimed everything falls at the same rate? Good luck.
Sure. So, do you have something in front of you? Anything?
Yes, he does.
This dude is clearly retarded.
Yeah. Do you have anything in front of you right now?
Your sister?
Dude, do you know the difference between just dropping random objects and trying to guess by your eyes versus a tower where they have a controlled environment with a camera that's in line with the actual dropped objects?
So,
you know the difference between those two
cameras, right?
Oh my goodness, dude. If you can't tell the difference between the Dremen drop tower and somebody filming something with a camera, dude, then I don't know how to help you, brother.
But it was something filmed with a camera.
Oh my goodness, dude.
That's literally what you just said.
Dude, I'm clearly referring to the setup you're describing where I'm going to drop my hammer in a rock and then I'm going to film it with my cell phone camera. Like, get real, dude.
You said that mass distribution makes a difference for the speed, speed of things falling.
Holy crap, dude. No, I didn't actually say that.
Okay, so mass doesn't make a difference in how fast things fall.
No. What I said was you don't have a ubiquitous radius. Because you have an uneven distribution of mass, and the radius has to do with the center of mass, and the center of mass is disparate, dude.
Yeah, little g depends on r.
Which R, dude?
Radius.
Radius of what?
Radius between the center of gravity and the object that's falling.
The Earth.
Right, and that's different because you live on potato Earth according to the mainstream, dude. You don't live on a homogeneous distribution of mass. What, so you think that the location of the mass has nothing to do with the R relative to the object in question, dude? Are you kidding me?
No, I think that the M in the mass has nothing to do with the V of the... It sounds stupid. Oh, well, the A of the F equals M.
He's retarded.
Dude, it's painful. Literally painful, dude. Listen, I'll put it to you as simple as I can. If you imagine the Earth...
Show me the math behind it.
Oh, my goodness, dude. All right, I've had enough of you. You're done.
I agree. Math's hard.
Yeah, I agree. You're done.
Bye-bye, retard.
What's your sister for?
The math behind it, dude. Why do I need math, dude? If you don't have an even distribution of mass, then depending on where you are on the Earth, you can't just trace an R to the center of Earth, dude. Good grief. What is wrong with you? I'll tell you what you can do, bro. Go look up the gravity heat map of potato Earth. Go look that up. It's called the gravity heat map, and you'll see that the gravity is not actually equally distributed over the surface of the Earth, allegedly. So in your own paradigm, things don't have an R to the center of the Earth, dude, in relationship to gravity. They simply don't. That's your worldview. I mean, unless, of course, you deny the mainstream. I mean, good for you.
I mean, I was listening on YouTube before I came in, and you can tell that the guy didn't know anything. All he had was wiki, Google searches, and his narrative.
Man, it's dead ass silent in here.
Well, we just had to eat the last guy about 30 seconds ago.
Oh. It's like quiet across the server though. Like I jumped a few rooms and everything. Yeah. It's like in every room everyone's dead silent. It's kind of eerie.
Well, we set the standard, so I mean, if we go silent, I guess everybody else wants to be us, so they, just follow suit.
Damn.
Because we're number one, baby.
Goddamn posers. They're all just following the leader, so to speak.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and you were here before the conversation died down, right?
No, I just got in here.
Oh, okay.
All right, I really have to go do some work before it gets too late. So hopefully one of you guys will take over in inciting a combo. So go for it. Make me proud.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Elbow, you're wrong. You do know the guy. I remember how you know the guy. We'll get some drama going for entertainment. He was the guy who it was late at night, but yeah, he was the guy who debated Taylor on evolution, and he was for like 2 hours. I think QE even went over that video with him and her. He did a whatever you call it. It was like a watch video of it. All right, I thought that was going to take off better than it did.
Well, thank the Lord, 2 IQ Ochna left.
You don't remember the sound of his voice?
Say again?
He was the guy who he was debating Taylor on over at Geo's not too long ago. I think you reviewed his video.
Land of Misfit Toys. What's his name over there?
I think it was the same, but he left. I don't think he's over there anymore. Yeah, he was the same person.
I don't remember seeing that name, but okay. That was a poster child of a delusional Dunning-Kruger pretender clown, man. Fur. What a clown. Get everything wrong. Then move on to the next train wreck. That was a predictive theory. What an imbecile.
That sounds like something a pretender clown fraud would say.
Yep. He was raw dogging the delusional Dunning-Kruger aspect. You missed it. I called him a repugnant, reprobate retard.
Repugnant, the word of the day, huh?
Yeah. Well, it was the word of the day until it was fucking lost.
Everything was lost. I messed everything up. I didn't. Alabama Power did. But for some reason, I still feel guilty. Oh my gosh.
I forgot about it. I went and cleaned up my bow and put a couple little extra accents where I needed them. A couple things were wearing out. Put those on. Get ready for it's all shooting day tomorrow. No show tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, you could live stream your archery tournament.
No, it's not a tournament. I'm just shooting. I'm just shooting by myself.
Oh, okay. You could live stream that.
It's practice, and then when you get done practicing, you practice some more.
Like it.
Well, the deer are running around my neighborhood, so you gotta
They're
get ready
safe
for
me because I ain't shooting any deer. Not a fucking barbarian.
You like Bambi?
I like trans panda rats.
Whoa!
So the upside of having such a bad day like today, that's how much more excited I am to see Sterling when he walks in the door because he makes it all better.
Mm-hmm. That's why I went and grabbed Eleanor.
Oh, ain't that sweet, Miss QE?
No, that's my beau's name.
Oh yeah, you butthole.
Gone in 300 feet per second.
As in Eleanor Rigby?
Eleanor, the Shelby Mustang, and gone in 60 seconds.
That was still drivable after a jump where the freaking frame was bent to shit. He's still driving it around. That's a good movie, though.
Yep.
By the way, Paraplegic, my new housemate really loves your coffee, and I think she's probably going to be giving you a call soon.
That's cool.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Awesome.
She doesn't believe, except without evidence that we went to the moon. So you're good.
All right. Yeah, I just freaking heard somebody that I've been selling coffee for a while. Ellen was like, this guy's like, yeah, he thinks we might have went to the moon. I'm like, what? I've been selling him coffee for a couple years. I didn't know he'd think he doesn't. I'm not.
You're like the soup Nazi.
No.
All right, no coffee for you.
You believe in the moon landing? No coffee for you.
Horse shit. Why the hell? How can
You're cutting out on us, Paraplegic. We can't hear anything you're saying. It's just like cutting in and out.
Pisses me off more. People that actually looked into the land.
Pisses me off more than two.
Yeah, you seem to be cutting. Oh.
Stop. He just keeps going.
What?
Huh?
What?
Eh? Huh? You a flat earther yet, Lee?
Huh?
Are you a flat earther yet?
What do you mean?
Are you a flat earther yet? Yes? No. Yes?
I know
No.
what you're talking about.
Are you a flat earther yet? Yes. Okay. Of
Nah, it's Leaf. He's an idiot. Of course he's not.
course not.
I don't associate myself with lame people, you know. There we go.
Precisely. Spot on. Right on, Jada.
Yep.
Mic check.
You're coming in loud and clear, Miguel.
Hello. I was thinking someone was talking, but I couldn't listen. Thank you.
Yep.
So it seems I was there at YouTube, and there's a live stream going on. Let's see, for 20 minutes, the Vapor Pinguino Witset is doing a live stream. I'm gonna post it.
Yeah, I was watching on YouTube before I came in.
I just saw it right now. So it seems like 20 minutes ago it started. It says it's his birthday today. I don't know what's going on with that guy. Dave Weiss is doing a live stream too.
It's all fake.
It's all fake.
What's fake? We haven't took a look at anything that you've seen go from Earth to anywhere.
Dude, it's still coming in.
Fake?
It's
Your
incoming
non-existent
footage.
stuff.
You just turn on the internet and just for the next few
So the
days.
internet
follow
is
the
what
footage.
you're asking is fake? No, the internet's real. It's a real internet. You can get on computers and talk to your buddies.
That's not what I said.
So what are you asking of what's fake? The air?
The launch, the footage that's going to be coming back.
Launch into the air. When
Is
are
that
they
a
not
valid
going to be in air? When are they not in air?
If they see curvature, etc., like is it all fake?
Launch it horizontal that way, the other way. Launch it the other vertical.
Who designed?
Doesn't matter, stupid. Get to the clouds that way. If you can't, throw your garbage away. You're not on a ball, no matter what you send vertically up.
That don't understand.
I know you don't understand up on a ball and up on flat Earth are different things. That's the problem here. That's why you guys are so ignorant. You have a low IQ.
Ad hominem.
Oh, I would love to see DMARC take like an IQ test.
Ad hominem.
Listen, all I got to do is go get a ball out. And anything you want to do with me in a lab on that ball,
I'm going to,
it'll outdo you and talk for itself.
If I'm going to appeal to authority,
no, I'm going to appeal to the physical attribute of
am I going
a sphere.
to appeal to you or engineers that launch ships?
Engineers of what? What's launching something? What do you mean launch? Send a balloon up?
So if I'm going to appeal to authority, should I appeal to authority or my authority? That's what you asked. What kind of sense does that make?
Yeah.
Authority for who?
I'm certainly not going to appeal to your authority, am I?
Well, I'm not going to appeal to yours or somebody else's, but I didn't pay. If I didn't pay your check, I'm not going to appeal to your fucking authority either.
Have you got anybody that's have you got anybody Do you know anybody that's doing anything?
Anybody that's ever sent any air bubbles that way? No. You can't send air bubbles that way to space. That way's not up. You can't send anything up to the clouds that
Well,
way.
it's fake, isn't it?
What? The air is real. So far, you're in the air, you fucking idiot. When have you proven you're not in air? You keep talking about space. You can't get out of the air, you ignorant fuck, to get to space.
Demon, take a break. Write down what you want to say. Think about it. And then come back to us.
Go high enough to get to where
D-Mark is on point.
Go high enough to where the vacuum exists, idiot. Bring us your fucking camera reading.
Fake engineers built a fake ship into fake space. They're sending back fake footage.
No, they're in the air above the flat dirt and flat water and the hills and the mountains and the valleys. They're just above it, vertically, perfectly up that way.
And these people that don't understand,
not diverging that way. They're not
these people
up that way, and they're not up down under my feet.
They don't agree that the Earth is flat. They're idiots, right?
Yeah, Arlo, D-Mark, I'm going to translate for D-Mark.
Make any
yeah,
sense,
they can
then.
build whatever. They aren't going where they're saying they're going, Arlo.
Well, I haven't read too much about it, but I don't think they're trying to land on the moon or anything.
I never saw the ISS that's supposedly already up there fucking filming everything every day, every waking second, see anything go anywhere from this fucking dirt. Not an airplane, not a boat, not a bird, not a bus, not a balloon, not a fucking 4th of July Spectrum. Nothing ever. Shut up, stupid.
But the footage coming back is real, so it's
footage
still
of
coming.
the ISS coming back's real. Show me 4th of July.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the current.
Oh, now you're not talking about.
No. I'm talking about the women right now.
Now you don't like that footage.
You're changing the topic.
No, you're avoiding footage. Now you take and pick and choose what the fuck you want. So the 24-hour live
to an event that's occurring right now.
Brother, let me finish my sentence.
And you're trying to
24-hour live space station, 24 hours, called the ISS, you retarded fucker. Do you believe it or not?
Yeah, that's out there. Why?
Okay, now let's go take a peek at the footage and see what you see happening live and go past it and almost hit it or anything like that. Let's go take a peek.
Yeah, Arlo, you've been in here, Arlo. You know space is fake. You don't have to come in here about this with the evidence of a story about what they say they're doing. Yes, they can build the rocket, they can have the money to do that, and they can film things in studios. What are you trying to prove? Space is fake. They're taking things into outer space. You know that. So what?
And they can film things in studios.
We can shoot rockets in the air all the time and watch them go up in the air. What the fuck does that mean?
What's the footage coming back?
Look at all those rockets, those 4th of July rockets explode, colorful. They must be by Jupiter by now.
Is all that footage just being done from a studio?
No, on the 4th of July, when I light this thing, it goes to Jupiter and lights up. It's right by Jupiter. It's in space.
So hang on, let me get it straight. Jeff Bezos' wife and Katy Perry and whoever,
firecracker on a stick.
They're all in a studio in Hollywood right now. They haven't left the planet. Is that what you think?
How do you leave?
They're not rolling to a second law of thermodynamics violation. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, so they're all you know. Arlo, you know this, Arlo. You've heard this before, Arlo.
You think they're going to a second law of thermodynamics? Who are you?
What's the second law of thermodynamics?
Practically, you can state that all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy of the universe. That usually encapsulates.
So does that mean that high pressure goes to low pressure?
You wouldn't understand it, though.
Does that mean high pressure goes to low pressure?
Containment. The containment that we have the pressure for that you're talking about, Arlo, we've been over it. That containment, they can't go past that containment that we have.
I have a containment. Can you prove
what
that?
Is the shape of the containment?
Smoke Demon, shut your fucking mouth.
You should your fucking mouth.
We'll get to
you fucking retard. You fucking retard. You're getting smoked. You're getting smoked. I'll roll you up.
Fucking retard.
Ooh, smoking you, Kiwi.
You fucking
don't even know what the second law of thermodynamics is, do you? Why we got pressure gradient, QE? You don't fucking know, do you? You're a fucking idiot.
Out of here.
Stupid.
Stupid. Wire.
Stupid.
Fucking clown. Dumb.
Stupid. Stupid, dumb fuck, motherfucker.
Why are the Mars letting smoke demon? Okay.
I know. So, Arlo.
So what's the shape of your container?
So you think they're rolling to a second law of thermodynamics violation? Really? You that fucking stupid?
Yeah, remember, Arlo, we have that gas pressure, that gradient, that pressure that we breathe. They can't go past that pressure. They aren't going outer space to the place that they're filming things and giving you that footage that you believe in. They could be in a studio. They aren't leaving that second law of thermodynamics barrier.
So they could be in a studio.
It doesn't matter.
It could be.
Not
It doesn't
going through
matter.
a second law of thermodynamics violation. Who gives a fuck where they're at? It's all moot after that, isn't it? You fucking imbecile.
But doesn't what they're doing constitute
Who gives a
test?
fuck?
Doesn't constitute as a test?
What?
Does not constitute a test, building that instrument?
Constitute a test of what?
It's deceit.
Your fucking imagination.
All right, so you've just said it could be in the studio.
I didn't say that shit. It doesn't matter. Hey, glue sniffer. It doesn't matter. That's besides the point. It's moot. It's academic. They're not going where they say they're going. Who gives a fuck if they're in an aquarium? They ain't going to a second law of thermodynamics violation, sunshine.
What's hey, yeah, all right. So what's the shape of the container that you just mentioned?
So what's the shape of the container? Shaped like your sister.
It's irrelevant, Arlo. It's
We're not
irrelevant.
allowed to infer shapes. Last time I inferred a shape, you said I'm not allowed to. You said
Doesn't
no.
matter.
There's
It
just
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what shape the container is. Doesn't matter how big it is. Doesn't matter what color it is. It doesn't matter.
I'm not allowed to
Because
infer
it's a
shapes. but
fucking moot point.
You're allowed to infer
Gas
shapes.
pressure is the compelling
Why are you
factor
allowed
in
to
the matter.
infer
Dumb
a
fuck.
shape or a
Shut
model
your fucking
such as this
mouth.
container?
Shut up.
Why are
You're
you
the
allowed
dumbest
to do that?
person in here.
And I'm not.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Because,
You just
Arlo,
make up
what
your
we
own
are,
rules.
we're
Shut the fuck
discussing
up.
the surface and how it's measured, Arlo. That's what we're discussing when we're
But when you
discussing the
mention
shape.
container,
We're
you're
discussing
inferring shape.
measurements of the
Hold on a
surface,
second.
not the
All right,
sky
Flat
or
Earth
anything to
Ranger,
do with
hold
the
on a
sky.
second. Hold on a second. There, son. Can you fucking hear me? Stop. Arlo, how can you move on from this point? Legitimately. What's your question? What's the shape of the container? What's it made of? What the color is? That's moot because the compelling factor in the matter is gas pressure. Because the necessary antecedent for that is a container. Like somebody slapped. Shut up, I'm not done yet. I'm trying to explain this to you. Just relax. So if somebody slaps a filet mignon down on my plate on a table, I don't need to then query for where is the cow, what color is the cow, how long the cow's tail is, how much does it weigh? It doesn't fucking matter because the filet mignon's down on the plate. It's the consequent. The necessary antecedent is the cow. Just like gas pressure is the consequent, the necessary antecedent is the container. You get it? Yes?
Sounds like you're just putting your blinkers on.
Makes sense. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I'm putting my blinkers on. You
Like saying, oh, it's a mute.
repugnant,
I don't need to give you a
reprobate retard. A second grader can understand that. You're a fucking grown adult.
If a second grader could understand you, you would have more flat earthers
Yeah,
out
they
there.
could. You
That's
fucking
ridiculous
delusional dipshit.
Ridiculous logic.
Yeah, you're a fucking religitard. Fanatical religitard. Anti-flat earther dumb fuck. That's what you are.
No.
How's it feel to be in direct contradiction with the second law of thermodynamics?
Just right to
How does it feel? Science denier, how does it fucking feel? Clown.
Wow.
Yeah, laugh it up, funny boy. We're all laughing at you. But keep talking. Because
all right, I came in, I got my answers.
More and more
the
people
answer
are
is
on our
the
fence
answer.
and
The
listen to
best
your
answer I
dumb
got from
ass,
you guys.
the more flat earthers
Best
you make.
answer I got
You're
from you
so
is that it's in the
stupid.
studio.
You're unwittingly
The best answer I got from you
filing more flat earthers into
that it was
the fucking
done in the
weed.
studio.
You're a moron.
Wow.
Yeah,
They're all in the
wow.
studio. They're all in the studio. That's the best you can come up
Those
with.
are idiots circling back to the original
He's a
point.
fucking retard,
Yeah, he
Mr.
missed the original point.
Mr. fucking Studio. Yeah, they're all
Well, I am the manager.
Shut up.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you walked away with that. With thinking that QE said they're all in a studio. That's retarded, mate. He just gave you information, and you walked away saying all as he said is they're in a studio. He never said that.
Yeah, he circled back to the original point that was debunked. He's just a retard.
Yep. Retarded.
Wrong. What's wrong with these people?
Retarded.
They're retarded.
What's wrong with these people? Retarded.
Yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
You just heard him.
R word.
They're all like that, right? It's not a stereotype fallacy. Every single one of them. Most of them have projectile diarrhea of the mouth, like Smoke Demon, Mr.
Every
Dumb
second
Fuck
word
out
you
there.
say, mate, the R word,
Huh?
mate. What the hell? Well, what's with the ad hom?
It's not an ad hom. That's an assessment.
Yeah, it's not an
Yeah, we
ad
have
hom.
proof. It's being recorded.
You don't even know what
re-examine it.
You don't even know what an ad hom is, dude.
Yes, it is. It's attacking the person instead of the idea. That's all you do.
Instead of the argument, not the idea. And I gave the argument, and then I assessed your fucking conclusion from my argument as retarded. That's not an ad hom, dumb fuck.
Do you teach your kids this stuff, man?
Take your sister. Fucking clown. That's all you got left. Do 7 offsuit. All you got left. Right? Globetard. Fucking clown. Go ahead, keep talking. The greatest advocate.
What's the point, man?
For
I'll
the,
be hitting
for the
my
flat
head.
Earth ranks. The greatest advocate for the flat Earth ranks are
Like hitting my head against
the anti-flat Earth dumb fuck like Arlo. Yep. Keep talking. Repugnant, reprobate, retard.
What's the shape of the container? It's mute.
Yeah, here he goes back again. Fucking circle back to the fucking diarrhea, right? Like a dog circling back to his
look at
mom.
how
What's
upset
the
you get when
shape
I ask
of the
you-
container?
when I ask
It's
you what
the
the
shape of
shape
your
of the container-
sister.
I can't even project
Your
a
sister
basic
shape. It's your sister shape.
The moment you mention
little
my
sister
sister
shape.
The moment
isn't-
you open up your mouth, everyone gets dumber.
Arlo sister shape.
Fucking ass clowns, each and every one of them. And they're so fucking stupid they don't
Alright, so
realize.
ad hominem, and it's
Don't know what ad hominem is. We already went over that.
All right.
So, what are you going to circle back to next? In a studio? Fucking
No, we're
retard.
attacking the idea of his sister. The idea.
Don't explain it to him. You couldn't explain a Cracker Jack box to this moron. And his boyfriend, Smoke Demon. He's dumber than Arlo is. Alpha, you missed a little staged event from a couple of repugnant reprobate retards.
Really, what was it?
You have to go back and listen to it.
Who were the numpties?
You got Arlo, dumb fuck, and what the fuck was his name? Smoke between his ears?
Smoke demon?
Yeah, smoke between his ears. You know, that moron. You gonna stay for a little while or what?
No, I'm on break right now, so.
On break? Why? Is there more cans to pick up?
Yeah, well, I have to have my fleet of slobber nurses help me out.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but Smoke Demon's as sharp as a bowling ball.
Don't worry about it, man. You can go filet and fricassee the rest of the reprobate, repugnant retards that return. I'll guard the fort, sir. There can be only one.
Are you going to blow him right off that Wildcat's ass?
Gonna remove their heads. Yo. Yo. Better say that with respect.
So are you guys actual, like, flat earthers, or are you LARPers?
Actual flat earthers, really? You just come waltzing on in here and actual flat earthers? Really?
I'm just wondering. I've never joined this channel. I always just see like 50 people in it at a time. So I don't know if you're LARPing or not.
So what's your question again?
Are you guys actual flat earthers?
Guys, you're talking to one person.
Well, there's like 50 people in here.
Well, we don't want everyone talking at the same time. Why don't you just direct your questions towards me?
Okay. Are you actually a flat earther?
Yes.
How do you know the Earth is flat?
There's about 30 reasons. How do you know the?
Give me your best one.
My best one. How can you have horizons on a globetard?
Holy shit!
Horizons on a globe?
Yep.
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizon, have a rate of change of slope of 0. However, according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we go out in reality and see horizons every fucking where, but yet be told through the fairy tale fuckwit heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that we should see the rate of change of slope of non-zero in every single direction along a tangent from our feet? Reconcile that.
Well, I don't think that means the Earth is flat because we see from satellites. We see pictures of the Earth. And
Satellites. Here, now, before we get to satellites, you need to reconcile the slope of rate of change of slope of 0 versus the rate of change of slope of non-zero. Curvature versus horizontal plane. You need to reconcile it.
Wait, I'm pulling up a live video of the Earth.
Stay on. You're going to have to push the Adderall drip. Right?
Wait, just give me 1 second. I'm pulling up videos of the globe.
Yeah. Okay. That's wonderful, but you can't stay on task, sir.
Stop pressing him, man.
No. You're right. Look. It's actually all flat. No, you guys convinced me.
Who's the White Knight? Well, I want to get back to him after we're.
This is the only stream I could find.
I'm the debate moderator. I'm the debate moderator.
American Defender. We'll get back to you. Shut the fuck up for right now. I'll get back to you. So let's go. Can you?
No, you guys are right. Like, why is there not a fucking?
No,
video
not you guys. Not you guys. You guy. Guy. Singular versus plural. You're having difficulty with that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So why aren't there any videos of the round Earth?
So you can't round and flat.
Wait. Are you saying the round Earth doesn't
round and
exist?
flat aren't
You're low-key winning me over.
Hey, diarrhea of the mouth. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a round and flat penny, LP, CD. Do you want to get more specific?
Oh, I guess I'll say globe.
So
why can't I find a video of the globe?
Why can't you find a video of the globe?
Yeah.
Well, because the globe doesn't exist.
Wait, I just found one.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, look at my screen share.
I'm not looking at screen shares. Post it in text chat over here to the right. Take a snapshot.
How about he just addresses the slope intercept formula and the fucking horizon?
Yeah, he skipped by it. Yep. You're dead right there, son. So, AJ, thank you very much. American Defender, just relax. So, are you going to reconcile?
Do you fuck with Nasheeds?
Muhammad, Rashid, Shaheed.
Yeah, he's done. Next, American Defender, you're next. You're up.
Yeah. I believe in the cylinder Earth.
You believe? So you accept without evidence the cylinder Earth is what you just said.
I have evidence.
Well, then you wouldn't believe it then.
No, I have evidence that it is cylinder. That's why I believe
then you wouldn't believe it then.
All right, so I can factually provide evidence that the Earth is cylinder. How about that?
Good.
All right. I'm going to show you. So I want you to look. All right, look at how the Earth is shaped. Right, you have a core.
Really? How are we going to look at that?
Terrain.
How are we going to look at that?
I'm about to put it in chat. So look at how the core.
No, how do you look at that?
By accounts of how the Earth is made. Do you not believe in the core?
So the accounts how the Earth is made is how I look at the
every
Earth
scientist on Earth.
Shut the fuck up, you abject retard! That was the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard.
I object to.
Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Dude, my 6-year-old sister knows that the
Call
Earth
me
has a core.
dude. I'm not a fucking
All right,
dude.
sir.
Shut your mouth. That
Yeah,
was
and
the
he
dumbest
failed.
thing I ever fucking heard.
Yeah, he failed. His basis was the core. This dumbass.
Yeah.
There's no proof of the core. We've only been less than 8 miles deep, and there's no proof of a core. Your basis for a cylinder Earth, for which we have no measurements, so you fail multiple times.
Do cylinders have cores?
What cylinder?
The one he was fucking yabbering on about.
Where do we observe that at?
Those are the measurements. I just put them in chat. Those are the measurements.
The measurements of the core, but you said observe the
I
shape
put
of the
measurements
core.
of how the Earth
Shut
is
the
made.
fuck up. How do you observe the cylinder first? We're going to go at this again.
With logic.
You don't observe shit through logic, you glue sniffing fungus muncher.
Why are you screaming so much?
Because you're a fucking idiot. I'm full of contempt with you repugnant, reprobate retards. Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads. You fucking clown. You ass clown. Get the fuck out of here. Go now. Before you piss me off. Thank you.
I think Arse Clown was a specific highlight of that. That was really good.
I love it.
Very specific type of clown. An Arse Clown.
All right, you're going to have to defend the fort because I'm going to have to go for a few minutes.
Okay.
You got to take control. I know it's a heavy burden.
Mm-hmm.
The mess hall better be spick and span.
Shut! You can't even fucking
Even
say it.
Frickin' fingerprints. Don't be leaving any frickin' smudges.
Do you
That's what I got to do. That's what I'm doing because most of it's stainless. So that's what I got. How'd you know that?
'Cause I know you, bro. I love you.
That's weird.
That is strange.
No, it's not.
Well, it's not only fingerprints because there's more than stainless in there, but I got to keep it clean, man. I got to keep them separated.
Just like your sister.
Stupid.
Give me 10 minutes, man. I'll be back. Jedi, don't you fucking leave on me.
All right, but make it 10 minutes. Make it sharp, dude. I've got shit to do.
What you got to do?
Your sister.
That's fucking low ball shit right there.
Damn, that's some fucked up shit.
Both your sisters.
All right, I'll try to keep it at 10.
All right. Is that last idiot still here?
No, the last guy just left.
Oh. Is there anyone else worth talking to? I'm not saying you flat earthers, you're not. I mean, you're great and everything, but any Globers in the house?
How about one not worth talking to?
Yeah, that one as well. See, Leaf is still here. That's awesome.
That's the one.
Yeah. Who have we got in here? We've got AJ. I heard you pipe up early, mate. Haven't spoken to you in a while. Maybe keeping well. I reckon Alpha Veritas is at work. He's muted himself. Good to see you, Alpha. Hope you're doing well. Who else? Ancient Traveller. Do we know Ancient Traveller? Name rings a bell. Do we know you?
Hey, how's it going? I've been here a few times.
Awesome stuff, man. Just shouting everybody out.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
I'm not putting you on the spot or anything, mate. Just didn't quite recognise your name, that was all. Don't take it personal.
Yeah, it's all good.
Cool. Paraplegic is probably going to sell us some coffee at some point. Bob and VS. I don't know how you're going to pronounce that. I'm just going to call you Bob. What's up, Bob? Welcome to the channel. I'm not quite sure if we've spoken before, but hi anyway. Hope you're doing well. Chris is here. Chris Wertz Nightmare is here also. Star Life. His microphone is unmuted. And he won't talk. Chris got magical powers, apparently. Got Daz in the house. What's up, Daz? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Who else? We got Demok. We've got Effie Primal King. Good to see you. Flat Earth Rangers in the house. What's up, brother? Hope you're doing well. Hell's Angles is in the house. Of course, Heretic is here. What's up, Heretic, man? Good to see you, boss. Hope you're doing well. Lao 2 is here. Leaf, like we said earlier, he's we're not even sure if he knows what he is. But Leaf is here. Welcome, Leaf. Maticus, Migu Wigu. What's up, Migu Wigu? Miguel Sosa, Mick, Over Fences. What's up? You good?
Atheist Anna just popped in. What's going on, Atheist Anna?
Ooh.
Atheist. What do you believe in the Big Bang or something?
I don't know.
Oh, it's Atheist Anna. Welcome back, Atheist Anna.
You don't know?
No, like I don't know what I believe in regarding like if it was the Big Bang or not. I don't know. But I don't think it was like a god or deity or anything.
It was it was absolutely not God because, you know, there's God and like Zim Alabim, everything starts existing, right?
Yeah,
You've
sure.
only got two choices. You've only got two choices, right? Either nature created itself, rocks and shit ended up making information, and then sentient life and consciousness. So nature created everything, or intelligence created. So the intelligence came first, the sentientness and the information came before the stuff that was created.
Yeah, that's what sorry. Keep going.
No, it's all right. I'm just pointing out you've only got those two choices.
Yeah, that's what I was ultimately leading up to. So otherwise it's nothing and Zim Alabim and then everything.
Mm-hmm. So consciousness and then everything. And when we talk about everything, what are we talking about? The rocks and the matter and information? Or that just sprang into existence without the intent of bringing it into existence? It just happened. No one said the abracadabra.
So this is the first video that I posted, and it's like all of them, like,
Yeah, I was just kind of throwing some humor onto it.
Yeah. So what brings you back, Anna?
I don't know, I'm bored and I just got done with my homework, so.
oh my god, he's talking, what is he? They don't keep having fun on TikTok. It's either planning a video where there's some kind of satire, or you got to just have fun. You know, begging it's fun video.
What you're listening to in the background?
Lots of people praising my hearing because they're in this picture. You look so comfortable that you don't look terrified for your life at all. Looks like you're really nice. And then one thing is you
Are you watching the news, Anna?
No, I'm playing Mario Kart. What did you guys do today?
I roasted coffee all day.
I closed my mic after I got done speaking.
What kind of homework did you get done doing?
Trig.
Flatter. Trig? Holy.
What?
I'm not the guy to talk to you about that.
Bro, it's stupid. Like, I'm never gonna use it.
Here you are.
What? Wait, yeah, when I measure the Earth's
just
curve,
might.
I'll use it with triangles.
Sorry.
When you don't find the Earth's curve, you might use.
You guys need to start learning trig and stuff so you can apply it. I
Yeah,
don't know how.
trigonometry. You can figure out how far away the sun is.
You can?
No, you can figure
No,
out.
you absolutely can't.
No, go ahead, Jedi. No, go ahead, Jedi.
You can figure out your distance to a mountain if you know the height of that mountain above mean sea level, or you can figure out
angles.
The height, but if you know the distance, yeah, you can figure out one of the two. If you can measure the angle, elevation
I don't know. I'm
above.
just doing it for calculus because it's a requirement for that. So
Yeah.
my teacher's an asshole, though. Like he's terrible.
He'd probably like you a lot more if you told him the Earth was flat. Tell him the Earth's flat. See how that goes.
So I got 103 on my exam, and he emailed me and was like, "I'm left-handed and I can read people very well, and you did not seem like such an exceptional student. Like trying to act like I seemed dumb in class." That's what he freaking sent me. Like I should have reported him, but I don't really care.
What do you mean by 103 on the exam?
Well, it was 100 points plus 5 extra credit questions, and only like 2 people got over 100. So.
Dang, he insinuated you were cheating, almost, didn't he?
No, I was literally in the front. He would have saw if I cheated. He's insinuating that I look stupid in class. Like, yeah, I did not expect you to be so smart. Which, like, okay, whatever. It's because I don't pay attention in class, but it's
He
fine.
didn't expect you to regurgitate the right answer.
I understand what he meant.
And there's only one other girl in the class, so I'm guessing that's why. He's like, wow, a woman doing good at trig. I don't know. It's an idiot.
Yo, assalamu alaikum, 1,000 salams and good evening. Bro, why are we in here? What the hell?
Why are we in here? What are you in?
Well, we can go anywhere else if you like. I was listening to the flat Earth talk.
Okay.
Do you guys actually believe in flat Earth?
Yeah, we measure it with triangles. Remember, we've been trying to tell you.
I know, but I don't feel like you guys are serious. Like I was hoping you were kidding.
No, it's seriously measured flat. Water
Bro,
lies.
Katy Perry went to space today. Okay, it's not flat. I literally saw it.
Oh my God, Katy Perry.
I literally saw them in space today. How you think they altered that
When you
footage?
say literally-
Okay, bro.
I appreciate you're intelligent, but when you say literally, like when you turned on the TV, that kind of.
Well, I'm a teenager. Like I can say literally. I don't care.
Yeah, but it wasn't actually literally, was it? You didn't actually see her in space. You turned on the TV.
I know, but like it was live.
Right over her head.
Guys, she saw that she went to space. So
no one went to space.
Yes, they did. They were literally in the freaking thing.
I'll give you this. They went up into the sky. That's awesome stuff. Well done, them. If
No,
they
but
saw
when they were in the sky, they saw the Earth. Like they literally showed it.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. If they saw a curved horizon on the Earth, then that would violate the measurements that we have of the surface of the Earth. The measurements, however, are empirical. What you think you see on a TV, even though it says it's live out of some kind of window of the curvature of the Earth, that's not what we measure. And they're not
How
going
does
to
it invalidate the measurement?
Okay, so if you make a measurement of something, like the dimensions of a table, it is 6 foot by 4 foot. Okay? Now, if you go and take pictures of it from somewhere else and it looks a little bit funny, does that invalidate the measurements that you took of it?
No.
Right. So if we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal, but when we go up into the sky, it looks curved sometimes, and I emphasize the sometimes, then it's not going to invalidate the measurements that we take of the surface of the Earth.
How do you measure the Earth horizontal?
Can you acknowledge what he just said?
Yo, yeah, you just said that. Yeah, if we measured it horizontally, if you see it curved in space, like it doesn't change what we measured. But how do you measure it horizontally?
Okay, so first you understand that water lays level upon the surface when contained and at rest. When at static equilibrium, surface is horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Good. The surface of the Earth is 70% water. We observe and we measure this water to be a horizontal reference datum. Like I was trying to point out earlier.
Okay, wait. How are they measuring it?
I'm just about to tell you. With triangles. For example. What? For example. Yeah, for example.
Stop, I don't want to hear it anymore.
24/7 flat Earth. What's going on, chat?
Wants to talk.
We're trying to talk about flat Earth.
So like I was trying to tell you earlier, you can figure out your distance to a mountain if you can measure the elevation angle up to the top of that mountain from mean sea level. If you know the height of the mountain above mean sea level, you know that side, and then you can measure the angle, and then you can figure out the distance. Like I was trying to tell you earlier, if you know one side and some angles, it's not going to take a little bit of math to figure out one of the sides.
Yeah, and math can solve the fact that the Earth is round. So.
No. See, the point is, we wouldn't be making these distance measurements on the surface of the Earth with both terrestrial and celestial objects if the surface of the Earth was curved, because we couldn't measure an angle.
Well, hold on, though. The horizon proves that the Earth is,
when every day you interrupt again, you gotta get the fuck out of here. Shut up.
From circles. So what?
Sorry. Yeah, they're stupid. They don't even know how to do math.
When every debate, shut up or get out.
Okay,
if you mute me, then you concede.
You're an idiot. Yeah, we concede. Right?
I'm an idiot. Can you prove to me that the Earth is flat? Go ahead.
Okay, so what's the definition of an angle?
Do you know the definition of angle? Why are you asking me?
No. You interjected yourself into this conversation. I'm talking
don't know the meaning. Is that why you're asking me?
I'm talking past you to Anna. So, Anna, what's the definition of an angle?
I don't remember.
Come on, you're studying this today.
I know, but that was like a couple months ago. Like I'm past what an angle is. I'm at freaking sine of 138.
Okay, so you passed what an angle is. You moved on to triangles. Maybe you developed onto squares as well, where there's more than like 4 angles and other fucking shapes. What's an angle?
I don't know, bro. You gotta tell me.
The intersection of 2 straight sides that meet at a vertex, and the measurement of the separation of those 2 straight sides in degrees, like 45 degrees, 90 degrees.
Okay, can I say something though?
Mm-hmm.
The ocean curvature, like water curvature is measurable. Like engineers have to take account the curvature of the Earth when they do like bridges and canals because it drops significantly. Like the surface.
Okay, I'm gonna warn you. We can either continue the conversation that we were having, or I can ask you to provide citation and direct measurement demonstration of the claims that you are now making. Do you think
you want me to give you a claim that engineers take into account ocean curvature when building bridges?
If you want to provide citation and the measurement of them actually doing so, then go on.
Well, why do you have to have the measurement? Like if engineers
because you're saying that it's measured. They have to take into account what the measurable.
Yeah, they have to take into account. Why would I have to?
Wait, real quick. I want to tell Jedi something because he's a little bit uneducated.
When every debate, shut up.
Okay, so you're conceding? Okay, interesting.
You
This is your first day on Flat Earth, huh?
If you want to join the conversation, just wait. Like, why is he interrupting?
He's done. Proceed.
We moved off of something that you have knowledge of, triangles and angles, and how we can measure distances by knowing certain sides or angles, to a claim that you're going to make about engineering always, because the surface of the Earth is always curving, always having to take account for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, it obviously depends on the project too.
Oh, depends on the project now.
Like
Okay.
if it's a short distance project, no. But if it's over a large distance, yeah, they probably will.
Yeah, they probably will. Okay. Which ones and what measurements?
Okay, I'll find it for you. I'll just look up. Do engineers have to take into account the Earth?
Yeah, just at the time, none.
This is interesting. Do they? You're asking Google if
Well,
they
because
do.
they do.
Because
Well,
you're telling me that they are.
yeah, they do. But how am I supposed to cite a source? Like, what do you expect?
Are you making stuff up on the spot, or are you trying to recite something that you've maybe heard once?
Do engineers take
Yeah,
into
she's ignoring you
account-
now. She didn't hear what you just said.
I did. I'm just looking it up first. Because no, you're
Because
asking me
you're
to bring a
looking it
source.
up
I
on
don't
the
know how
spot
you
and you
Do you want me
didn't
to
know.
get, like an
Yeah,
interview
you
or
used
what?
it as proof. Yeah, because you didn't know
What are you talking about? I didn't know what.
that you had to make it up on the spot and use it as a claim in our now Google searching the information.
No, he asked for a source for it.
Oh my God.
He asked for he asked
Yeah,
for a source.
he
and they're
literally
being
asked,
mad
"Can
at
you give me a
source?
citation that
That is
engineers-"
crazy.
John, shut up.
That is wild.
Who is this guy? Why is he interrupting? Like, seriously.
I want the measurements. That's what I want.
They asked for a source and they're mad at the source. It's crazy.
Yeah, John, shut up.
I'm looking for the source. Oh my god.
See, he's an idiot.
No.
He doesn't know what's happening.
Curious to see the budget on this bad boy. This movie looks like.
And do you think this is honest of you, Anna? Is this showing good integrity, good character?
Yeah, most of them are just like freaking engineers talking about it. There's
Yeah,
like
she didn't hear a word you just said, Jedi.
this one, engineering handbook.
And she's
They
going
ha-
to continue
they
to
have
talk
to
like because
account
she
for the
didn't hear what you
curvature of
just
the
said,
Earth.
Jedi. Maybe repeat it, Jedi, because she didn't hear what you just said.
What did he say?
I wonder if this is showing good character on your behalf, showing your integrity
How?
by making claims that you can't back, and you're going to have to go and find the claims because, like I said, you're
Well, I'm
vaguely
sorry
making-
I'm not that into the shape of the Earth because I think it's
Okay.
round and I don't care. Like, bro.
Again, this is why I keep offering you the opportunity to don't embarrass yourself like this. I mean, if you want to, and you're going to keep going, then fine, no problem at all.
Okay, I will. Shut up. But
Yeah,
like,
very telling behavior, very childish behavior. Yes, Jedi,
bro, it's
very childish behavior.
Discord.
Now she's talking over me. Very
Shut up,
childish.
bro.
Or you can just be intellectually honest, or not have the conversation at all.
Okay.
Remember, you changed the subject. Off of something that you know stuff about to something that you've got a vague recollection of, possibly.
Bro, I know what trigonometry is, not how that relates to how to measure the Earth. Like,
Good.
I do difference of fucking like angles. I'm not doing. If the ocean is this long, and you have a, I don't fucking know, like.
Fuck, whatever.
Bro, I think like, are you in school for anything?
Yeah.
'Cause I think you
Just
could
match your
really
energy. Yeah, whatever.
see like firsthand that the Earth is flat. Like, are you going to school for anything like that?
Now she's appealing to authority and consensus. Yeah, we have the measurements. While she's ignoring those
You have the
measurements.
measurements from Google, though. How do you know it's
reality.
real?
Sorry,
Yeah, she's.
You got the measurements from Google.
Who said anything about Google? What's wrong with this child?
Well, then where'd you get your measurements from?
Yeah, you're the only one using Google.
Outside measuring
Where
the
did
Earth.
he get his measurements
Outside
from?
measuring the Earth. I keep trying to tell you, but you don't want to listen. You can figure out your distance to mountains or the ground positions of stars if you measure the
Did you do
elevation.
that personally or what? Or do you just
Yes.
believe the internet, what the internet tells you?
No, this is celestial navigation. This is charting.
So did you do
and
that yourself, though, or like?
Hello? Hello?
No?
Or she could keep chanting it over and over while you answer.
He didn't. He isn't even answering me though.
Trying to.
He's just dodging the topic.
He
I asked
said
him if he
yes,
did
and
it.
then you kept talking. You keep talking for some reason.
Oh, so he measured the stars.
Like right now,
himself?
you're
I
gonna
didn't hear
keep
that.
talking.
Bro,
while
you're
he
the
was
one
answering. And you're
interrupting
still
him. I'm not
talking. Now
even
you're
talking.
getting in your feelings, and you're raising your voice
God.
because you're in your feelings. And he
You
was
two can
answering.
talk because
And you're
this
gonna keep talking.
fucking retard keeps
You're still
interrupting
talking.
me and
And now she's calling people names
Jedi's
because she's
conversation.
upset
It's actually
because
annoying.
she knows nothing because she had to use Google. What's wrong?
Strange. Oh well.
So, guys, Katy Perry went to space. I saw it.
No one's been to space to see shit.
I saw it.
Is this supposed to be a true story or like?
Was a true story.
No, no. Okay, not. I don't mean
Okay,
true.
I have
but,
a
like,
question though.
Is the actual claim that Katy Perry went to space?
She did today. She did.
She went to space today.
Yeah, with Jeff Bezos' wife or girlfriend.
What altitude did you go
And she's
to?
staying in space, I guess. It was a big thing today.
It is a question for you. What altitude did
No,
they go to?
I have a question too, but what'd you say? Sorry.
What altitude did they go to?
I don't even know. I didn't even care that much.
Yeah, of course, space, just up in the sky, right? Okay.
Well,
what's
I
your
mean, they saw the Earth, like, they were up pretty high.
They saw I can see the Earth from down here, and I can measure it, and it's flat.
No, I'm saying, like, they saw this.
Were they up like super duper high?
Yeah. Anyways, okay, I have a question, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So all the planets that we observe are spherical, so why would the Earth be flat?
Because the Earth doesn't measure to be like those things. Why it's different, I don't know, but it doesn't measure to be like those things.
So you think Earth is the only, like, different thing out of the billions of planets?
Yeah, things can be different, right?
No,
The Earth
no, like,
can-
I know that. I'm just saying
the
no
Earth
planet
can
we've
be.
observed is flat, but ours is.
But the Earth's not a planet. My goodness me! So everything that we observe is the surface of the Earth being the floor, and everything else above us. So in the sky, the things in the sky don't have to be like the floor. The light on your ceiling doesn't have to represent your carpet.
Okay, so how is half the Earth like bright
moves.
and the other half isn't, like the sun?
Sun moves and casts its light locally upon the Earth, ranging other areas in darkness that it's not local to. You can observe this.
No, like the sun.
Yeah, with the sun. Yeah, the sun moves, taking its light with it. What do you think?
Okay, but how? Like,
What do you
just
mean
above,
how?
like in a circle above the flat Earth? I'm just, like the
This
movement.
is what this is what we can observe. For example, 3 months of the year in the summer, inside the Arctic Circle, we can observe the sun rotate around the observer for more than 24 hours. So the sun doesn't set. Okay, it stays above the surface of the Earth. People closer to the circle of the sun will experience day and night cycles because the diameter is too big.
Okay, so where does the sun go when it sets, and where does the moon come from?
It doesn't set. It's above the
Okay,
horizon.
so where does it go? Why does it get dark?
I mean, why does it get dark? It goes away to illuminate another portion of the Earth.
But the Earth is flat. Like, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't the sun be illuminating like the whole Earth?
Why?
Well, because in the spherical way, the Earth, whatever side the Earth is pointed to, that whole part of the Earth is lit up. Like, the sun is
That's
huge.
lovely.
You think that the sun is like one beam onto one part of like the flat Earth?
No, it's just a light above the surface of the Earth that illuminates whatever portion it's over. If you're lucky enough, you can observe the sun for over 24 hours above the horizon, showing you it doesn't go down, it doesn't set, you're not rotating or anything. It's just dependent on you, the observer, in the circle of the sun. If you can experience day or night cycles, that would be the sun illuminating portions of the Earth as it circles above.
So how big is the sun's light then? Like,
Oh, I don't know how big the sun is.
How big is the sun?
no, I'm talking about the light that goes onto the flat Earth because
How big is the sun's light? Say
I mean,
that
yeah,
to
that's his argument
yourself.
right now.
Say that to yourself in your quiet time, and if you don't bust out laughing, you're the problem.
I'm going with his logic. He's saying, I asked him
Logic,
why
that
is it
has nothing to do with logic.
God forbid someone interrupts and says,
right. He has to interrupt. Like, oh my god.
Incessantly, I've been listening to you incessantly.
Then you can just have the conversation.
I was listening to you incessantly interrupt with your dumbass ignorance for the past 2 minutes. Sorry, Jedi, but I was snickering in the background. I said, "You're the man for this job."
Hell, I've only been listening for 5 minutes, and Jedi perfectly explained it, and she's just not getting it, like, at all.
Jedi is such a gentleman. You know why? Because he's single.
Mm-hmm. Sounded like Jaws then. Mm-hmm. That's weird. That's weird. Right, now that you're back, I met myself coffee.
Wait till you get married. You'll stop being a gentleman.
No, I ain't fucking doing that shit.
Oh, I see Charlene is back and red muted. Wonder why. You fucking clown. Where's Indigo?
Huey, you missed it. She got 104 on her exam. She got the extra credit in trig.
Marisa, why? When will you stop being so retarded?
103.
A 103 she got on her test.
Marisa, friend, why are you?
I'm retarded, dude. You're fucking Helen Keller, brother.
You keep saying that. I don't get that insult. I really don't.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Would you mind explaining it to me?
What's the ontology of an explanation? You fucking retard, Charlene.
Did I miss any more hard R's
You
while I was
fucking
gone?
clown. You're a despicable dipshit. You know that. Indigo told me what you did.
Oh, did he tell you what he did? You don't find that despicable?
Charlene. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Anybody else want to talk? Well, he takes a phone call, I guess.
What are these despicable things we?
Yeah, they were discussing what you did, and you started pointing the finger at someone
I'm not gonna announce it here. If you're curious, I can send it to you privately, but it's too meta, right?
Meta? What's meta mean?
It means I don't want to talk about how your mods like to drop hard R's and you all, turn the other way.
My mod? They're not mine.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking the royal you.
Oh man, you summoned the wrath, Charlie. Now you got to get booted. See ya.
Bye bye, Charlene.
Oh, come on, Charlene. Oh, I swear what he means at this moment. You mean everything. You in that dress, my thoughts I confess. Verge on dirty. Oh, come on, Charlene.
The best argument. The Globers. The truth. See the Earth curvature at 18,000 kilometers.
you change your profile photo and have a reset. Still have your mic open.
Have you guys ever done like experiments yourself to determine the Earth's curvature?
No, because you just compromised yourself. Because this isn't a scientific topic. You unwittingly just bashed yourself in the face with a spade shovel.
That's not what I asked.
Yeah, that's what you asked. You said if you'd ever done experiments to figure out whether the Earth is flat or not, or a sphere. That is stupid, atheist. Oh, you're an atheist. I should have fucking known, right? That's not science, love. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. Has nothing whatsoever to do with shapes. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen below 3rd grade and sacrificing on a 2nd grade retard altar. You fucking clown. What a clown. Thanks a lot. That was unsolicited.
So you can't
fucking
prove something is a
atheist moron.
circle?
You
Like what?
atheist moron.
This guy, bro.
What a clown.
This old ass man is trying to be cool right
And
now.
you're still talking? You're still talking, really?
You know the trigonometry that you're studying? Is that science?
No, it's math.
Good. Shapes, that's mathematical. That's geometry. That's
Okay,
not
I'm
science.
sorry. Have you gotten any personal data or empirical evidence of your own
Too late.
that the
It's
Earth
already
is
too late.
spherical?
Too late. Too late. You smoked
Bro,
yourself.
I'm muting
You're
your
a
dumbass. Like you interrupt.
You're not only
okay?
a dumbass, right, from a scientific perspective. I mean, you're a fucking glue sniffer all the way home to the fucking atheist crayon.
So, like, have you gotten measurements
Yeah,
yourself?
you know what? You know the three numpty fucking skull crushers, the three numpty pillars of atheism. You know what they are? So, one, these are your mantras. Something can come from nothing naturally. Number two, ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints. And number three, you're in direct violation of the laws of thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, and common sense.
How am I against thermodynamics?
Yes, I'll go into it deep with you here. So, you want me to go? Let's do this professionally. Let's go. Are you in chat?
Sure.
Okay. So, we'll put this, I'll put your death notice at time 50 minutes after the hour. That's the time of death. So, you ready? See, I'm going with some hard, pipe-hitting pseudoscientists. Alexander Vilenkin, Many Worlds in One. Listen closely, love. It is said that an argument is what convinces reasonable men, and a proof is what takes to convince even an unreasonable man. With the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning. The universe began. From Paul Davies, Templeton Award winner, The Big Questions. He says the universe can't have existed forever. We know there must have been an absolute beginning a finite time ago. And finally,
provided. I'm not saying anything like that. And we're going to get to that example. I promise you. I'm not going to leave you hanging there. Okay? I just want to get through the general thing of anywhere in the world. You said that it can't be a 10 times difference. That's what I want to get through before we go to the specific Cali example. Is that okay?
Yeah, look.
Like, Brock disagrees with you. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so I've never seen an example of that or anything close to that, right? But that if that was the case, right? So this is the whole thing is about this observation that we've presented, right? So the no one's saying that the oil platform's appearing 10 times further away in this observation, right? That's not the argument. The argument is that there's no geometric horizon at 1.22 miles where it has to be on a globe.
Repeat that again. My brain derped out in the middle of that.
Yeah, so, right, let's do a hypothetical, right? So you got that 1 foot observer height, right? And we're going to hypothetically just remove all of the weather conditions, right? All of the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, the atmo, right? We're going to remove that, right? So there's no refraction, there's nothing taking place, right? You have a horizon, a physical horizon at 1.225 miles, right? It cannot move, right? It's physical. Anything that goes beyond it starts to go over the horizon. Do you agree?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So okay. So just adding back in the air and the temperatures and whatnot, right? That doesn't change that physical horizon being there, right? It just gives us different types of effects.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just gives us different types of mirage effects and whatnot that we have to contend with.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. We're in agreement there. Yep.
Yeah, okay. So we know that physical horizon has to be there at 1.22 miles, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not detectable, right? Do you agree that it is completely invisible? There isn't a horizon there at 1.225 miles.
It's invisible. I mean, I think we can see it. I think we can see the actual horizon. It just doesn't look like a horizon because we're also looking at what's behind the horizon. If you were to believe in a globe.
Right, but the horizon's in front of the oil platforms.
Right, yeah, the physical horizon is in front of the oil platforms, correct, yes.
Yeah, but it's not. That's the thing. There is no physical horizon in front of the oil platforms, right? Because the horizon's behind the oil platforms.
No, so I guess what you're... So I see what the confusion is here. I think I understand this. What you're seeing as the horizon in that photo, like behind those oil platforms, is not the physical horizon. You're seeing light from behind the physical horizon. Actually, like in this case, probably I don't know how much times. Maybe 5 times, maybe 10 times. I don't know what the actual. We'll go into this specific example, but like just because the line that you're seeing as the quote unquote horizon because of a mirage effect, it doesn't mean it's the actual physical horizon. That's what someone who believes in a globe would argue.
What physical horizon?
So as he said, so if you're at a one, we did the thing in Grok, and it makes sense of just like basic geometry, right? If you're at a 1 foot, height, and based on the apparent quote unquote curvature of the Earth and radius calculations, there's a distance where the horizon should be. That makes sense to me. That distance is, whatever you said, 1.22 miles, I think, something like that.
Does that actually exist?
Yes, in my opinion, yes, that not an opinion. I think that exists. Yes.
How do you know?
I mean, that's a separate conversation. Are we moving there, or are we going to stay with?
Wasn't that the whole point?
I guess eventually it does have to get there, right? Because if there's a flat Earth and there is, do you guys believe there's no horizon then?
Why are we thinking there's a curved horizon there that you don't see? Yeah, go for it, Elijah.
Time out. You said, thank you. You said that the horizon we're seeing is not the horizon. That's not true. You said that, Globers would argue your point. I've heard people argue that point with no validation, though. Because, again, when you look and scour the internet online at EDU sources or most other sources or videos, just on YouTube that's talking about the distance to the horizon or globe earthers arguing for the horizon being geometric. like Nat Geo, they're all saying that it's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what most people are saying. That's what most people think.
So I'm agreeing with that. I agree with that thing that it's 1.22 times the observer's height. Whatever, that math, I agree.
No, but that's not. But you're answering a question that I didn't ask. I didn't ask you if you agreed with the math. I said your point about not actually seeing obstruction at that point. It's not meeting other people's expectations. You said that Globers would argue. You said that Globers would argue your point. I just gave you a point about Nat Geo specifically, where that's not the case.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, your name is Big Daddy. I don't really like calling you Big Daddy, but I guess if I have to, that's your name. To answer what you said, I mean, first of all, I'm not here to. I didn't even come to this Discord to debate flat Earth. I'm not an expert. So if you have a link, I'd love to look at it. If you don't mind linking, I'd like to look at a new source. I'm not here arguing in bad faith or anything. I was just answering.
I'm gonna pause right here then, and then I mean, since it is new information to you, you want to take a look.
That's what I'm saying. If you have a source, I'd love to look at it.
All right, give me 30 seconds.
Take your time. I'm going to be here in 30 minutes, so you don't got to rush.
It's here already. It's here already.
I have a quick source.
I want to finish though. What I was answering your thing though, which is I was.
This is answering it. That's the point, because this video that I just posted at 4 minutes and 37 seconds on what the Globe Earther explains is in contradiction with what you just said.
Okay, and we'll go through that. Okay, let's go through it together. Is that fine?
I mean, we kind of have to, because that's where we disagree.
Sure, let's go through it. I'm happy to do that. Are you happy to go through with me and indulge me?
Yeah, 4 minutes 37 seconds.
Okay, perfect. I'm at 4:37. I'm hitting play.
Mm-hmm.
Point should I stop? A minute in, or how far do I have to go?
After they conclude the observation.
Okay, I'll keep it going. I think I finished the observation where they can't see the bottom stripe anymore. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, yeah, what would you like to get from that? Sorry.
What is their claim?
Yeah, I guess their claim is that once you reach the 1.22 mile mark, that they could still see it. So we were having the what is the name for the type of refraction, or the type of not refraction, mirage. There's a superior mirage, I think it was called, right? Because I think this is like what we're witnessing, a superior mirage, because you can still see the flag that they sailed out more than 1.22 miles out, and then they could, based probably. I don't.
That's not. Yeah, no. No, the point is,
what's the point? My bad.
Which is obviously the horizon. That's why we're bringing this up, because you said that the horizon that you see is not the horizon that's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, for whatever reason. Okay, so Specifically, they're saying.
Can we? Wait.
Why is it hard to finish a point?
I just wanted to interject because I think I have confusion there. If you don't mind alleviating it for me.
Confusion where?
So what you just said. That's why I wanted to interject. But if you want to finish the whole point, you can finish it too.
What's confusing?
Yeah, so what's confusing to me is I feel like that video I just watched is in conjunction with what I said.
It's not.
Yeah, do you mind explaining to me how it's not?
Because the horizon's not at 1.2 miles blocking the boat.
Right, so that seems to be in conjunction with what I said, which is that the horizon they're seeing is not the horizon that's 1.22 miles out. That's what I said.
Okay. What you said was most people would argue that that's the case. No, my point in bringing this video up was that they would argue, a Glober would argue that the horizon can be 10 times further. I said no, that's not what people argue. The people you just watched argued that the horizon was 1.2 times the square root of the observed 7 feet. They said the horizon was at 1.2 miles, when you can clearly see it's not the case. But that's what they said. So they didn't argue what you said. They argued what I said most people would argue.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. If you don't mind, I can rephrase what I think. I'm a globe Earth person. Right, so I don't know about the other ones, but I can argue for myself. Okay, so
it's not about myself. You. It's not about.
Right,
it's not about you. You made a point. It's not about you. You made a point, and my rebuttal to your point in saying that others, because you didn't. Your point wasn't about you. It was about others as Globers would agree with you. And I said, actually, that's not.
I'm not talking on behalf of anyone else besides myself. My point's not on behalf of all other Globers. That's not true. No.
Okay, so do you? I mean, obviously.
I'm happy to restate my point. I think there's a misunderstanding here. You answered my question.
Obviously, I just. Well, I'm trying to
respond though. No, you can talk for 5 minutes. I'd like to respond, and then you can talk more.
I didn't. What are you responding to?
I'm responding to. I asked you a question. You responded, and I'd like to respond to your answer.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, just so it's very clear, is that the horizon is at the 1.22 mile mark. Okay, that is where the horizon is. Okay.
Where?
What I'm saying is, you're seeing beyond the horizon. That's what I'm arguing.
Where? Where do you see? Yeah. Where do you see it? At one point, where do you see it?
So you don't see it as a horizon. That's where the physical horizon is, but what you're seeing is actually behind the physical horizon. That's what I would argue.
Well, how are you arguing? Okay, so how are you arguing that you don't see it? So how do you know it's there?
You do see it. It's just not showing as a flat horizon. Right? That's the misunderstanding.
No, a horizon is.
Can I screen share and show, like, if I draw on something, could you guys see it? Is that?
No, I don't want to. I don't care what you do, but as far as engaging in this conversation and staying on subject, the horizon is only defined.
I wanted to illustrate an example.
I don't need an example. I know what a horizon is. I think everyone on this VC knows.
I don't think you do. No. Sorry.
Well, am I going to have to start muting you? Because you hear that I'm speaking I'm not trying to be passive. But when I'm talking, I don't want you to keep trying to jump in when I'm talking. I don't want you to be doing that. So if I have to mute you to stop you from doing that, I'm asking you if you could just control yourself.
I'm happy to. I would just hope you keep your answers concise because you ramble on a lot. That's why I'm going to get frustrated with it.
It doesn't matter. Bottom line is when I'm talking, you won't talk, and vice versa, right?
No, I'm saying no. As long as you don't ramble on, I'm cool with that. You know, we've been having a conversation for 2 hours with people. I've been fine. So as long as you are also concise, like they have been, I'm happy to talk to you. Okay.
What have I not been concise about?
You just ramble on. You ramble on for about 5 minutes, and then
what have I not been concise about? What have I not been concise about?
Sure. When you were describing what I thought could have just had me explain my thoughts instead of describing it for 5 minutes. That was not concise.
Well, you want to bet money on whether or not it was 5 minutes since this is recorded?
It was not five. It was not exactly 5 minutes. I was being
All
hyperbolic.
right,
in my
so
answer.
now so you're being hyperbolic to stop me from talking because it wasn't 5 minutes. I was making a point, and you keep
I'm
talking
not
when
going to
I'm
stop you
talking.
from talking, and you're welcome to keep talking. I'm going to be here for a while.
Well,
so
it's
I
not
don't wanna
five.
rush,
It's not 5 minutes. So if you're not in a rush and I haven't used up 5 minutes, why are you talking when I'm talking?
Because I either want to interject or I want to make a point or whatever the reason is. There's lots of reasons I might talk while you're
All
talking.
right. Well, so that's why I asked. Please don't interrupt me, and I won't do. And I'll do the same for you. I asked you nicely.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm cool with that premise. You can say whatever you'd like.
Elijah, can I say what I heard from you?
Why? After
Only
I mean,
that
I'm
he
trying to-
understand that he understand that you was
but you
concise.
talking louder is not making me want to say yes to you, Sasha. I was talking already.
Yeah, I know, but he has an opinion that you was not concise. That means that you are talking, but other people can confirm. No, you was concise, and we understood why you was concise. Only that.
Thank you. The bottom line is you're saying that there's a horizon at 1.2 miles. You're just not seeing it there. Well, first of all, the definition of horizon is where the sky and the deck appear to meet. So it appears where it appears, which is not at 1.2 miles. So what's the validation for your claim that it is there?
So the horizon is at 1.22 miles. What you're seeing that appears to be horizon is not actually the horizon. That's further than the actual horizon. That's my claim.
Yeah, what is the validation for that claim? That's what I just asked you.
Yeah, so the validation for that claim is that there's such a thing called a superior mirage, which depending on the temperature and atmospheric pressures, that light can bend. So one thing they showed me is I'd never seen this before today. The floating ship thing. I had never seen this before. Like this is an example of a mirage where you're seeing things that aren't exactly, as they are out in the water because of atmospheric pressures and temperature changes. So this is not an example of a floating ship one. The California oil rig thing is not an example of that. But I'm saying from that YouTube video, I don't know exactly which type of mirage it is, but some type of visual mirage is causing you to see light that is behind the actual horizon. That's what a globe earther would argue.
But how do you validate that though? Because this is not a mirage. We know what mirages are. From Nat Geo.
So we can go into-
Again, look, brother. So we know what mirages are. Specifically from Nat Geo. This is not a mirage. You saying it's a mirage, and therefore light bends to support your premise, is flawed. It's not a mirage.
Is it my turn or you have more? I can wait.
Well, yeah, because it's not a mirage, obviously.
Do you want me to respond, or do you have? I'm happy to wait too, unless you don't.
It's not a mirage.
So So let's get into it. I've never seen that YouTube video you linked before. We can get into that. Before you linked that, we were talking about the California oil rigs. I was talking about the DJ, and we were talking about that it was a mirage, that he thought it couldn't go 10 times distance with the mirage. But you're saying it's not a mirage. So these are two separate arguments, right?
I didn't hear him say it was a mirage. I heard him describing to you what mirages were, and that this wasn't a mirage. The same thing I happen to be telling you now. It's not a mirage. So I don't know why you're arguing that it's a mirage.
DJ, did I misunderstand your argument? Maybe I did. Can you just
what Elijah just said. No, Elijah just summed it up just fine. Yeah, I didn't claim it was a mirage. You were claiming it was a mirage, right? And then I was just teaching you about different types of mirages, and that none of these have any characteristics of the type of mirage that you're talking about, especially.
Okay, so I see. So the contention here is not if mirages exist or what a mirage is. It's just the contention is that this is a mirage in this case with the oil rigs or with the YouTube video you linked, Big Daddy. That's the contention?
Well, your claim is that it is a mirage, but it's not a mirage.
Right. I'm just trying to clarify what we're even arguing about.
That's what the argument is about. That's what the argument is about. You're claiming that the horizon
I understand
is not.
now.
You're claiming that the horizon is 1.2 miles, but you can't see it because it's a mirage. Well, no, it's
I'm
not
saying
a
you
mirage.
can see it. You do see it. You just see it much closer than you normally would. It looks much closer in the scheme of things.
It's not a mirage.
I didn't say you don't see it. I just wanted to clarify that because that would be a mischaracterization of what I said.
No, you said.
And just bear with me.
You did say you did say you don't see it.
No. So
That's
I don't
when
think you understand what I'm saying.
that's when somebody laughed about 10
I'm
minutes
talking.
ago.
I didn't interrupt you. Can you not interrupt me?
That's when someone was laughing about 10 minutes ago. You did say it.
My bad. Can you not interrupt me while I'm talking? I gave you the courtesy of not interrupting me.
Well, don't tell me I'm interrupting you first and foremost. Because
You are. You're interrupting me right now.
Well, watch this. So here's the thing. You did say it, and it's recorded. That's it. It's recorded. You did. Did he not? Anybody else that's listening?
Yeah, he said it. He said that the horizon is there at 1.22 miles, and the rest, I don't remember about the rest. He said if he said a mirage, but he said that the horizon is there. So meaning for him, there is two places where the sky meets the ocean.
But he did say you can't see it at 1.2 miles. That's what
He said it's there, but you cannot see it. You know, he said that.
That's what he said.
Yep.
So.
And maybe he doesn't know what horizon is.
Yeah, definitely, he doesn't know it. If he says that the horizon is there at 1.22 miles, and still you see a horizon at farther than 10 miles, definitely his definition for the horizon is not where the skies appear to meet the ocean. Definitely it's not.
Why nobody seeing that what he see?
You guys done ranting to yourselves?
Do you know what is horizon?
We can look up what a horizon is.
No, we don't need to. I don't need to. I mean, I don't need. I have enough.
Why you interrupt me in the middle of my sentence? I didn't interrupt you.
Great. I asked you only what the horizon is.
I don't talk
and you
to people who interrupt me.
That's great, man. That's great. I asked only one question, and the question was what the horizon is, and you said let's look it up. We don't need to look it up.
I
know what
people who interrupt me. I guess that's you guys like to mute
great.
me while I
now
talk,
you can
so
say what horizon is. Okay, can you tell us what?
I've been good faith for the past 2 hours. I've been really trying.
I will shut up. Can you tell us what horizon?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do if I'm getting interrupted. So
he interrupted you because you didn't answer his question. You just went so far from the what he asked you. So he asked you what is a horizon. You said we can look it up. Look it up. You look it up and tell us what is a horizon.
Yeah.
Everybody knows what a horizon is, number one. Number two, if you've been here for 2 hours on these simple ass points, I don't care if you to keep you I don't care to have you off mute. If you've been in here talking for 2 hours about this, it's not that serious. You can go do something else. But you're wrong. It's not a mirage.
Mirage has to do.
Guys, are we having a combo or no? Because if we don't have it, I'm fine to leave. I can do other things.
Mirage has something to do with the object on the horizon, not with the horizon itself.
Yes, no, maybe so.
Welcome to the sea level.
If I've been here for too long, you seem to have some gripe with me being here for 2 hours talking. I thought you guys were trying to change my mind. If that's not the goal, if you want to circle jerk with each other and talk about how you all agree with each other a bunch of times, that's fine. I'm happy to leave. Or do you want to have an actual conversation like we were doing for the last 2 hours?
Yeah, we are speaking about horizon, but it would be nice if you know what is horizon, because we know what is horizon. The only question is, do you know what horizon?
It seems like you shut the fuck up now. So now I can continue talking.
Oh, nice language.
He has.
Don't
Why
get
you
triggered. Don't
why
get
you so
triggered.
why you so triggered because of
I'm
my
getting kind
question?
of triggered when I had a good faith
Man,
conversation
but
for 2 hours,
listen
and then
carefully.
some dude mutes me in bad
This
faith.
is
That
simple
is pretty annoying. I
question.
hope you could understand that. If
Yeah,
you've been
but this
listening
is
for the whole
simple.
convo,
Why you so
I think
triggered?
people
It's
would
so simple
understand that.
question. I didn't ask you, what your nationality, what did you do in the war or something. I asked you what is the
So I'm
horizon,
willing to
man.
move forward.
So
Intention
go
seems
ahead.
to be
Go ahead. Move forward and just give the definition of the horizon. What do you consider the horizon to be?
Oh, look at this. I'm gonna post this in the chat real quick first. Look at that. It says, in the same way, ships that are so far away that they should not be visible above the geometric horizon may appear on or even above the horizon as superior mirages. This may explain some stories about flying ships or coastal cities in the sky, as described by some polar explorers. This is with respect to the geometric horizon. They're talking about observations with respect to 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that's the claim. You trying to claim that that's not the claim is irrational. I mean, we could do this all day long.
Yeah, I guess this is my last last time saying it, but I'm happy to have a convo. But I guess if there's muting and stuff, I'm willing to move forward for here. We had our fun. So are we moving forward, or if you guys want to have the convo to yourself again, that's totally okay. I did invade your space.
Well, how about this, bro? For what you're claiming to be true, right? To be true, you require the Earth to be a sphere with a specific radius value. How do you validate that?
Yeah, would you? We can talk about that. But do you mind if we go? We got pretty far on like the Mirage stuff. I'd like to go through the Mirage question first, and then.
No, you got cooked. You
Anything
got
else?
cooked. You cooked, bro. You cooked. So
You
if
got
you
me,
want
I'm
us
cooked.
to
You're
entertain
right.
your claim,
Concede. You're right. I'm cooked.
entertain.
Can we move
If you
forward with the
want us to
conversation though, or no?
If you want us to entertain your claim about it, what you're saying is happening there, the reason why you see this other horizon, right? When you only actually see one horizon, then you're going to have to validate.
It sounds
the
like
premise.
you're.
You'll have to.
I was having a
validate the premise of your
conversation
claim.
with Big Daddy and DJ.
Please continue.
Yeah, that's
interrupted.
You'll need to validate the premise of your claim for what you're saying is true to be true, which is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
I'm happy to do that, but would you like me to do that first or after I finish the conversation I had with DJ and Big Daddy for 2 hours? That's what I was doing. I was just being kind.
Claim. It's the premise of your claim.
Okay, so the answer to my question then, if I could, answer the question for myself, would be you would like me to go through that before I get back to the 2-hour conversation we had. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the underlying foundational principle of your claim. So yeah, you should address that. Because without that,
Perfect.
you don't have any reason to say that there's this other horizon.
Okay, let's go through it. I'm happy to do it. I just hope, let's be good faith with each other. I'm not a flat earth debater, just for some background. I joined this Discord today. I joined it to debate something conservative related that had nothing to do with this. I stumbled into this channel and I'm learning as I come in here. So if you want to attack me for not knowing stuff off the rip, that's fine. But I concede off the rip. You're more knowledgeable than me. I've been doing this for a while. So please bear with me. I'm not the smartest person in the world. And I've never seen this stuff before. So just have some charity with me.
So you're rambling. Remember what you told me about rambling? Is the short answer no to his question, or are we rambling now, or
charity?
Are we
Sorry, you're right. I was rambling. I'd like some charity.
We have observation, 1 foot
So
observer.
ask him again. I'm sorry, Sasha. I'm sorry. Can you ask him again, T-Dub?
I was just saying that for what he's saying to be true, then he requires the Earth to be a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles. So how did you validate that foundational principle that your claim relies upon?
Thank you. That's a good question. And I also want to note, just if you go all the way up in the chat, we assumed for the purpose of this conversation that was the radius. That was what was given to me, an assumption. I believe that was by DJ. I don't know if you remember that, DJ. We prefaced all this conversation I was having with DJ and Big Daddy with that assumption, but now we're going to go into that assumption. So let's do it right now. I just asked Grok, because again, I'm not an expert on this. I'm going to read what it says. Okay, we have geodetic surveys, proof of concept. By measuring arcs of the Earth's surface, distance and angles, triangulation, surveyors can calculate the Earth's curvature and radius. I guess you guys don't think the Earth is curved, so that's not going to work. You guys don't believe the Earth is curved, so I guess modern methods like satellite and GPS aren't going to work for measuring the circumference of Earth and then to reverse the math to do the radius. Okay, this is a good one. Do you believe in gravity now?
Oh, Jesus. What's that?
T-Dub, do you believe in the equation
What's
for
that?
gravity?
And I will. If you can prove it to me, I will believe it.
Yeah, if you ask someone if they believe something, that means that thing have never been validated. So it necessitates for people to believe it or not believe it. So meaning that gravity were never validated. It's just something you have to ask people if they believe it or not.
What is for you gravity?
Okay, fair enough. I hear what you're saying. Gravity is proven. There's a proof for it, just like other things in physics.
What is gravity?
So whether you believe it or not, T-Dub, there's an equation for gravity, and we can measure how objects are going to fall and at what rates, and we can make lots of predictions with it, and it has a scientific and rigorous proof. Using the formula for gravity, I'll post it for you.
We know the formula. I want to ask you something. Can things fall only on the curved surface or they can fall on the flat surface?
Sasha, hold on a second. Friend, you told us that you were going to operate in bad faith, and so far I've heard you make about 5 consecutive baseless assertion fallacies. Would you mind not doing that?
I don't do a lot of debates. Do you mind explaining what a baseless assertion fallacy is to me, and then I'm happy to correct it afterwards?
You make a claim without any support.
So that you're saying all the claims about gravity have no support, that there's no scientific proof for it?
No, you made the claims and
based on gravity?
Yeah, you didn't make any support for the claims.
Okay, so let's go through gravity. So we're going to do a tangent on gravity. Can someone just write this down somewhere so I remember?
Hold on, bro.
Gravity.
You are probably the worst faith interlocutor in this conversation. You're kind of ad homing most of us in here, bounce around to different things. I didn't say I wanted to talk about gravity. You were earlier asked to validate the size of the Earth, and you have yet to do that.
So we're going to go through that. And to do that, I want to first talk about gravity. That's the first step for me.
No, this is a red herring. Now you've moved on to something else. It's called scattergunning. You are bad faith.
Okay, so the formula for gravity has radius in the bottom. So to prove,
so you're going to ignore me, and you're not going to go to the part where we talked about the radius of the Earth and the proof for it. You're going to abandon that.
I'm not going to abandon it. That is why I'm.
So first of all,
explaining why
if the radius is in the map, that means first of all,
almost like you guys wanted a conversation.
It's begging the question. So if the radius is in the map, it's begging the question. That's not proving the premise in the first place. You were closer when you were talking about geodetic surveying, but you started talking about trigonometry and then calculating for the curvature of the Earth. Now, trigonometry deals with flat planes and angles and measurements. And then thereafter, like you said, maybe there are some calculations that are made to tell you how big an Earth would be if it were a sphere, if it were arcing. But you were closer there, so if you were like going to pull up some information, we'd look through it together, and then I basically point out to you where what I'm saying was.
I mean, I would go through that exercise, and I'm happy to do that. I guess it's getting a little challenging now. I think there's got a lot of people in here. It's like now I get, someone unmutes, and they're making a point, and they can say whatever they want. But it seems like,
Well,
right
it's not
now,
about making a point. You got to follow. You still, like he said, have yet to validate the premise that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now we've already debunked that. We've already debunked that using a Modus-Tollens argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If Earth were a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the Black Swan video, the horizon is beyond 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, not Q. Therefore, the Earth isn't a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So that's Modus-Tollens.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about for the first 2 hours, and we were getting into the part with mirages that you disagree with mirage, and we never got through the end of that. So we never got agreement there. We never proved anything there, right?
Well, you didn't. There was no mirage. But anyway, that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is, you've yet to validate the premise that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
That is correct. That's what I wanted to get into now. And again, as I said, it's my first day doing this, so I'm going to look it up and we'll go through it together. Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it. You said the geodetic surveys is the way you'd like to go about that?
Well, it's not my claim, it's yours.
Sure, I'm saying that's the claim you think is the least baseless because it doesn't already, as you said, the gravity already has the radius in the bottom.
I didn't say any of that. You're saying it. I didn't say any of that.
So let's do. You mentioned the geodetic surveys and being more charitable in that one view. So let's go that route. I'm happy to go any route. You know what I mean? So
okay,
we're gonna. I'm not doing this in some rigorous. I'm trying to win the debate way. Okay, I concede all of that. If you win the debate, okay, I just want to learn about this.
It's not about winning. It's again, the information is the information.
Right, and you're saying if you want to win or gotcha, you got it. I conceded already. I just want to learn. So let's go through the geodetic survey thing. Proof of concept. By measuring arcs of the Earth's surface, distance and angles, and using triangulation, surveyors can calculate the Earth's curvatures and radius. In the 17th and 19th centuries, expeditions, French geodetic mission, measured the length of a degree of latitude along a meridian. By comparing these measurements at different latitudes, they confirmed the Earth is an oblate spheroid and calculated its radius. The radius, obviously, I know how to calculate the radius for a sphere. Modern geodetic surveys use precise instruments and account. Okay, let's see. How are modern? I'm just saying the prompt out loud. How are modern geodetic surveys conducted and prove their accuracy and cite sources?
Can I point something out there?
I can add to the prompt. Yeah. What is it? Would you like to add to it?
Already in the beginning, they're using a flat Earth.
In the beginning of what?
In the beginning of what you said, they're utilizing a flat Earth.
Could you clarify what I said that was using a flat Earth? I'm reading over the Grok thing. I don't really see it.
Latitude along the meridian. Latitude. flat Earth measurement.
Oh yeah, so it says in the 17th and 19th centuries, expeditions, the French geodetic mission,
Right,
measured
that's
the
after.
length of a degree.
That's after. You're going to ignore. I said in the very
Oh, it
beginning.
says meridian. I was almost through it. It measured the length of a degree of latitude along a meridian.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it said. That's why I was reading that sentence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Let me
I
read
said,
it again. Sorry, I couldn't even think about it. In the 17th and 19th centuries expeditions, geodetic mission measured the length of a degree of latitude along a meridian.
Okay.
Well, you can measure the length of a degree along it without it being flat.
No, it's a flat measurement. There's latitude there. You know what latitude is? How it's derived?
No, we can see. How is latitude derived? I'll ask that.
Elevation angles to polarity.
Okay, yep, I see it now. Yes, I understand how it's derived. So it starts at
There
the
you go.
pole and then it moves from there.
So they begin with the flat Earth to calculate how spherical it is. You don't see a problem with that?
Repeat that one more time.
Or do
Sorry.
you, or do you
you're
not
saying
understand?
I kind of like my brain kind of buzzed out in the middle of your question.
Well, an elevation angle is a measurement off of the surface of the Earth at sea level, which is a horizontal line, straight.
Well, I guess it'd be a circle.
Which is
So
two
it's
dimensional.
not a horizontal line.
Well,
If you believe in a
which
globe,
is
then it would be a circle.
no. The angle is not a circle. Sorry.
The angle is
I
what
like
makes it a circle.
but
If it's
excuse
straight,
me.
it wouldn't be a circle.
But
A straight
this
line
is a
can't be a circle.
but this is a red herring. An angle is not a circle. Let's start
An
there.
angle is not a circle. I agree.
Okay. So when you're taking an elevation angle, it's not a circle.
Yeah, I don't know what an elevation angle is. Let me see what that is.
Okay. I just told you what it was. And then you started talking about circles.
My bad. This is my first time hearing all these terms, so you gotta.
That's fine, but you're kind of like debating it, telling me things that are incorrect when you don't know. That's kind of, it's cool. I'm just like, do you see how you doing that might be a little weird?
Okay, I can see it, but I think you do have to understand that like I've never met anyone in real life who's ever argued any of these things, so I guess I'm not very charitable to them, if that makes sense.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, I have a Google image of angle of elevation. So go back to what you were saying about that now. I know what it is now.
Okay, read the definition.
My bad. Can you just repeat what you were saying about the latitude stuff? I now know what the angle of elevation is. I can maybe better understand what you were saying this time.
Elevation angles to Polaris is how latitude was derived. To calculate a globe. So they use a flat Earth to reify a globe.
Well, if you had a flat line, it could never make a circle or a globe. Like a circle is the circumference.
It's a measurement. What do you keep talking about? Flat lines, circles, this, that. It's a measurement. You just said, we just sat here, you just talked about looking up what an elevation angle is, and you keep reverting back to what you're reverting back to. I don't understand.
can screen share and show you what I'm looking at. Is there like a photo of it? Maybe I'm just not understanding this
Well,
concept.
it doesn't matter. It's not a. Well, either you know what an elevation angle is or you don't. You just said. I said read a definition, and then you said, "Well,
Show
can
what
you go back to what?" You said, "Can you go back to what you were saying before?" But what I was saying before was defining what an elevation angle is. And then you started talking about circles, and here we are again. I just explained this to you before for the second time. So this is the third time.
No, you're explaining a bunch of times, but I'm not understanding it. That's what I was looking at for elevation angle. Is there like a photo of what you're talking about, or like some diagram or something that would help me?
Why would there be a dot? Just read the definition of what an elevation angle is.
Right, I understand what it is.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
I don't understand how somehow that makes the Earth flat. I'm not seeing how we're getting there.
The adjacent for the angle is the Earth. At sea, it's used as sea level.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Adjacent is the Earth at sea level. Yes, that would be correct.
Which is not curving.
Oh, right. So, I mean,
because you need it because there will be a circle, right? There will be a circle, right? I'm sorry. Why? You don't really know much, but you're talking a lot. What's the problem?
No, there's no problem. I just wanted to say that photo Daz posted was good. That helps explain it.
Okay, so there is a circle.
Do you want me to explain this though?
I was talking, dude.
Okay, my bad. Keep talking.
Are you listening though?
Yeah, I'm listening. It just, you got to bear with me. I know it's frustrating because you're really well versed in this. I'm not, so it's very frustrating. It's frustrating. I get
Not really. It's pretty simple stuff. You're just indoctrinated. That's why it's hard.
Oh,
it's not really. It's very simple. It's not complicated.
Well, I know, but it takes time, so you got to bear with me. Okay, so if you want to answer why you would have a flat adjacent, it should be very similar to like.
No, you don't. It's not. Nobody's asking why you would have. Nobody's asking why you would have a flat.
You said that proves Earth is flat, right? Or no? Is that not right?
Because it's an axiom. It's not something to prove. It's just something that's true. Yeah.
But you're saying
did you not just look up? Hold up. Time out. Did you not just look up latitude is derived by elevation angles to Polaris? Yes or no?
Didn't look that up specifically. No, I just looked up latitude.
Oh, it did, but when I made that statement, you went on to look something up and validated that was the case. Yes or no?
I may have, and maybe I did mistakenly. I'm not sure.
You did though. It's on live stream, bro.
You're right. Maybe you're probably right. Maybe I was wrong.
So, in that,
can we go back to that? I'm just trying to understand this stuff, really.
So, in that case, the Earth being a horizontal plane of reference in this coordinate system, that's just an axiom. That's what I'm pointing out to you.
Could you show me the other thing? I don't understand the second thing that apparently I agreed to that proves this. Is it the thing you just linked at 414, the altitude angle?
No, I didn't link anything. You said out of your mouth.
My bad. I keep looking at the chat too. It's distracting me.
Well, I'm washing dishes, bro, and I'm keeping up with the conversation. Like, what the hell?
No, you talk about this a lot of the times. I've never joined a Discord like this in my entire life, so you got to have some faith.
So why are you being so combative instead of receptive to what I'm saying?
I'm receptive to what you're saying, but we didn't get through the full example of the Mirage stuff. I didn't accept the premise that the Earth is flat based on that, so I'm still very skeptical. Everything in my life has led me to believe
it's not. The premise wasn't the Earth is flat because of that. The premise was the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. And so premise two was every horizon distance would be 1.2 times the square root of the
Correct.
observer's height feet in
We
distance.
made the assumption at the beginning of the convo of the radius thing. And now
But
we're going back.
I don't need to over clarify. I'm already clarifying. I'm already clarifying. I don't need to double clarify. So the bottom line is those were the two premises that were proven to be false. That's it. What I'm showing you now has to do. What I'm showing you now. Well, what I'm showing. What? What?
I said they weren't proven to be false. That's all I said. I didn't say anything else.
Yeah, they were with Nat Geo and with the oil rigs and the distance to the horizon behind them.
Okay,
Yeah,
I guess you're right. They were proven false, and I just forget it. I guess you're right.
So, moving on to this conversation, the Earth being flat is an axiom. It's a principle
I mean,
of the
no,
measurement.
it's not a,
An elevation angle. What are you talking about?
can you link me anything showing it's a principle because of the elevation?
What are you talking about?
Show me something that explains what you're saying. You're not very good at explaining it. You've been saying it for 30 minutes. It doesn't make any sense.
I thought you were looking up elevation angles.
It was, and I'm clearly not getting it. Can you link me something that shows this? Illustrates
What
it?
do you?
'Cause I'm
What
not
are you?
understanding
But what are you not understanding? What's the What's the problem?
Try to get into it, and then you get very defensive about it. So I just like.
I'm not. I'm not defensive. I'm not defensive. Do you know what a right triangle is?
Oh, I totally do.
Okay. What's the problem?
So let's go back to the beginning. You had me understanding the adjacent was horizontal. That's where you have me understanding. Okay.
Right. Okay.
We're going to build from there. Is that okay if we build from there?
What's the problem? So the adjacent
You
being
said
far,
that somehow explains that the Earth is flat, and I don't understand it. That's where I'm at.
because you have a 2D circle and a point of that circle that you're on when navigating the surface after having taken that angular measurement off of the surface.
So, I see what you're saying. So the answer is that adjacent is not a perfectly straight line. It's just slightly curved.
It's not.
I guess I would argue it is. The Earth
But listen, but you were just going to argue that the horizon is at 1.2 miles, even though we don't see it. So again,
we do see it. It's just in front of what if the light. We do see it. I never said we don't see it. You said that
No, but
4 times
we
now.
don't. We don't.
You've
But we
repeated
don't
that
see.
misnomer. That's what I've said. That's not what I said.
So the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the deck. We see that behind the oil rigs, not in front of the oil rig. The end.
Can I screen share or no?
Am I lying? Right or wrong?
Well, I didn't listen for a second. I was trying to see if I could screen share.
Okay, so the horizon. No, don't screen share right now. The horizon is defined as the horizontal boundary where the sky appears to meet the deck. Right or wrong?
The horizon is the horizontal boundary from where the sky meets the day. Yeah, from like a certain elevation.
Deck, floor, ground. Sky meets ground. Water.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We didn't see that in front of the oil rigs.
Right, because you got to see behind the oil rig because there was a mirage. Just like the floating ships.
No, there was no mirage.
I know. We didn't get into the weeds of that. I'd love to argue about that if you'd like.
No, we're not arguing about anything. I already posted what I posted. It was already over.
You said what?
You didn't post any. You didn't post anything. I already posted what I posted. It was already over.
No, it wasn't over. We didn't get to go in the weeds of it.
There are no weeds. There was no mirage.
Everything in life is very clear cut and dry. It makes that's perfect. There's never any nuance to things.
Well, a cat's
There's never
not a
any
dog.
created
A
or-
cat's not a dog. And in that video, there
You're right,
is no
you're right.
mirage.
It's all clear cut and dry. I mean, you're so right. If you're so
Well,
right and it's all clear cut and
it's
dry,
called the law of, don't interrupt. It's called the law of identity. So we're not going to keep on being silly. A cat's not a
you're
dog
right.
because we've
Law of
identified what a cat is. We've identified what a dog is. We've identified what a horizon is. There's a horizon in that video, and it's behind the oil rigs, not at 1.2 miles.
right, 'cause
That's
you're
it.
seeing behind the actual horizon. It's a mirage. Yes, you just disagree. It's a mirage.
Which is a claim that you can't. Which is a claim you can't. It's not. There's no mirage in the video. You're saying it's a mirage.
Is a mirage.
You're
the
saying the
floating
mirage.
photos? So Big
not a
Daddy,
mirage.
is there no such thing as a mirage?
That's not a mirage. That's how I know because I know what a mirage is.
I'm just saying,
That's
is
not a
there
mirage.
such thing as a mirage? That's the first question.
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Because I know what a
there
mirage is.
Such thing as a mirage.
Okay, so we're gonna have to do this again, right? For the sake of the live stream, because I like to share this with my friends and family sometimes. So again, because I know what a mirage is, I know that there is no mirage in that video.
So you agree there is such thing as a mirage? That's a yes or no question.
Yep.
We just have to debate or argue or look into the weeds of, because I've never looked into it in my entire life before today, whether there was a mirage that day or not. That's the question at hand.
Well, it's not a question. You made a claim that it is a mirage, and now you're
You
claiming
made a
it's a
claim that
question.
it's not a mirage.
It actually, you made a claim that it is a mirage, and now you're saying I don't really know about this stuff. Is it a mirage? That's the question. That invalidates your argument that it's a mirage. Right there.
You're right. You win the conversation. You get the 5 points.
So moving forward, back to what we were talking about before, about elevation angles. The adjacent being horizontal, the earth being referenced as a horizontal surface, sea level. That's how we know it's flat. It's an axiom. He left. Oh well. Boo-hoo. Did I put you guys to sleep?
No, you did a good job, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're on point, mate. You were saying all the things that were coming up in my head and making me want to jump in. But yeah, no, I didn't have to because you're on it, man. Like, because that was like one of the first things I was like in the side channels, like define horizon.
It was unusual because I really think he came in kinda. I mean, he said he wanted to freaking debate about terrorist shit. I was like, what? Thinking like, what? Wrong room.
I mean, they're cooked. Like, who do they think they're playing with? Like, again, right here it says, in the same way, ships that are so far away that they should not be visible above the geometric horizon may appear on or even above the horizon as superior mirages. They're obviously talking about the geometric horizon as the horizon. Obviously.
Why was TCAP muted? I had a little something. I was listening for the most part. It sounded like a pretty fruitful conversation on all parts.
Did you want to pick it up or something?
I was just asking why he ended up getting muted.
Well, he was going to end up getting unmuted, but then he left. So he got muted because he was talking a lot when I was talking. So did you want to pick up the conversation? Mm.
Perfect timing.
You rap fans out there, when his name was at Masto on my famous track, Truth Comes to Light, I begin it with a conversation between Masto and Nathan. And Masto claims that nobody claims that what you're viewing when you're looking at the horizon is the geometric horizon. As you can see with what I posted, that's exactly what they claim. that the geometric horizon is the horizon that you see. Idiots.
So what's your take on that? Are these superior mirages, or are they just they're just on the horizon and it's just an ad hoc excuse, or they're just on the water? I don't even know if I'd call it the horizon. They're just on the water.
What?
Like, would you call this like would you call seeing too far a superior mirage, or is this just sitting there on the water?
Oh, am I unmuted?
Who's this TCAP guy? What do you want, TCAP?
I didn't know I was unmuted. That's amazing.
I haven't seen you around here. What's going on?
I don't know. I was having a good conversation for 2 hours, and then it kind of just got derailed. So that's what happened.
Oh, okay. You know, I just got in here. Sorry. Yeah, good. Who are you talking to? About what?
I mean, I've never been in a Discord anything like this today, and I was trying to debate some conservative fucking either the Kilmar case or tariffs, or some other stuff. But and I just went in here because this had a lot of people in it, and then everyone was muted for some reason, and then somehow it got. I realized y'all believe in the flat Earth, which is I've never met a single human in actual life who does. So it's amazing that y'all all found each other here.
Yeah. What do you think that means? Like when somebody says the Earth is flat, what do you think that means?
I don't actually know fully what y'all believe. I would assume, I guess it's like a big circle and there's an edge or something.
What's a big circle?
The Earth. I assume that's what you guys believe. It's not a globe, instead it's a circle.
You know what they say about assumptions, right?
I don't know. What do you believe? I mean, I have no idea. I
Oh
don't
my
ever.
God. Are you telling me in the last 3 hours no one explained to you the definition of belief? Belief is accepting something without evidence?
Okay, what do you know with the Earth to be then? With quotes around the no.
Nobody claimed to know.
No, I mean I know what the Earth is. I do. Like the Earth is like the dirt, the rocks, stuff like that. I know that's Earth.
Yeah.
We know it's
Yeah, well, I did claim to know. Yeah, the Earth is flat. I know that.
Oh, flat.
That's why
Sure, but he said a circle, a disc.
That's why I said axiom. Well, a circle is a shape. Flat's not.
What is it? I don't know.
Yeah, but you know what he's doing.
But you're the only one with a belief in a shape in the Earth. I don't know what shape the Earth is, but flat's not a shape.
You don't know the shape of the Earth.
Flat is not a shape. Neither is round.
Do you know the shape of the Earth?
No.
You think it has like an end, or is it like kind of vast and limitless? Or what is it?
I know it's flat because that's how we utilize it.
I know you've said that a bunch of times. I'm just saying, what else do you know?
So I don't know anything else. What do you mean, dog? Like that's something I could know right here off the coast of Coney Island.
Just because you know it's flat, doesn't mean you couldn't know anything else. That doesn't make any sense.
But I know from being at Coney Island Beach. I don't know anything else. I haven't been anywhere else. I haven't had any adventures to the edge of the earth.
He wants a replacement story. He wants a replacement story. We don't make up things about places we haven't been. So that's kind of
say I don't know. That's fine.
Way we go. Yeah,
fine.
we know. We don't know because we haven't been there to like actually measure it, tell you about it. We're not going to make up some shit like the other side likes to.
Okay, fair enough. So you just know it's flat, and that's the only claim.
Yeah, well, Yeah, we know things. We know like the Earth is the dirt. We know that water is the water, right? We know that water is level. We know that the shortest distance between two. What? Which one?
Tell them about space. About that one.
I don't know if you. I don't know what that is.
You guys don't believe in space?
What's that? What is that? What do you mean space? Because I think TCAP. I think like as you being new, that you think that words mean different things. Like flat, you thought was a shape.
I understand. I understand the game that's going on. I understand.
Yeah, it's definitions and then how you know things. So first you got to define the thing you're talking about. Space. I guess go ahead and define that.
No, I mean I'm not interested in going into the weeds of another conversation.
Then how could anybody tell you what they do or don't believe about something that you don't have a definition for?
No, the way you guys use believe is different than the way most people believe. So I guess that's why that would be different for y'all versus like a typical conversation.
Right, but I mean just you're saying space. You guys don't believe in space. I mean, I understand they gave you the belief versus knowing, but I imagine you have some kind of understanding of what space is.
No, but I have a different question. I guess I'm just not interested in like debating the flat Earth or space or defining it or anything like that. I just have. Do you mind if I ask you some other questions? Literally just for my own curiosity.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead.
No, I'm just curious. I didn't take a day off today, but I basically didn't do much work today. Like, what does one do to be able to like hang out in the Discord? Like, is it what are these online gigs I can do to like not have to?
What job? What job? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I make tons of money, and then I got bored and I got on Discord. Yeah, you just got to make money first. Yeah, then you can waste your time.
First coffee all day while I freaking listen. People freaking work.
Yeah, and then what you can do is you can take if you get some extra time cap, right? What you can do is you can take like I was going through it, right? It's like we know that the Earth is dirt, it's solid, right? It's like rocks and trees and stuff like that, and the water that's separate from the Earth, right? We know that the water is level, and that we can use the water level or like the surface of water at rest to establish a horizontal plane of reference, and which would be used to utilize the shortest distance between 2 points. So we know that we can know it because we can prove it that water is a tool for establishing horizontal. And they tell you things that I don't know, but they tell you that they have this edge and they have this set volume for Earth being all things.
All right, but these are all flat Earth. I don't want to.
I know. I just want to finish it off for you. I just want to finish it off for you. So they tell you that 70. I just want to finish it off for you, dude. No big deal. Why interrupt me when I'm almost done?
You answered it though. You said you can make a lot of money. Other people said he's listening while working. Like that makes sense. That answered my question.
Yeah, but I had to be a flat earther first, and then I made a lot of money, and then I could waste time on here. So I'm trying to give you the way. I'm trying to teach you.
No. I mean, I'm fine. I'm a young person. I'm doing fine financially, thankfully. But I was literally just curious for how.
Let me enlighten you, fellas, if I may.
What'd you say?
Well, I really just want to finish it off. I just want to finish off that last part, right? The last part was that we know we can utilize water as a horizontal plane of reference. They give you this set size of the Earth being covered in 70% horizontal surface. So that's kind of what flat Earth is representing, is horizontal being parallel to horizontal established by water level. So now you can get rich.
Oh, fair enough. Understood. So, and then I have another question, right? Like, I guess you obviously understand that 99+% of people and like just around you don't believe what you believe. Like, how does that make you feel? Is it like frustrating?
That's how I'm able to I know things, and that's how I'm able to make more money than them, because they'll be in this illusion where they think they know things, but they don't know them. So I'm like, I can use my knowledge to the advantage, in a monetary system here. So you get rich, get flat.
See, the thing is, most people are like you're presenting to be, right? And most people believe that I believe something that I don't. Typically in this room, we call that bigotry. So people have assumptions because of a title. Or a brand or something like that. They identify us with flat Earth and whatever they believe about it. So I don't feel no way about that because they don't actually know what I know until they talk to me and then they go, oh, it's not like they can refute what I'm saying. I'm just showing them what's true. So I feel good about that. It's easy.
I guess I didn't really. I mean, that was. Thank you for sharing that. I'm just curious though. Like, so there's no frustration, I guess, about other people disagreeing with you.
Well, nobody disagrees with me. You have to actually have a conversation and communication with me and then understand my point and then engage that point in a sequitur way to say, hey, I disagree, and then have a valid argument for why you're disagreeing. No one's ever done that though.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Like TCAP, what did you disagree? Like trees, are they Earth? Dirt is Earth. Did you disagree with that?
I think Earth is round and stuff like that. That's my
Yeah,
disagreement.
but I didn't. Yeah, I didn't say anything about that. The thing that did you disagree about trees and dirt and rocks?
I think they're just. I think there's a disagreement, but on what disagree means. You think disagree means they have to hear you out all the way and stuff. By disagree, I just meant
No, I don't think that. I don't think that either. Disagree means I have a premise and you disagree with it. Now it's based on a valid critique or an invalid critique. Those are the only two options. So I know what a disagreement is. Now, I don't know what you're talking about believing the earth is round. I don't believe the earth is round either. Round's not a shape, but I know the earth is utilized as a horizontal plane. Synonyms for horizontal are straight, level, flat, even. That's it.
I understood. No, I understand that part.
Do you disagree, TCAP? Do you disagree with any of those?
Well, yes, I disagree, but I'm not interested in talking about the disagreement. I'm not so interested.
Well, what do you disagree with what I said? What's there to disagree?
I'm not interested in discussing it. Maybe another day.
What do you disagree with though? You can't say I'm not interested in that and then continue to try to engage us. No. What do you disagree with? Because you keep saying to the audience that there's a disagreement, but like I said, usually people don't have a valid critique.
Wait, I can watch this on YouTube?
Yeah. I kept telling you it's live.
Somewhere, can you link it to me?
It doesn't matter. The bottom line is it's all recorded.
I just watch it. Is there a problem with that?
No, yeah, you can. It's very easy to find. You'll find it. But the bottom line is, again, what did you disagree with what I said?
That the earth is flat. You think the earth is flat. We never got into the weeds of it. I know you think you hard proved it, and it's an axiom. I just said,
but what did I say that you did? What did I say just now that you disagreed with?
I'm not interested in getting into it, but let's just say.
Are you okay? My bad. So let's start here. Do you disagree that synonyms? Do you disagree that synonyms for horizontal are straight, level, even?
I'm not interested in talking about that, but I'm just saying for the sake of conversation.
Okay, so you're not interested. You're not interested in what we're actually saying. You're interested in disagreeing with. You're interested in disagreeing. So you're interested in disagreeing with what we're not saying. I gotcha.
No, I just want to talk about your life and not about flat Earth, if you don't mind.
How? You don't know me.
No, I mean, I'm just trying to get to know you. Is that a problem?
But how are you going to do that?
You ask questions. That's how you get to know people. You get to hear,
But you're not answering. You're not being amicable to me. So is that how you start the conversation?
I was more talking to the other dude, and then you kind of came in. So.
Well, based on what he just said, do you want to engage with him and answer his questions based on what he just said to me?
I would like to engage with him. I don't think my conversation with you, all due respect, I think you're probably a good dude.
And you see how I was just responding
do you mind if I finish this sentence?
And he jumped in again and interrupted me.
If I can't finish this sentence, that's why it probably doesn't work, you know?
Well, I'm asking him if he would like to engage with you. I guess we're doing the same thing.
Oh, right. I mean, with different approaches. Like, I don't really find it productive dealing with you, and I've had a good conversation with pretty much anyone else I've had today. And that has nothing to say about you. I'm sure you're a good dude, but that does have to do with your ability to convince me of anything.
There's nothing to disagree with. There's nothing to convince you of.
Amazing. Do you mind if I have my conversation with the other guy? I was having a good conversation.
Apparently, he doesn't want to talk.
Oh, is there anyone else who believes in it who would like to talk? Because me and Big Daddy, we don't really do well for talking with each other. I'd like to talk to someone else though, because I'm genuinely curious. I have 4 questions I want to ask, and I'll probably get out of your hair. Is that okay? No, and y'all are not interested anymore?
Maybe. Are we going to be having a fair conversation where you ask a question and I answer it, then I ask a question and you answer it?
I'm happy with that premise.
What's up? All right, what's your question?
I wanted to know, I guess can I give a little preface before I answer my question so you kind of know where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I don't care.
When I came in here originally, came here to debate conservative politics, like tariffs, stuff like that. I'm left leaning. If you probably already assumed that by now.
Yikes!
Or I'm sure you guys disagree with that. That's fine. I don't want to get into that. Sometimes in life, it frustrates me if Nice. I like Jesse Lee Peterson videos. They're pretty funny. But you distract me with the Jesse Lee Peterson though. I get frustrated if I'm and it's sometimes frustrating if people disagree with things. At least that is for me. So I guess my question is for something where it's flat Earth, where I know you genuinely believe you've been using it to make a lot of money, and I appreciate that. That's awesome, right? I understand why you believe that. You've explained it. I mean, I don't understand it, but you've explained it, right? I guess, is it frustrating at all? And if not, why is it not frustrating to you?
To have people disagree with you?
Yeah, not just people. I mean, it's most people, if you ask
Why is what not frustrating?
Round or flat,
I don't even know what do they disagree with. Oh yeah, people can hold people can hold contradictions. Like you can hold the contradiction that in your mind. Right? I think I ought to correct my fellow man if level, which we use to establish horizontal and curved. I think it's pertinent that I step in and say, listen, contradictions aren't healthy, And can that be frustrating that people that you love and care about can hold a contradiction like this? Can be good and bad, It's well, no, you can't be both good and accept things to be true and contradictions. And kind of I tagged you in the chat, people need to do better, and that's okay if it's not their time to do better or whatever, right? But if you got brought around for whatever reason to this topic, you think you stumbled across it by accident. I don't believe that to be the case. I think there's a reason that the topic came up for you, and you want to resolve a contradiction because you think flat Earth is a contradiction.
Okay, yeah. I mean, no, I actually did stumble into. I believe it or not, I was trying to talk about tariffs or whatever, which I would still be down to talk about probably eventually later today for someone else. But no, you answered my question. Thank you. I have a question about the money thing, right? Because you said obviously there's lots of ways I could think right now. If the Earth were flat and everyone else, which thinks it's a globe or round or whatever they believe, there would be lucrative ways to take advantage of that. So I guess just everyone here is. I mean, I know you are. Is everyone else doing that as well, or why wouldn't everyone else be doing that?
Yeah, you got to do just like I tagged you in the chat. You just got to do better. Our fellow man has to do better.
Hey man, would you like to buy some asteroid insurance?
Sorry, what'd you say? I interrupted you.
Oh, would you like to buy some asteroid insurance?
That's your business?
Sure. It's quite lucrative.
Asteroid insurance. Yeah, nice.
Hey, you let me know.
You never know when the next asteroid, might hit your house. You want to be fully covered. You only have regular, fire, water, hail damage insurance. You need the actual meteorite coverage. So you want to be fully covered.
100%. That makes a lot of sense. I guess everyone in the chat is doing real well, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's doing well, and I don't know. I mean, you say you're left. That's cool. You may have heard Donald Trump say this thing one time, like about the oil, right? He says, you dig the oil, we dig it up, and guess what? These guys say it just refills. 5-10 years later, it just fills it back up, right? There's no need to to stop drilling because it just fills back up. So an advantage that can come from knowing things about the earth and the world and the way things work is that you can then utilize the earth to your advantage, where other people might be like, listen, the only reason we even have oil is because of dinosaurs and gravity crushed the dinosaurs and now we have oil, but when is that ever going to happen again? But if that's not the case, and I have you under under this illusion that we're going to run out of this naturally made substance because dinosaurs, right, and gravity and comets,
right? No, I understand all that. So wait, if that's the case, right?
So now I can tell you, listen, dude, pay 5 times as much because when are we ever going to get dinosaurs again? And you're going to be like, that makes sense.
Right. That makes sense. So I guess all the richest people in the world actually know it's flat Earth property.
Seems like it. They know that there's no shortage. Yeah, that's why they changed the backing of the oil 100 years ago or whatever. There's no shortage. It wasn't a scarce commodity.
Confused and all that.
I didn't hear you.
They just lie about it in public, being a globe to keep people confused or whatever. I don't
know. It's just whatever. If you're under this illusion, right, that the edge is over there and you could fall off of it, or what's the point of traveling, right? I shouldn't travel because I'm just going to end up back where I started. I can use that to my advantage. I can say, listen, dude, just pay me, 5 times as much, and I'm going to put these goggles on. And what's the difference? You know what I mean? Put these goggles on. I'll take you to paradise. Because what's good? You can't. You're just going to travel and end up back where you started anyway.
You must be exceedingly wealthy then.
Right. There's so many illusions I can use on you. Yeah. But once you break free from that, I can tell you. You're getting it now, right? You're getting it.
No tanks. You don't have to demonstrate you're knowledgeable. Okay.
Yeah, you're getting it. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah,
you must be exceedingly wealthy then, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
What do you do with your wealth? You hang out on Discord and don't do much with it, or?
What can I do with the wealth? That's what I'm saying. At that point, what can't I do? Because I can just make it back again really easily because I can convince you. I just show you a NASA report with dots on a screen. I can convince you to just listen, spend all your money on what No Tanks is offering you right now because your life could be over. This comet is coming, and you're like, yeah, what's the difference? Give me the blow, whatever it is, right? Just wasting your money on whatever, and then I say, boom, the world didn't end. Sucker, what an idiot, right?
Nice. So, No Tanks. Do you believe in free markets and stuff like that? You believe in the free market?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yes, it's beautiful.
I do too. I'm a capitalist. I believe in the free markets.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that it's free will, free market, right? And if I can convince you to give me your will and your because everything's just an illusion, right? Like the sun's not actually moving and setting. You're spinning backwards, falling backwards, and it's just perceived as setting. Then if I can get you to willfully do that, what can I get you to do?
Right.
Free market.
I wanted to ask you a question about that though, since we both are people that agree in free markets. And free markets, are dictating that whoever's offering the best price or can, make the most money is going to do the best, right?
No, that's not how it works, but go ahead.
Well, okay, what does it determine then?
Oh, whatever. If that's your premise, go ahead.
My question was going to be, if it's really easy, it would be, in my brain, right, it's 1-to-1. If everyone else thinks the earth is round and I think it's flat, as you were saying, there's a million ways to become exceedingly rich. I would expect the money distribution, like in a free market society, like those who believe in that would become exceedingly rich. Wouldn't all the rich people, and wouldn't there be a bunch of these people that believe this?
Yeah, I mean, and they would probably be online telling other people, like, listen, dude, get into this pyramid right now, TCAP. You can get in here at the ground level, and we can make some money. Yeah, they'd be doing something like that.
I'm saying like the richest people in the world, like Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or whoever, like I guess their ideas don't come from flat Earth, but like why wouldn't the richest people in the world?
Don't they?
Which ones? Yeah, I guess I'm asking like which ones. I'm unfamiliar with this.
Yeah, like when they're like, listen, we got to yeah, like when they're like, listen, we got a sliding scale of like economic future predicted here. They're going to believe in attribute this to like the concreteness of time, and they're going to draw this slope on the chart, right? They're going to draw it.
You mean Elon Musk?
Declining. What's that?
You mean Elon Musk, the guy that is getting a lot of love and a lot of money thrown his way, for telling people, it's real because it looks so fake.
Yep, that guy. The guy who said they made no. Listen, that's the guy who said they made no adjustments to the Tesla before they shot it up into space. But we all know that, like just like the helium balloon, the gas inside the tire, the air pressure inside the tire would expand to blow up the tires, which didn't happen. And then they removed. I mean, he said he didn't make any adjustments. That's why I'm pointing out they removed the rear view and side mirrors, so you couldn't see the reflection back from that car. But they did claim they made no adjustment, and you fell for it. It was fun. It was and he's rich because of it, because you fell for it.
Right. I have a question. If he understands flat Earth, obviously, that's part of the reason why he's the richest man in the world. Why would he spend so much of his money on SpaceX?
Oh, you're getting so confused, dude. Right? Yeah, I know. If he just put a black screen up and showed you a floating car on, in a studio, and was like, look at what and just showed it to you. And he just showed it to you. Now he's got and now he's raking in billions of dollars by showing you a floating car with no mirrors and no blown up tires. You're asking how did he get rich from it?
He got rich from the company Tesla before SpaceX.
I mean, all he spent on was he took a car.
Not how he got rich. My question's not how he got rich. I know how he got rich. What I'm asking is, if he's exceedingly rich, and you said and it makes sense, he must understand that the Earth is flat, and he's leveraging that to make a ton of money, just like you are.
Can you guys use the word? Can you guys use the word wealthy, please? I feel attacked.
Sorry, what? Do you want me to? I mean, I guess he's the richest person in the world, on the Forbes list. So he's.
I'd argue that I am, but never mind.
Fair enough. Well,
yeah, I mean, dude, listen, look, it took how much? He took a Tesla that he already made that nobody wanted to buy. He put it on some strings, and you said that, but you're saying, I know, but you're saying that took millions of dollars to invest in a floating Tesla. I don't know, man. The ROI there is pretty good in his favor to show you a floating Tesla, and you're like, take my money. You're like, here, take my money now. That was amazing. That was amazing. Awesome performance. Take all my money now. Yeah, he made out big time.
Hey, fair enough. That makes sense. I have another question, right?
How many more do you got? You haven't answered any in this agreement we made.
I don't. I'm just saying I agree with you. You're right. So I want to move on to the next.
Yeah, but you haven't answered any questions put forward to you in this agreement that we made that you would answer questions eventually here.
Sure. What question?
So I feel like it's going to have to be like time now. Well, I have a question. Where do we disagree when we start to name the particulars that make up Earth? Where do we disagree? At what point do we start disagreeing? We got the trees. We got the dirt. We got the sand. Right. We got all these things that we call Earth. Right. We can stand on it. Then we have the water. And then we can't stand on water, right? But we can't put a boat in the water. Where do we disagree, right? That the water is level, and that's the tool that we use to establish horizontal.
I would disagree that the water's level, probably. I would disagree that the water is going to make a perfect horizontal. I would disagree with most of these premises, yes.
Okay, now, all right. So then what tool would you use to establish horizontal then? That'd be my next question.
I'm not sure. I'm not an expert that I have to research it. Couldn't tell you.
You don't know what tool you use to make a level or straight. I don't know what you would call it at this point. You don't know what tool you would use?
Yeah, I don't know.
To make a level line?
don't know.
Well, I mean, I think that you're going to have to stop asking questions because you have not answered my one question I put to you. So I think you're out of questions.
Answering your question. I'm sorry, I don't know, but the answer to your
It
question
doesn't make for a good conversation, dude. If somebody at the whole room were to sit here in unison, just say to TCAP, we don't know. You're like, all right, I guess this is a boring conversation. So you're having a boring conversation.
Like, I don't know this stuff.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Like, for some reason, you're denying it, but the whole rest of the world, 99% of the world, would say they know what tool to use to make a straight line, and you're saying you don't know. It sounds like ridiculous. Sounds like you're lying.
What is the tool you would use to make a straight line?
Come on, dude, 99% of the world knows this, and that's only because the other percent is children.
I prefaced, you're right, No Tanks. I'm very dumb, very ignorant, and I prefaced with that.
You don't know what tool you would use to establish a level line. You don't know.
Probably a ruler or something.
Ruler is not level. Ruler is a straight line. I mean, I could flip it up in the air. I mean, it's not a level line. Come on. Come on, TCAP. You'll get rich if you can answer this question. This is like step one to get rich quick scheme here.
It's the C. You think it's the C. I get it.
C. Is it a tool? Is it a tool? I mean, what tool can you use to make a level line? How can we bail out at this like part of a conversation? I guess it's crazy that you can't get past this step.
Is it frustrating that I can't get past it?
When 99% of the world, like I could bump into somebody on the street and be like, yo, dude, what's your problem? Like, why weren't you walking in a straight line? Be like, I don't know. I'd be like, hey, dude, what tool can we use to establish a straight level line? And they would be like, boom, and they would tell it to me in like 2 seconds.
The ruler, I said.
Yeah, that's weird. No, rulers don't establish level.
Oh, I guess I don't know, as I've already said about 5 times.
I'm giving you the damn word. It's called a level. Like, what's wrong with you?
Oh, you're right. It's a level.
Okay, so you're telling me that you're holding a contradiction. Then you're saying that level that you know is a straight line because it's made out of metal and you put a pencil on it and run it across it, and that's a straight line. You're saying it's not a straight line.
Right. Thank you for informing me. Do you mind if I ask?
So where do we disagree then? Because that was
even that we disagree. You wouldn't use a level to call a straight line. You would use a ruler. A level is to see if something is level. That's a different question. But I was trying to be kind and move on. Do you mind if we move on?
Level line, and that line would be straight.
I couldn't hear you over that wonderful Islamic music that was played.
Okay, so then we both agree because we don't disagree. We don't disagree on anything. What?
Sorry, No Tanks. You said that you don't need a ruler to establish a level. TCAP? That's what you say?
No, he asked, how would you make a straight line? I said, with a ruler. And then he said, no, you would use a level. I said, no, a level is what you would use to determine something's level. That's a different
How would you know that straight line is level?
A straight line on a piece of paper, a level is something about, it's like a 3D object, not a line, right? Not like a straight line. If it's straight.
Okay, now you're trying to mince words. And we're trying to get to the bottom line of something. All right, let's say a cabinet. How would you figure out a cabinet?
I'm not so interested in this conversation.
Stop.
I'm really not. I don't care. Let's say you're right. I let you win.
How would you figure it out, dude? And this is to see, because you're being disingenuous and you're trying to stay away from the actual answer. So we're trying to give you a chance here for you to answer the question: how do you figure out your a picture on the wall or a freaking frame on the wall is level? How do you figure this shit out?
With a level, which is a different question. How would you?
What kind of level would it be?
It would be with the level, which is a different question than what he asked, which is, how do you draw a straight line?
There was never a different question. I said, how do you draw a level line? That was it. What tool would you use to draw a level line? That was the question, and then to see if we disagreed. Because you said that level would not be straight. I said, okay, well, what tool would you use to establish a level line? And you said ruler. I don't know why. But so now you're on to level. You think a level would establish a straight line. You could use that tool. So we don't agree on anything or disagree on anything.
No, thanks. He's on the phone right now.
Well, as far as level and straight are concerned, they're synonymous, like I said earlier. So
You guys want me to play some hold music on my saxophone?
Yes.
If you can do that, I've been watching some of these. That's not a saxophone. I've been watching some of these prank videos where they have these chicken sounds as the hold music. I want to get that going.
If your best prank is to change hold music, I don't know.
No, they do these prank phone calls, and they got the. They say, "Oh, let me put you on hold for a second." It's these chickens like doing a song where they make chicken noises and like on a piano. I don't know what it is. It's funny sounding. I don't want to sing it. I'd rather find. I'm going to sound really stupid if I try to do it. I less than 3. What's wrong with you, man? You're taking this flat Earth identity on, just like the others. I'm reading your new description in your profile is that flat earthers are intellectually dishonest. When did that happen?
It's disabled.
Poisoning the well and generalizing and stereotyping sounds intellectually dishonest.
Yeah, they're all children of Christ. I less than 3 Jesus.
I know, but they're still intellectually disabled.
It's another generalization.
Prove it wrong.
Very Christian view, sir.
Yeah.
I don't believe you're Christian the way you're acting.
Okay.
I mean, all Christians are sinners, right?
Yeah. All people are sinners.
No, everybody.
TCAP.
Christian or not.
TCAP, you're back.
If you take it as an insult.
Sorry, who said everyone's a sinner?
I did.
Yeah, but what about Jesus?
Jesus is God, so he didn't sin.
So not everyone. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, everyone except Jesus.
There you go.
That's implied.
Or did he? Is he?
Did he do it?
Because didn't he take all our sins?
No, he took a weekend off for them.
He died for our sins.
Yeah, I'm sure I less than 3 could go through it, but by living the perfect life, the sinless life, yeah, it became the perfect sacrifice to take on those sins. Nothing, yeah, that'd be the only way. So I less than 3. What happened? Like when did this disability come? Was it when me and you were looking at each other, through the apartment? Like when did this happen? This disability.
It's been that for a while.
Like just looking across a lake at another person. Does that just disprove like this other idea that you have?
What do you mean?
Don't be dishonest now.
I'm not being. I don't know what you mean.
2 people, right? If they're the same elevation and they're looking at each other, they're just looking straight at each other. Are they looking horizontally, both of them?
Depends on their distance. I mean, each of them is looking horizontally, but not relative to each other.
So when you connect that line that line of sight at the same elevation, you're saying that's not the same elevation.
I'm saying yes. No, I'm saying okay. No, the lines wouldn't be at the same elevation by the time they reach the other person.
It's one line though. It's just one line of sight.
From one person, it is.
They're both looking down at each other at the same time.
That's globally dishonest. Yeah. Or disabled, maybe. I'm not sure.
There's lots of nuance. There's lots of implication to your question.
Are you saying that if one person is looking at straight at each other, like these two people, one person closes their eyes, it's one line of sight when they close their eyes, but if the other person opens their eyes up, it's two separate lines of sight.
Each person,
not
yes,
the same
has
line.
their own line of sight. Yes.
It's not following the same line.
Probably not. No.
Interesting. Which they're both looking at different lines. Can you show me that, like in reality, how that would be happening? Just look at something in reality. Look at the door, like in your house or something. Just look at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, if you were in that position, right, if you just followed a straight line to the door, right, you're saying that could be doing something different in a different location. No, it's one line.
Turn around.
One line.
It's one line from my sight, yes. But if another person's looking at the door, it's now two.
No. The door is the other person. You're going to look at it and you're going to walk.
The door is
walk straight at it. Yeah, that's the line.
There's an infinity of possibilities of lines of sight towards a door.
Yeah. Take your
what are we measuring this with? What are we measuring this line of sight with? Like I could look at the door from unlimited different angles.
Take the microphone a little further from your mouth.
And sorry, I just got to point out if you're saying that a person isn't a door, you should definitely look at John 10:9-16.
What does it say?
Guy.
Where Jesus claims, "I am the door."
Right. Yeah, it's metaphor.
Watch out for that.
It's figurative.
Well, I mean, he's God, so I wouldn't say that he couldn't become a door if he wanted to, right?
That's fair enough. Yeah.
All right, so if I hang on the door a fake person, like a Halloween decoration, and I put a nail through the eye of the decoration, and then I just drag the string right to me, and I'm like, I'm going to look down this line of sight. That's just one line, right?
It's you looking down a string. Again, there's an infinity of possibilities of the angle you could be looking at that string.
If we freeze frame time, right? That's it. I can only have one thing happening at one line at one time.
Okay,
I'm not talking about if you move your head around in a circle.
It's not the same line. The string is the string, and you can hold it as tight as you want, but you can still look at it from even within like a centimeter of space, like up and down. There's still like a.
But not at the same time.
Let me get this straight. Let me interrupt for a second. Let me get this straight. So they're looking at each other. Yes.
Silly.
They were.
But they're not looking at each other. Because you're arguing that they're not looking at each other.
Nobody said that.
What are you talking about?
Well, if they're looking at each other and they're at the same elevation, they're either looking at each other or they're not.
Nobody said they weren't looking at each other, but in reality,
So if they're looking at each other from the same elevation, they're looking at each other horizontally.
But there's
you're saying listen to what I'm saying.
Okay.
If they're looking horizontally at each other, and you're saying they have two different horizontals.
It depends how precisely you're measuring.
Wait, do you not understand? Wait, hold on. Do you not understand that let's just pretend like the globe is real for a second. Do you not understand elevation conforms to the globe, right?
It doesn't.
No, that's wrong. What? Why would it not? Take a circle. Like literally draw a circle.
Listen, because the answer to your question is because the answer to your all right. No, I'm going to beat you then. So the answer to your question.
He doesn't get this. If you draw.
Right. The answer to your question is the definition in the way that the Navy defines horizontal versus Curvature. That's how.
You just said nothing.
Oh, good. You want me to respond?
So I just said nothing? Really? Okay. Give me a second.
Wait, you guys think we can get an elevation angle or altitude angle while standing on a hill, right?
What?
I wasn't asking you, I was asking them. Don't worry.
No, you have to do a drop to do that. The dip.
So your answer is yes, you can do that if you calculate the drop?
Yeah, you do a drop. You bring yourself down to the ground level.
Okay.
Mathematically, yeah, you do it mathematically. This is why the
Can you show that, please?
Yeah, the Al-Biruni method.
Can you give me a citation for that, please?
Yeah, look up Al-Biruni.
Hey guys, my bad. The phone call's over. I'm sorry to put y'all on pause. Anyone interested in debating some flat Earth? My roommate came home. He wants to debate it too.
Well, what would be the claim? What we do here on the Flat Earth channel is we take questions, if somebody wants to debate, we expect them to have a claim on the table, like skin in the game.
Gotcha.
What would be your claim?
My claim is that the Earth is round.
Round like a plate, like a penny, like a flat fist.
Not like a penny, like a sphere, like a ball, like a tennis ball.
Yeah, it's a tennis ball with waterfalls and trees and rocks and ocean surface and depth. That kind of tennis ball.
Correct. I mean, yes.
Okay, so not a sphere.
No, so a sphere. Just has bumps on it.
So it's a sphere and not a sphere at the same time.
Well, it's not a perfect. It has bumps.
What has bumps?
Oblate spheroids.
Wait, hold up. My roommate has some questions for you.
Not yet. I think
Oh, he's plotting over there. He's looking some shit up on the Grok, and then he's gonna.
Well,
he's
good.
gonna-
Ask him while you guys are waiting. What is a tool that you can use to establish and to even draw a level line? Maybe he's cracked the code for you.
A ruler.
I actually do have a question. I do have a little question for you. And but I want to hear what y'all have to say about this one. So we live on a flat Earth, right? So, like, say you're in the northern hemisphere. Hypothetically, if the Earth was spherical, right? In the northern hemisphere, you see stars that you don't see in the southern hemisphere. For example, like
dude, hold on for a second here. That'd be a question, okay? I thought on the table
they won't let you do that. I tried
You've got claim. Okay, which one? You get to do one or the other. Do you?
Yeah,
you
sure.
get to pick.
I'll make a claim.
Okay?
I'll make a
hold
claim.
on. Okay, pump the brakes. Let me frame it, okay? No one's giving you ultimatums. No one's telling you what you have to do. You are given choices about what you want to do. Do you Option A, do you want to ask us anything? Ask a flat earther anything, AMA. Or do you want option Or do you want option B, where you can make a claim so we can debate? If it's a question argument or a question claim, that is a malformed. That's malformed.
This is sophistry. This is nonsense.
I got a question. Can you show how there are 2 points of celestial rotation on a flat surface?
Yeah, just like you see it. Just like you see it.
No, can you model it? Like, can you?
You could go to a planetarium. They could demonstrate that for you.
No, like right now, can you model it? Like, do you have
a planetarium would be a perfect example of that. A planetarium.
Yeah, can you tell me?
Yeah, go to a planetarium. There's a perfect example of that. I can't go there. I can't go there for you. I can't. A planetarium would be a walk-in model where you could see this exactly with your own eyes. You'd be on the flat floor, the domed ceiling, with a projector projecting 2 different points of rotation. You can do
Look
this.
in the sky. We see 2 different points of rotation in the same place where we're standing.
And you could model it. A planetarium is a perfect model you'd be looking for.
When I'm in a planetarium. When I'm in a planetarium, I look up, I see 2 points of rotation at the one place where I'm standing. I don't see that in the real world. I only see 1 point of rotation at a time.
Yeah, because this would be an orthographic or God's eye view that you're asking for, which is interesting because if you're on the equator, you're going to see the stars rotate one way. You go north of the equator, they rotate the other way because it depends on which way you're facing. This is a directional, cardinal direction sense.
Yeah, but the issue on a flat Earth is that the South Celestial Pole is a giant ring around your flat Earth.
No, that's your flat Earth. That would be a straw man fallacy, where you assigned attributes or tributes to an argument I'm not making.
Oh, like literally, I've been to Australia, right? And no matter what you do. Yeah, no matter what you do, you couldn't get the same celestial sphere on any form of a flat Earth that you could you observe in real life.
How you fucked up is that Australia is considered the flattest of all the continents. So my counter question to you would be, how is Australia flat and not flat at the same time? You went to Australia and saw flatness everywhere you looked. All flat,
I looked at the stars and saw
then you look up and say up is really you're down.
Yeah, that's what I absolutely said. I asked. Okay, so
it sounds like you're gonna crash out, dude. It really are you close to a triggering?
So I've seen the celestial sphere in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, so if globe, so your question is if globe, then globe, if globe?
No, I didn't ask that. I asked, how do you model the celestial sphere that I saw in the southern hemisphere on a flat Earth?
On the planetarium. Go to a planetarium.
Yeah, but when I was in Australia, when I was in Sydney, I didn't see the northern star, which I would see in a planetarium that's projecting both of the celestial poles. Why did I only see one? Like, why did I
just have it project where you're at then? Just have it project where you're at. Easy.
No, I'm literally saying, in the real world, I didn't. Yeah,
that's what the celestial sphere is. Like when you're standing at a location looking at, the stars, trying to get an elevation angle, which I spoke to your friend about. You can use the coordinate system that was built off of elevation angles, flares, things like that, to navigate. Now, when we're talking about the celestial sphere, it's literally a flat plane with, I don't know, a curve like a protractor. It's like a protractor.
No,
That's already
I'm saying
that's not a globe. That's what it is.
That's not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
Well, you said could you get a flat model or a flat diagram or a flat something?
Yeah, to match what I observe, I've seen the celestial sphere in the southern hemisphere, and you say, well, it's like a planetarium. But if I walk into a planetarium, I see both poles. I see both the North Star and the South Star.
No, what I'm saying is the real celestial sphere that we use to navigate, like it already utilizes the Earth as a plane.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about navigation. I've in real life seen the celestial sphere from the southern hemisphere.
But in real life, if you're navigating in the south, you would be using the flat Earth. That's what I'm saying. Like
I
if
wasn't
they have
navigating.
maps,
I just
like people who have maps over there, and they use maps to navigate or whatever they're referencing the Earth is over there.
Yeah, but I wasn't using it for navigation. I'm telling you, I saw something that doesn't match a flat Earth model. I don't understand how.
And so if you have a coordinate system that explains
use a coordinate system.
Well, so then what are you? Listen.
So I looked up and I saw certain stars in the sky, and I was in a certain place. And the other dude's saying, well, like in a planetarium, you would see both celestial poles. You would see both the North Star, you'd see Polaris, and it wasn't the Southern Cross. It was some other like Greek name for the star. I can't remember it at the moment. I saw that, and I didn't see any of the northern stars. But if I walk into a planetarium, I would see all sets of stars all at once. That's not what it looks like in real life.
Yeah, I get it. So in real life, have you seen star trails near the equator where the stars appear to diverge to the north
where
and
the stars appear to diverge? No, I haven't seen the sphere on the equator.
So there are 2 points of rotation that we can see.
Yeah.
But again, in real life,
it doesn't match on a flat Earth. If I start moving to certain locations, then it no longer matches.
No, sir.
Yes, sir. I live in the northern hemisphere, so I can always see.
If you live in the northern hemisphere and you happen to be taking a plane to the southern hemisphere, where you're seeing a different group of stars, that's the point. You can only see those.
Yeah, so that doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Okay, so let's slow down on this agreement here. Now, again, I said something you haven't seen yet, so stop being defensive and listen. So, if you're near the equator and you can see the stars arc north and south as they're going west, obviously, all of the stars aren't arcing around one rotation point, that being in the north, right? So you can see that some stars are going in one direction, north, and some are going in another direction, south. Or northwest, southwest.
Like clockwise and counterclockwise.
So my point is, if you go south and the other stars are going towards the other horizon, you just can't see them. That's it.
I know. That doesn't work on a flat Earth. That's what I'm saying. I saw certain stars, right? And I was in the southern hemisphere, correct? But if you try to make that work on a flat Earth, as you start moving across the southern hemisphere, your south celestial pole makes zero sense. Because if I was in the north, I should see both.
Stars in the south doesn't mean the Earth's not flat. I'm sorry.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in the north.
That's literally what you're saying.
No, it's not. Well, I saw stars.
You're saying number one, you can't use the fallacy of reification.
No, I'll explain it very clearly.
On a flat Earth, how my observation works. I already told you, well, first of all, that's actually false.
I got it. I can explain it super clearly. I was in Sydney. I looked up above my head. Let's imagine the Earth is flat, like we're looking at a flat Earth map, right? I was in Sydney. I looked up above my head. I saw, we'll just say the Southern Cross, right? That's not what it's called, but we'll just call it that. I saw the Southern Cross. So we're going to put the Southern Cross right above Sydney, Australia, right? Is that okay? That's where I saw it. It was above my head. So,
because you saw the Southern Cross above
back,
oh, stop.
If we go on the flat Earth and I go back
He's lying. He never went there.
Then if I go to the northeast, right? I should just be able to look up and also see the Southern Cross because I just have to face one direction. I have to just turn my body some way, look up, and I should be able to see the Southern Cross, right?
All these sky proofsies are crazy. These sky proofsies have nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
But that's incorrect.
Wait, but that's how it works in a planetarium. I can see all the stars as long as I turn my body.
But still, But that's non sequitur though. What you
he
said?
said it was like a planetarium.
He said that, but still, what you're saying right now, the premise is false.
Which one? That I can't see the Southern Cross while I'm in the Northeast, or which?
Well, you said that you let's say in Sydney, you're looking up at the Southern Cross.
Yeah.
Okay. Great.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Can I add something real quick?
Everything after that, no, because I'm trying to get down to this.
Yeah. What
I think it might clear.
Everything after that is irrelevant.
Yeah.
I think it's like cleared up. He has a misconception of the cross. Do you know that you can see the Southern Cross way north? Way. People have said even as high as Florida and Hawaii.
Yeah, but I'm above Florida.
People said it, or did you see that?
Wait, it doesn't even matter. I can't see it. I'm above Florida. Why wouldn't I be able to? When I'm in a planetarium, I can see all of them. All I have to do is just look up and turn 360, and I can see all of them.
It's a planetarium.
Did you hear what he said? Florida is more south, so you would be able to see it because you're closer to the south. So yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I would have to look it up. I don't remember the exact details, but I had looked up this in the past when globalists have claimed that the southern stars are not visible in the north. None of them. None of them are visible in the north. And I was like, what about Orion? That goes north, south, north. No, I'm saying not you. I said maybe I said you, but I didn't mean you. I meant I've heard other globalists in the past try to make the claim that there be a hill like Earth. Earth is blocking your view to the south if you're in the north. So you can't. You have to be looking through an Earth to see the south.
Because we're going to get so far away from it. The bottom line is, in his mind, he can't conceive of anything other than AE Earth. That's why he thinks that.
I'm saying, what's stopping me from seeing the Southern Cross?
You got to accept listen. You have to listen to what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is what you're saying.
You're telling me what I'm saying.
There's no reason for us to argue. Just let me say what I'm saying. So, for whatever reason, in his mind, he thinks of I don't know.
Wait, don't tell me what I think. I know what I think. Don't say what I think.
Why can't he just shut up for a few seconds?
Why can't you just go, I don't think that, or you were kind of right. After I'm done.
I've said that I don't think that. Don't say what I think.
But you did, because you asked us if South was at the same location.
What?
Clearly, yeah.
What does that even mean? It's South was at the same location.
If the Southern Cross is at the same location.
No, I'm saying on a flat Earth, what stops me from seeing the Southern Cross?
No,
but planetarium, nothing stops me from seeing the Southern Cross.
That was the red herring. But you did say something about the Southern Cross, and wouldn't it be in the same direction? You did say that.
No, that's not what I said. I said just like in a planetarium, nothing stops you from seeing the Southern Cross.
Let me let you know something. This is recorded. And it's live on YouTube.
Sure.
You did say that.
Okay, you can go back and play it. I'm saying in a planetarium, nothing stops you from seeing the Southern Cross.
That's irrelevant, because that wasn't my point. But you did say that.
No, but my point is, and when I'm in a planetarium, nothing stops you from seeing the Southern Cross.
Okay, but we're talking about planetarium, but it doesn't validate your premise.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I'm on a flat surface, and I can see all the stars, but that's not how it works in the real world. Exactly, I agree.
Nobody,
In a
nobody said
planetarium,
that you have to. Nobody said you have to. You can't just because you can't see all the stars on the Earth doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat. Though.
no, I'm literally saying, like in a planetarium, the ground is flat. I can see
Yeah,
all
but the
the stars.
planetarium doesn't matter. That in the real world, just because.
Yeah, that's not the case. Yes.
Yeah, so just because that's the case doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat.
Well,
I think he's trying to compare that he can see. Hold on, dude.
No,
You're trying to stop. He's comparing the planetarium to the entire Earth, dude. He's trying to say, "Oh, I can see the whole." Try to make him realize that the planetarium is showing you a small portion, meaning they're compacting the whole Earth into a little bit. It's not the whole entire Earth, so of course you won't be able to see those stars.
Scale. We've been over it the other day. He understands scale. It's just childish as fuck at this point.
I mean, he's just being childish because he's not understanding scale again.
Also, Elijah's been trying to get through to him that he's got an AE map in his head, and he's not letting that point get through.
What else in the planetarium example? I didn't even give that example. That was someone else.
No, that was me because you were asking for a model, and we normally here on Flat Earth we stay away from models because they're called a reification fallacy. So, but I know in your worldview you do like models, so I was hoping I could invoke a model that you would agree with as a point as our fallback point. That hey, we won't go any lower than this. If it didn't work, I apologize. I had thought that you wouldn't have argued against a planetarium. You proved me wrong.
The only thing that stopped him is because his question is necessitated the fact that South is in the same direction. He did say that. I don't know why he's walking away from that, but ultimately, if that's what he believes, then every argument he has is going to be walked back from that belief.
What do we think if I have the
because when he said it doesn't work on when he said it didn't work on the flat Earth, that was one of the questions he gave. That's why he brought up the Southern Cross. So what? Why are we moving away from that?
Oh, because I thought I had the wrong model in my head. If we don't believe the planetarium model, what do we think the flat Earth looks like?
Oh, I thought you had a question. Was that your very first question?
No, I didn't have a question.
It wasn't AMA here.
I said, can you model the celestial
Am I talking to your roommate or you, who are we talking to? Your roommate or you?
Oh, I asked, can you model celestial sphere?
Answer the question. I don't care what you said. A lot of people were talking
to my roommate.
Okay,
I don't have.
Thank you.
Okay. So
then where's the guy with the roommate then?
I don't know. So I asked, could you model the celestial sphere on a flat Earth? And someone brought up the planetarium.
Because I definitely been muted you. How the fuck did we get into a conversation with him? Where's the other guy?
The ruler guy wanted to, TCAP wanted to back out because he was in a dead point, so he brought his friend over.
And then I thought his friend wanted to talk. He was in his background, wasn't he? So what happened?
I thought he came in with a different account.
No. We were talking to him, and then this guy started talking, but I had muted him earlier because he was being disruptive.
Yep, it sounded like the background on YouTube. It sounded like a background person with him.
Well, see, that's how they get away, man. They be getting away, like they getting their ass whooped, man.
Holy crap.
Is it just 2 points of rotation, like?
Yeah, if someone goes into that framework where like, hey, I got a hemisphere and I have another hemisphere, these two hemispheres are stacked on top of each other, and each of these hemispheres are spinning opposite directions, how do you explain that on the flat Earth? And I'm like, I wouldn't try to explain that on the flat Earth. That sounds absolutely retarded.
Yep.
It's like two protractors. How do the two protractors like work?
Dude, who's observed the celestial sphere from a single vantage point simultaneously? The answer is nobody.
Oh,
I was going to
people
say
say
that
there's
guy
2
did.
points
And
of
I'm
rotation, no? You just said there were 2 points of rotation.
No, I was steel manning their position. I'm not claiming any points of rotation here. I'm saying from their point of view, they're saying the Earth is spinning inside this celestial sphere. And there's 2 hemispheres, a north and south. These hemispheres are stacked on top of each other, and one is spinning clockwise, the other half is spinning counterclockwise. And then their question is, how do you explain that on a flat Earth? And my answer is, I wouldn't. That sounds absolutely retarded. Absolutely. I can't think of anything more retarded than that. So I wouldn't even try to explain something so retarded.
Well, there's people on flat Earth what have seen it, like 2 points of rotation.
Holy crap! He didn't say that, did he, dude?
Well, I've heard lots of people say that.
There ain't nobody that's observed, quote unquote, 2 points of rotation from an off angle simultaneously to be able to validate anything about this alleged rotation, dude. It's just an apparent visual phenomenon.
Somebody just said it. So don't
Well, name one.
Like,
Who? Name one.
Holy crap, dude.
You got Polaris in north, Sigma Octantis in south. 2 points.
Sounds like he's coming to his own conclusions, and no one else has claimed that.
Yeah, well, yeah. What do you mean by 2 points of rotation, bro? What do you mean by that?
Well, like I said, Polaris is one, and the other one's Sigma Octantis.
Okay, so Polaris is spinning around on itself.
Well, I don't know what's spinning like. It's just, it's just there.
I don't know, dude. I'm trying to get you to explain what you're talking about, and so I have to ask you questions, so you're not just telling me.
Well, that's how you get your latitudes, like in north, isn't it?
Dude, you're skipping steps, bro. I'm trying to get you to actually parse out what you're actually saying.
Well, Polaris is
point. Let me give you a hint, dude. There's 2 points of rotation. One's my index finger and one's my toe. What does that even mean?
Well, you know
Polaris is right, dude. You can't explain yourself.
Polaris is a point of rotation on flat Earth.
For what? Your mom's cabinet?
Well, you can't answer. Is that all you got?
He's offended.
Oh my goodness, dude.
No, dude, this is okay. You got 2 people. You got 2 people now have told you that this construct that you're coming up with is absolutely retarded. No one's talking about it but you. I can't explain something you got bounced around in your head. You would have to do that. Articulate yourself. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about what I've heard you lot talking about. It was like 2 points of rotation in the sky.
All right, brother. Everybody be quiet. Dude, I'm going to permanently ban you from here if you can't answer this one question. Okay? It's going to be like that because I'm sick and tired of dealing with retards.
Well,
the question is...
You're the biggest retard here, fucking retard. You believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I'm the biggest retard.
Yeah, you're a fucking excommunicated gang of retards and psychopaths who believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, whatever, claps.
Whatever, claps.
You're freaking out, dude. Come in here. Yeah, just don't step over the road, turd.
You have a lisp.
You roboted AI. Roboting. AI. Roboting.
Yeah, you gotta have to wait a second. Okay, so I'm going to parse this question out, then I'm going to ask it. So you said there's 2 points of rotation. Okay, cool. What is rotating? That's the question.
Well, your latitude. rotation around.
Latitudes are rotating. Your claim is that latitudes are rotating, dude. Is that your claim, yes or no?
Point. It's the point of the rotation at circle, at latitude.
Okay. One more time. Let's see if you're smart enough. What is rotating?
It's just a point of rotation of a circle, like.
All right, goodbye. See ya. Gone. Too dumb to be here, dude. Waste of everyone's time. It's literally like talking to somebody who's so retarded that they've gone past retard, gone back to genius, and then got kicked out of Mensa for being stupid.
Amazing, man. That was
watch this. The axle of a car is a point of rotation. What's rotating? The tire. Holy crap. Was that complicated or something? Is it like a trick question?
Damn, you're pretty triggered.
Yeah, I'm triggered, bro. You better believe it, dude.
I believe it.
See, if you know that somebody's triggered, then you should be able to use that. Like, if you got that baseline knowledge. So let's go through it, okay? You've got an answer you want people here to ask, but you have to be able to articulate what you're talking about. If it's just a question on flat Earth, we can talk about that. We're flat earthers. If you want to talk about a question on your globe, you'd have to articulate that position with some kind of detail where someone knows what you are talking about.
Yeah, so let me ask you the question, Mr. You're Triggered. What's rotating? There's 2 points of rotation according to that guy. I asked him what's rotating. Can you answer for him?
I'm more interested in asking why you're so triggered.
It's not triggered. It's the sky. The answer is the sky. Okay? It shouldn't be hard. This is the same answer, even if globe. This is a problem that AI is talking about. If I ask you what is rotating, you should be able to answer that instantly. It's the sky. That's why it was so frustrating with that dude, because he wouldn't say the sky, because he was afraid to say that, because he was worried that if he said the sky was rotating, he's saying the Earth is stationary. No one said that. No one said that at all. It was just trying to get into exact details about what do you see. See something, say something. Do you see the sky rotating, yes or no?
Yep. Yeah, because keep in mind, brother Crit, that if they say the sky's rotating, they done fucked up. Because in their worldview, it's the Earth that's rotating, not the sky, meaning that what they see to appear to be a rotation in the sky is an apparent rotation, not an actual rotation. So they already screwed themselves over with that language.
I just want to say, for the record, this is comedy gold.
That's good, because that's one of our rules. One of our rules is have fun. Nothing in here should be so serious that somebody would start pulling their hair out, screeching, trying to get people fired from a job, finding out where they live, like all their names. Yeah, trying to figure out what their name is. If you're not having fun, do something else. Really, that's that easy.
My name. What's my name? True or false?
Amen, Crit. I'm with you there.
Yeah, I think AI should take like a Xanax or something to chill out. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, it's because your sort of beta personality, you don't know what it sounds like when you hear a man talk to you up front and forward. So for you, it sounds emotional. That's just manhood. That's just someone using their voice, standing on all 10 toes, and telling you exactly what they're talking about.
Hey, AI, you should change your name to Cap's worst nightmare, like the Globers do when they're spiraling downward. You have this guy triggered. He keeps mentioning you.
I'm very triggered.
Literally only one Glober I heard or I've seen do that, but stereotype all you'd like.
No, there are many.
No, there's 3 now. There's 3. There's Crit owes me my tax money because he thinks
nightmare.
Yeah, Crit. So yeah, and then Crit's worst nightmare, and there's another guy called Scanning for Crit or something like that. Or Crit Scan.
Not the same person.
No, they're 3 different people. Yeah.
Crit. I guarantee you are not a man.
Yeah, you can guarantee
That's
that. How?
something a beta would say. A
Why
beta.
you guarantee that?
Beta.
But what's the guarantee on that? What's the over under?
Over under is 100% because I can tell by your voice.
Wow, that's some gamma shit right there.
It is.
Yeah.
No need to be transphobic.
Hey, let me ask this question. If you've never seen Mike Tyson before, could you tell by his voice whether you could kick his ass or not?
He didn't say whether or not he could kick his ass.
I don't care about that. I don't care what he said. I asked a different question, didn't I?
I don't know, but you're asking an irrelevant question in a time when there's a conversation going
It's
on.
not irrelevant. It's highly irrelevant.
The thought of Mike Tyson pushed the question out of his mind.
Yeah, I know. Isn't it funny? Yeah, because Mike Tyson has a lisp and, all this. And a lot of people, it's like, so these guys basically, like I said, these figures of manhood, they don't know how to handle it. Because they're used to like these sort of gamer circles where everyone's really soft-spoken and they're kind of like, unsure about who's feeling what, and they lose a game and they gotta, console their buddies. So when they come in here into a voice chat and they're not sure how to take it. Take it.
No, it's like
as it comes.
I was talking to Polaris and you didn't know how to take it and you banned him.
No, I ain't banned anyone. You're a lying sack of shit.
AI did, right?
Where did I ban? Yeah, but you're not talking to AI. You're talking about me.
Oh, nice! You won the technicality.
Who did I ban? Who did I ban? Your sister? That why you're so upset about it?
See, this is how triggered you are. You're associating.
Very triggered. You're right. I'm as triggered as I was when I put my cock in your mom's ass last night.
Oh, nice.
All this shit that gets people kicked out of here.
Yeah, fictitious. That's fictitious.
AI, you can't pearl clutch after saying your sister joke. Like, come on, grow a pair.
Yeah,
no, because a sister thing is different than the SA.
I know. Oh, whatever. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything less of a Freudian slip from a degenerate like you. So, I mean, I guess I get what I paid for.
What Freudian slip?
Yeah, somebody got that, and it wasn't you because you're not intelligent enough. So
yeah, so when you said you were wrong, right? Because it wasn't me. I won the technicality this time.
You failed miserably.
Yeah, so let's see if you can answer the question now. There's supposedly 2 points of rotation, whatever the heck that means. So the question I have to ask is, what's rotating?
Who are you talking to?
Anyone. Any Glober who wants to answer, dude, for goodness sakes. Feel free to grok it.
The celestial sphere only using mention. Well,
Doesn't seem like anyone wants to respond, AI.
You're too.
Yeah, we know,
too
dude.
aggressive. You're too mean. Looks like Snackle. He's not available to VC. He does believe the folk cult pendulum shows Earth precession. Maybe SOCAN. I've never seen SOCAN around. Maybe he has the same understanding. Rich Evans could flip flop at any moment, so it's not.
I haven't done enough research on the pendulum. I'm not well versed on it.
You could take it or leave it.
Yeah, I mean, well, if you don't know what's rotating, then Foucault's pendulum's irrelevant, isn't it?
Okay. Did you have a point?
Yeah, that is the point.
Just seems trivial.
No, it's not trivial. If a Glober can't answer what's rotating when it comes to the conversation about the Earth, then they have no business talking about Foucault's pendulum. There you go.
Yeah, if they don't say the Earth's rotating, then they're not going to bring up Foucault's pendulum. It's just trivial.
No, I didn't say if they don't say the Earth is rotating. I say if they don't know what's rotating. That's a different story.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Maybe is there a meaningful point you were trying to make, or
that's your new tactic? Just dither into oblivion.
I was just waiting for a meaningful point. Yeah. If Glover doesn't know the Earth is rotating, then he wouldn't know about Foucault's pendulum. It's just kind of a nonsense thing to say.
No, not really. Plenty of people come in here and try to say Foucault's pendulum proves the Earth is rotating, but then when asked about the sky, they tell us the sky is rotating. So they're confused about what's actually rotating.
It's like a semantic dispute.
Not really. The problem is that from what they're observing, they clearly observe certain things happening, and then they try to describe what they're observing, the opposite of what actually they're observing.
Kind of like saying, I'm in a car driving down the highway, and I see trees going past. The trees aren't actually going past. You still think you're in a car that's moving, but the trees appear to go past you, right?
What? Look at the tree. Oh my goodness, dude. Painful.
Sorry?
Yeah, it's painful, brother. Painful.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you sit on something with your hemorrhoid?
Yeah, I sat on that last sentence you just made and pooped on it.
Unfortunately, sentences aren't tangible, so it's probably just a hemorrhoid.
Dude, hemorrhoids are caused usually by extra exertion to trying to get rid of crap. Kind of like I'm doing to get rid of your crap.
I mean, if you address the problem and eat more fiber, I'm sure you'll be fine. Or if you address the problem and address what I said, that's another way that you can...
No Glover will have to present any globe proof. Yeah, good point. I agree with you. Although, if I remember correctly, that guy that I banned is actually a non-glober, non-flat earther, true earther. I'm a truthier than truth earther.
You banned
who knows what the heck he's on about? No, dude, you don't know the. Well, don't get me wrong. He might call himself a true earther, but I'm talking about like the Bevite styles. If you know what I'm talking about.
I hear that a lot. I don't know what the differentiation of a Bevite compared to anyone else is.
Well, here, let me break it down.
Go ahead.
there. So you got people who think the Earth is, say, Dell. We probably haven't heard of Dell yet. The upward moving Earth, that pizza planet going upwards in space. Then you've got people who are infinite planers. Then you've got people who think the Earth is like the realm, like a realm earther. And then
what do you mean by that? What do you mean by realm?
Well, I'm just going through different categories. We can dive into them later on. Then you've got people who have ether cosmology, and they have recently adopted into a true Earth as their moniker. Then you've got the quadpodal. Or they call extraplanar.
Are all of these Bevites?
No, Bevites have their own thing. That's why we call them Bevites.
Yeah, what distinguishes a Bevite?
Bevites are called true globers. They take kind of like both sides and smash it into this weird amalgamation where they can't answer anything because there isn't any answer to these questions. It's supposed to be like the Earth is too big and it's too vast that there's no ever way of really knowing what you are on or you're not on.
You'll know them for being hyper-specific about everything. The Earth's not flat because there's waves and stuff. There's trees. It can't be flat.
Yeah, they got this
well, if you don't define flat, that doesn't seem like the craziest thing to say.
Yeah, well, it's not just that.
The problem is, Rich, we've told them multiple times that it's planar with topography. Yes, but you say it's flat. And you'll notice they've all got this, I don't know, like they're all dwarves or some shit, squeaky little accent, and it fucking annoys the shit out of most of us.
Yeah.
It's like they all were bred out of one little room, and
yeah, I don't like annoying answers either, Matrix.
Say again?
I don't like annoying accents either.
Yeah, you get used to it. Nice try.
Yeah, it's like the Yorkshire, the Yorkshire accent.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of them was asked one day to please define flat then. And what he actually came out with was there's these things called optic flats, which are pieces of glass that get machined down to be nigh on perfect. And these things are only, probably about 2 inches across. They're not that big. And, yeah, that was his definition of flat. So that's why I asked him, are you running around with these optic flats testing everything then?
Yeah, but the problem is if you use a high-powered enough microscope, then that surface wouldn't be, fitting their ideal definition of flat anyway. So,
it's true.
According to them, there's no structure that can exist that can be defined as flat because they're using the idealistic definition and making that fit all terms that use the word flat, which, by the way, is a fallacy because flat has different definitions for different contexts.
Yeah, they even had.
I thought you guys didn't know that words had multiple definitions. That's so surprising.
They also have a problem.
Wow, bro.
There's also the problem they have because a flat tire, they couldn't describe a flat tire because they tried to describe it like it's lacking air. There's no air, or they couldn't really go. See, they're a lot. Okay, let me break it. This might sound confusing. Their worldview or epistemology is that nothing can be anything. It can only not be something else. And this sounds confusing, but I've been saying, like right now,
that's the worst way to define something.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we call them Bevites.
Like you would define a cat as not a dog?
Or like right now, I'm drinking something, and it's not orange juice.
Just vodka.
No, it's just water. But for them, you can't say water because water isn't water. Water would.
I don't know. This seems like a straw man crit. I don't believe these people exist.
I'm dead serious. I don't have a link to their server. They ban.
No, these guys are legends.
Are you talking about the land of misfits?
No, we're talking about on the level, the Bevite server, bro.
Okay, yeah, I've never been there. Haven't heard of it.
Yeah, the land.
We're not going to give you the link. We're not going to give you the link because we don't want to be accused of war crimes.
Yeah,
I know, but I don't care. You got a problem making everything about you. I said I'm not going to give you the link, and you go, I didn't ask for one.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. I'm not going to give you a link to my server, by the way.
Okay, exactly.
Don't make it about yourself. Don't make it about yourself.
I look on your server. I look to see what Rich does when it's not flat Earth. That'd be fascinating. Like send me an invite.
Dude, he has pictures of. So when I said Mike Tyson's voice, all he could think of was that thong right before the fight.
I'm thinking like it's going to be a bunch of like foot fetishes posts or something. Like I'm trying to what does Rich do when Rich is not riching?
Foot fetish? Why would you get that?
No, I'm just joking. I just tried to think of something earlier today as a throwback from another conversation I had. This foot fetish model got really upset with me that I thought the Earth was flat. It was absolutely hilarious. It's like we're in a group call.
Crit, this is funny, bro.
Yeah.
Like Rich is much better at this kind of stick than actually trying to prove the globe.
Yeah, it's kind of his persona. That's what I'm saying. You got to play into it.
Rich is good at having conversations. Thank you, AI.
Yeah, it's true. It is. That's why I know. We got to play into your strengths.
When you're not like screaming at me like a madman, I'm pretty fun to engage with. And AI might have yelled at me a couple times, but I'm speaking towards a particular not mod in this room who gets a lot of screen time, whose strategy is just to yell at people. And it's really hard because I come in this room and I want to have a conversation about the globe Earth, and he just yells at me.
That.
Hey, if they kept them, you should have kept that music going and see.
Yeah, it would have been great.
It's gonna go viral.
Oh, did you clip it, Rodwin?
What do you bloody think?
It's. I'm sure that thing's gonna be.
Okay. Yeah, well, everyone in here knows it was a joke, so I couldn't care less what you guys do with it. Go for it.
That's gonna be in Banhammer's playlist.
Yeah, because he's a sadistic little fuck.
I'm not little, actually.
You sound like it.
That's what you get for trying to act again, Rich. Just
You know,
give it up.
you know what, brothers? I just got to point this out. How come a billionaire just didn't pay Mike Tyson to just flatten Jake Paul? That would have been awesome.
Because he's geriatric and he couldn't do it.
No, he could have.
Yes,
Wouldn't you have to pay Jake Paul to take the fall?
Dude, did you see Tyson training before the fight, dude?
Yeah, he would kick my ass. That's beside the point.
He would have took Paul out too, dude. He was not even acting, dude. Like, and what I mean by acting was like taking action. Like he was literally holding back. You could tell.
There was he came out the first round, got a feel good licks on them, then they clinched right at the end of the first round. And I think Jake Paul said, dude, you're beating the shit out of me, man. Dial it back a little bit. This is supposed to be for I'm not really fighting you, okay? I know you're the greatest. Like they were clinched for 30 seconds, or not 30 seconds, long enough to have a full conversation. And then Mike Tyson taps him on the back. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Give him a quick little tap. And after that, there wasn't really much boxing going on at all. One round, the fourth round.
You ever play any football, Crit?
Yeah, hold on. One round, the fourth or fifth round, neither of them even punched each other. It was just shadow boxing. They were just kind of dancing around.
If you played football, then after you get in contact with someone, it's not uncommon for there to be a pat on the back after you get up with no words exchanged. I don't know. Not everything's a conspiracy, guys. Occam's razor. Good shit.
Hope Evans.
I mean, after you saw Mike Tyson and the shape that he was in, right? During the fight, because you could see his glutes, he's in shape. He should have been able to take him.
Usually in boxing, I'm looking at the arms, but
I mean, if you watched this show, you would have seen,
Yeah.
The G-string that Mike Tyson was wearing.
I watched him train on the heavy bag before the fight, dude. And it was Rec City. And now when he's in the fight, it's I'm scared. It's obvious, dude. Obvious.
It was like two totally different people. Watching him hit that heavy bag at the start was absolutely insane. And then all of a sudden it was yep, we've got to swap him over now. Let's put the Nancy boy Rich Evans out there.
Are you all saying that he didn't get hit in the face between the time that he stopped?
No,
between when he was hitting hard and then he just stopped? He didn't get punched at all?
It was like two separate people. Watching the way he was training and then watching the way he was actually in the fight.
Yeah, because in an actual fight, you've been hit in the face.
No, it's nothing to do with
I know that you've probably never been in an honest fight in your life and probably have only hit your sister.
Why would you assume
the idea that when you get hit in the face, you become disorientated, right?
Yeah, we understand
it's very typical.
that.
No, that doesn't happen for everybody. That's very typical. He assumes a lot.
I just got hit in the face, T-Dub, so I am a little disorientated.
No,
yeah, you would
drop
be
on your head.
Yeah, you would be.
Nothing but chirps.
Oh,
you're cutting out.
You robot in no tanks.
Oh, everybody! I feel like everybody agrees that fight was the world.
Yeah. Right. Sit.
You a robot in no tanks.
How about now?
Good enough.
Hey guys, any Flurf retards here present today?
Yeah, Rich was just crying about it. Yep.
Rich Evans.
Oh yeah,
he's a Flurf. Rich Evans is a Flurf.
Yeah, you know it. I'm right here.
He's one of those
retarded flirts who thinks that he's on a globe.
Hey, that's not nice, heretic. That's
correct.
Don't say I'm a glober.
No, Rich. Now's your chance, bro.
How dare you say he's a
glober alive, brother?
Bro, you want him to
Dude,
be?
I bet you, Rich. I bet you, Rich would destroy you, bro. You try to prove a globe, and I bet you, Rich would destroy you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for muting Luna. Her singing is atrocious, and that bitch still didn't make me a sandwich.
Look, dude, you got proof or what? What's your proof of this? The spinning, wobbling space ball through an unending void of darkness. Sorry,
Can you even get a sentence out without stuttering?
That Clay hasn't been around for a long time, so the ever-expanding world of darkness.
Darkness. I was born in the darkness. You merely adopted the dark.
All right, someone mute him. Someone mute this guy. Dude, I'm asking you why you think you live on a spinning, wobbling space ball. Okay.
Someone get this troll out of here.
Get him the F out of here.
Blue sniffing. Bus riding.
Somebody get this troll out of here.
Seize him. You guys don't understand. It's a quote from Harp, dude. Okay. Hey, why are we entertaining this troll? Somebody get this troll out of here. Seize him. This glue sniffing pretender clown. You guys gonna put up with this? What's going on? Okay, I'm out of here.
Crit, the only people who sniff glue are Flurfs, bro.
Dude, you're a painter. You sniff paint.
You just
literally.
This guy doesn't know who the Austrian painter is. What an idiot.
Oh, now I get it. And the Mason sign, too.
Doesn't know who
You
the
got me.
Austrian
You got
painter
me.
is.
You got me.
This guy doesn't know who the
I know
Austrian
it's
painter
Bad Mustache Man.
is. No, you don't, buddy. No, you
I
don't.
know it's Bad Mustache Man. Don't worry.
Thought it was an actual painter. You're an idiot.
Bad Mustache Man who was... Never mind.
You got rage baited so hard, bro. It's okay, bro. You can't.
Yeah, I'm so serious right now.
Yeah, there's no recovering from that.
Listen, you motherfucker. You don't give me some goddamn fucking globe proof right now, we're gonna have you banned from this room, okay?
You got rage baited so hard.
Dude, just give me the globe proof. What the fuck's going on? Come on, let's go.
We are on a globe, you idiot.
Yeah, now prove it.
Thank you, whoever did that. You see, they just come in here. They don't have any proof. They don't make any arguments. They just want to call us bad and just laugh.
What do you mean
I'm
us?
sick of
When
it.
you say us, do you mean like you and I?
No, I mean more crit.
He's obviously delusional, Jim Z. No, he doesn't mean you and I.
Huh.
Yeah, you guys don't know this, but me and Rich are going to have a bromance wedding. We're planning it right now. So if you guys want to be invited, you better be good.
Why are we sending $30 worth of invitations in the mail if you're just going to tell people over the internet, Crit?
Well, because I want to know that if they get weird and cringe about it, they're not going to be invited.
Will QE be
why don't you just elope?
Yeah, we're gonna have the one with RC Meisty. You guys don't know that lore. He wanted to hire QE to sing at his wedding.
No, because elope is too close to globe.
And this is compromise enough.
Full ope. You got a full ope.
Full ope.
Eon.
Bless up.
We're gonna have the French dude, that really high energy French guy. He's gonna be like the speaker. He's gonna be like, "You flat earthers, I spit on you."
Talking about songs, you heard
that
the
would
new
be really
songs?
cute. Our like the bromance wedding party would be like there'd be MC Toon on my side and Dave McKeegan, and and then on your side you got like Flatzoid and Nathan Oakley. It'd be great. A real we're the Capulet and Montagues of the flat Earth debate.
Are you going to invite Professor Dave?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's all right.
He's my best man.
Yeah, but if we invite Professor Dave, we'd have to get a stool for him to stand on.
You guys heard the new song from Katy Perry? It goes, I kissed the floor and I liked it.
That's the Losses joke?
Matrix found a really good meme where it's like the astronaut stranded in space for 9 months watching Katy Perry kiss the ground after an 11-minute flight.
What's say?
Yeah, that's not a bad little thing to point out. Yeah, that astronaut has all the reason to be pretty pissed at the coverage of all this. The 2 astronauts that were stuck there for ridiculously a long time.
I faked space and I liked it.
I love space.
I opened the door and I liked it.
'Cause there's a latch on the inside.
Else didn't know about. So he turned it.
Turns out money is not
2025.
knowing.
We still got flat earthers.
Yeah, buddy, we're here. We're flat.
We got some flat Earth vibes going on. Who's got the best flat Earth vibe right now?
I know, but not you guys.
That sounds like a
definitely.
straw man.
Definitely not you guys.
Where are the other flat earthers that have a better vibe?
I know.
Dell. I think Dell's the one with the most vibes.
I think the one that has the most vibes have fell off the edge already. So, yeah.
What edge?
I know. You tell
who
me.
hurt you?
Ever been in South Pole?
No.
Leaf. What is it? Like, what's your methodology that you use to reference the truth of this situation? Like, what is it that helps
why
know
are we
what the
pre-supping
Earth
right
is?
now?
I want to know what it is that he uses
Why?
to know the truth of the matter. Like, what is
Why
it all
don't you
depend on?
just ask him if he's a glober or not?
Why would you shut up and let him answer?
What's wrong with pre-supping? I always have a snack before dinner.
Clever. Do you know that?
I don't know. Like, what is it?
Technically, it's after yesterday's dinner, so I can't be certain.
Or tomorrow's.
Do you have any? I mean, do you have? I don't know. Do you have any evidence that that tomorrow will be similar to yesterday? Or?
Thanks, Hume.
What is it that Leaf uses to know that what the Earth is? Like, what's the methodology that Leaf would use to know? I don't know.
I don't need no methodology. I know.
Could you be wrong?
But you need a methodology to know.
It's Hank Connery that you're born with. He's born with the globe knowledge, bro.
But that would even be a method to obtain knowledge, so that would still be an epistemology.
So you're born with this knowledge, and you couldn't be wrong about it.
That's what AI said. He didn't say that. Don't.
Of course, I believe.
But I'm asking Leaf a million times, and you keep interrupting me.
Flat Earth is boring. It's really boring, honestly.
You know what? I have to agree with Leaf. Flat Earth doesn't do or say anything, so it's extremely boring.
Like, imagine stuck in here for the rest of your life, and the rest of your life, and the rest of your life. Are you happy with
It
that?
sounds like it's like if I get sent to the gulag, I want to be the cool kid area. And this would be like the cool kid area.
No, you're the one that want to be a cool kid, you know? You know
No, I'm saying if you have to go to the gulag, what section would you want to go to? The Katy Perry, like I kissed the ground and I liked it, or bunch of bros.
I kiss the earth and I like it.
You can
yeah, I think he's got a point. Flat is boring because space balls and rocket space. These rockets that are shaped like dildos. They're way more exciting.
No. You guys don't understand. Flat Earth is boring because it makes no
flat
claims.
Stuff. Flat stuff
makes
is boring.
no claims, right? There's not it doesn't do anything. So I mean, what is something that doesn't do anything? It's boring.
Yeah, space balls, black holes, Uranus. That's more exciting.
Spaceballs do things.
Yeah.
All right, it's not like you guys are willing to venture a South Pole and see what's beyond the edge. Like, you guys are not doing any of that.
That's cool. Yeah, Rich, you should use that argument, right? The argument that you know so well, that a denial of A is an implicit assertion. Whether it's implicit or explicit, you're implicitly denying the affirmation that Earth is a globe. So you must have some other option in order to be reasonable. You should employ that argument.
No idea what you just fucking said.
Like if I were to deny that the Earth is a globe, I'd be implicitly asserting.
Yeah, there's no need for option or any type of speculation when you have those measurements which prove that
yeah, if you have an unfalsifiable position, for sure.
What was that? What's unfalsifiable?
If you have an unfalsifiable position that you just assume, then you don't need measurements. You don't need any kind of observation. You just have the position, right?
Oh, you're saying that there's some sort of axiomatic, dogmatic assertions going on?
Yeah. I'm not trying to make the conversation hardcore, but yeah.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think on either side, right? Like this Glober, Leaf. Like, what do you think is his axiom?
I don't know. I don't know what Leaf. I don't want to make claims about Leaf. So
okay. What is your axiom? What is the axiom that you hear? The dogmatic axiom that is deployed.
There's a lot of dogmatism that gets brought around.
But what is it that is absolute, fundamental, and necessary in order to make?
I'll tell you what my axiom is. My axiom is go with the flow and believe in the lies. All right.
Not an axiom, you weirdo.
Why ain't just like go with the flow, man? Why do you have to act different?
That's more of like a personal mantra than an axiom.
I don't care.
Which is okay, you know.
Wouldn't it be cool that you know that you can venture into space, in the spaceship, having sex, reproducing?
Space is fake.
Yeah, I don't care. Give me a VR and
we can cover something very quickly. Radwin saying space is fake is a claim, right? Like you can't just say it's an objective. It's objective fact that. Second law of thermodynamics nonsense.
That's what math
like
is.
Those are all dogmatic, axiomatic things that are espoused in here that are supposed to destroy the other side, but they don't. It's just like internally repeating yourself.
That's why people don't like you guys. You guys tell me
what I said. Debunk what I said then.
So you make a claim. And then you tell me that I have to debunk your claim. You ever heard of flipping the burden of proof?
No, you claim gravity. I debunked it.
I said nothing of the sort. I've been role playing as a flat earther for most of this time. So you made the claim that space is fake.
You, all of you.
No, but you can't say you made the claim that space is fake. So you have to show that space is fake. And saying explain gravity to me is not a valid inference or good way to go about it.
It's a negative claim.
Well, space itself is the positive claim, so we can just hand wave it unless somebody can confirm space.
You didn't understand. 100 times.
I mean, I can't tell you can't hand wave something, right?
As long as he ignored the 100 proofs that laws of nature disprove his gravity, then yeah, he can just persist.
Listen, nobody's saying that the empty space between your ears is fake. Nobody's saying that.
Well, then why do you guys keep saying it?
I mean,
Because I
because
like
it's true.
it.
The empty space between your ears is real.
I like it.
Maybe you have a different definition, Rich. Do you have a different definition of space than the one that is typically affirmed?
No,
Like
see, this is what you guys do very well, I might add, is flip it onto the other person, right? Because in Radwin, can I just get a concession? Can I get a concession that Radwin saying space is fake is a claim and requires justification?
Well, the first claim would have been space itself.
No, it necessarily doesn't
Yeah,
because
fair.
he's
That's
making the
fair.
claim that it doesn't exist.
Rich, that's fair. That's fair. If someone says space is real and someone says space is fake,
If someone
neither
says
of them
unicorns
have
aren't
proved
real, there
anything.
has to be someone who says unicorns are real.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
analogous.
listen.
It's analogous.
Try not to
It's
talk.
ridiculous.
Try not to talk, dude. Try your best not to talk, okay? If someone says space is less than so, they have to prove it. If someone says space is fake, they have to prove it.
Yeah,
you can't just have an assertion on the table. You can't just have an assertion on the table.
But yeah, so you just thank you for the concession, AI, that Radwin came in and made a claim and then didn't justify it.
Your vacuum of space next to 14.7 psi is fake. You need to continue.
Yeah, and that's why we don't have a vacuum next to 14.7.
Gas balls in a vacuum don't exist.
Well, this is you just moved to a second claim. Now, gas balls don't exist. Please,
you claim atmosphere, and I say gas balls do not exist in a vacuum.
Okay, so justify your claim that you cannot have a gas ball in space.
I turn my vacuum chamber on, and no gas balls will exist inside of it.
So, if I were to say it's impossible to have a Ferrari in your garage because I don't have a Ferrari in my garage, does that make sense?
Why are you sidestepping the answer? He turned
because
his
this is
gas
analogous
on.
to the response that Radwin
No,
just
it's not.
gave.
He didn't mention anything about Ferraris.
Because of his incapability to produce a result, doesn't make it impossible.
He just answered your question. He turned on his gas chamber. There was no balls formed in there.
Yes.
Were you not
just
listening?
because he fails to reproduce a result in his
so you've actually
gas
got it to
chamber,
work.
What? When did I claim that?
Well, if you said his doesn't work, therefore we can assume that yours does, based on your fucking twisted logic.
You don't understand what a claim is, and you don't understand how to make arguments.
You made one. He answered it.
You don't understand what a negative claim is. So if I say space is fake, I'm essentially saying the vacuum of outer space is not real. I don't have to justify that statement.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. It's a negative claim. It's a negative claim.
So the flat Earth doesn't exist, and I don't have to justify it.
No burden on me to provide any reason
the flat
why
Earth
that
doesn't
is
exist,
true or not
and I
true.
have no burden. This is great. Is this how you want to? You
that's
really
correct.
think conversation should be had?
Yeah. No, that's true. If someone says the flat Earth is real, and you say the flat Earth does not exist, you're not under any obligation to provide
No.
evidence that the
No
flat
one
Earth
has
does
to
not
say
exist.
flat Earth exists. I can just say flat Earth doesn't exist, and I don't have any requirement.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
That's right. No obligation. No
Anything
obligation.
can be basically anything can be rephrased such as to be negative or positive. So it's ridiculous to say that if I make a negative claim, you have no burden because it's ridiculous because that's when you guys just say no, you're wrong. Blah, blah.
You're not under obligation to prove non-existence.
Well, T-Dub doesn't exist.
Okay, fine. Cool.
This is how you have meaningless conversations because you can't even challenge that. It's fucking ridiculous.
Challenge what? That you don't understand that things are objectable and provable?
You need me to prove space is real so I can debunk it? Is that what you're saying?
Obviously not. I'm saying that you, under your conditions, made an experiment. So under these conditions, you don't get gas balls. Your original claim was you can't have gas balls in a vacuum. And I asked, how do you justify that? And apparently, I'm not allowed to ask that because it's a negative claim. It's just stupid. This isn't how you have meaningful conversations.
I answered you. I turned on my vacuum chamber, and there were no gas balls in there.
Exactly, and I said I can't have a Ferrari in my garage, and you asked me how do I know that, and I said there's no Ferrari in my garage.
Well, I could put water in there.
So you should put your Ferrari in your garage.
Once the water is gone, it's completely dry. You know you've pulled a pretty good vacuum by then. So you can do that. And you know there's no gas balls in there. How do you like that? Let's add a little bit of water to it. That'll just turn into gas and leave also. Gravity won't keep it down in the cup. I debunked your gravity, and I debunked gas balls in
Not
space.
debunking
So now
gravity.
what are you going to do?
A change of state due to a lower pressure is not a debunking of gravity.
A
Thank
double
you.
whammy. Boom, boom on you. You're out. I knocked you out.
You know what a density tower is, Radwin?
Is that a scale that you live by, like how dense you are?
No. Your doctor has funny equipment, though.
Is this density tower, is it vertical?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
What? That's non sequitur, sir.
You can't have vertical on a ball.
Okay.
Isn't vertical
justify that position?
Horizontal?
Yeah, vertical is in relation to horizontal.
Vertical just
There's
means,
no horizontals on a
vertical
ball.
just means up and down, right? So we have up and down on a globe. It's inward and outward from the globe.
Yeah, up and down
Yeah.
is in relation to a horizontal plane. You can't have anything horizontal on a ball.
Yes, you can.
End of the story. Okay, show me.
You can absolutely have a horizontal plane on a ball.
If you're delusional,
Show me.
Okay. So Jesse Path of Light has a very good demonstration using a theodolite to establish a level plane, which is shown to be above the horizon.
How did he calibrate that horizontal?
How did he calibrate it? So he calibrated it in that the horizon line is equidistant from the crosshairs of the theodolite.
Equidistant with the crosshairs of theodolite. So horizontal with the horizon. Oh well, welcome to Flat Earth.
No, sir. The horizon is below the level line.
What is the elevation of the theodolite above the ground?
The elevation of the 6 feet.
for you, Rich?
So it was 6 feet. So if we look at the other end, he should have to dip, which would be equal to 6 feet. Welcome to Flat Earth, as stated already.
He would have to dip?
Yes. Because you're above the ground. You're 6 foot above the ground. He is looking horizontal, therefore he would be looking slightly above the ground.
I want to point out again.
Yeah, if the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, then you're absolutely correct.
All right, good. Yeah, the water is the horizon. The water
does not rise to eye level.
Rich,
the horizon is below the level plane.
Yeah, the water is below your eyes. Yeah, no shit. I just want to point out again, just because I know you like Jesse Path of Light. He seems like a nice guy. He trash. It's known. He's admitted it. He'll say it. You can ask him. He trash picked a theodolite. Never got it professionally calibrated, and he's making long distance 10, 20, 30, 40 mile observations with it. All right? It's not something to lean on for truth.
See, the problem with what you just said, No Tanks, is that you're not at all addressing why there would be an issue with the theodolite or the observation.
Instead of letting it land, instead of letting the point land and hear what Rich was going to say, somebody immediately came in and took it off to something else. That was kind of important. That the eye level of the observer is above the horizontal plane of the horizon. Not that there's anything wrong with calling Jesse out for not having his shit dialed, but like one thing at a time.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. But Jesse's observation is gonna show a divergence from that parallel, but he's got a shitty tool. That's And
I mean, if he was unbanned, well, he might actually be unbanned with the mass unbanning that occurred recently. He just might not have come back in. But he seems to have a very bad rap and get instantly muted in a lot of places he goes to, which is unfortunate because I find him quite entertaining and
if he
good
wasn't
faith.
a lying sack of shit, he probably wouldn't get muted.
Well, that just seems like poisoning the well. I mean, if you want to address the actual when he's giving his
you can stroke his back all you like. He has been caught out multiple times.
When you
he won't address issues when it's pointed out.
When you have an observation
horizontal on a ballpark,
and then you're not addressing anything about the actual observation, you're just saying things about where the observation came from, it's a bit of an issue, right?
So people took the bait. Because this was supposed to be about horizontal on a ball. Still haven't seen that demonstrated yet.
But in the video, it's in the video that I'm pretty sure we all knew what he was talking about.
Whoa, wait. He demonstrated horizontal. Where does he demonstrate that there's horizontal on your globe?
Oh, okay. Well, if I can't if I can't assume I'm on a globe, then I can't prove to you that you can have horizontal on a globe, right?
Holy crap! Why do anything? Just assume you're on a globe. Case closed. The end.
No, you misunderstand. If I don't start with the position and say, if I'm on a globe, then I'll get this result based on what horizontal means. If I can't do that, then I can't prove to you that there's a globe. It is a globe, right? Or I can have a horizontal on a
Rich,
globe.
Rewind, right? You said you can have horizontal on a sphere.
That was a checkmate. Why are we going further than that?
Wait, we should go more into what horizontal means.
I don't think Flatsy understood what I said, but that's okay.
Yes, I did. You have to assume your globe to prove your globe. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and this is why you guys are intellectually dishonest, because you don't concede that you have to make an assumption in order to make a proof, right? In an actual argument, when you're actually making an argument and not assuming your position,
what's the proof?
When you're in terms of proof, I was talking about it as a category of argument.
You lay it out syllogistically. What's the proof?
Yeah.
What's the proof in a syllogism?
Is the syllogism not a proof?
Dude, I'm asking for yours. What is the proof? What have you proven and how?
I didn't make a claim that I had an argument for anything.
Oh my gosh, how much does this guy get paid? Like,
I wasn't talking about a specific argument that I had, I should say. I'm talking about when you are trying to make a point, right? If I were making a point about Jesse and his theodolite, I can syllogistically do something about how that's it shows what it shows. I haven't thought about it, right? You're putting me on the spot. And it's hard to put things into an argument. But if you're actually trying to assert a point, having it as an argument is what you should do. Not just assume your position, right? You don't just state, this is obviously just a fact, so you have to go with this fact, and then just that's your position, because kind of pointless. I could have said that a lot better. I realize that, but
yeah, because you're full of it, Rich. You're full of it.
Well, I mean, I did just eat, so give me a couple of minutes. Maybe I will be.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Meanwhile, is your plane horizontal at all points?
Is it horizontal at all points?
Yeah, is your plane, so at any point on your plane, is it still horizontal? Is it horizontal along all points?
I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Well, it'd have to be if you're going to claim that your plane is horizontal, right? Then at all points on that plane, it must still be horizontal, or it's not horizontal.
Right. So it's equidistant from the horizon at all points as it turns around.
Yeah, and his answer was, that's an interesting question.
So I'm trying to work to an actual point here. You don't have to be belittling, as you always are, Flat Earth Ranger. They love to belittle in the military, and you can do it there and have fun with it, but in actual society, you might want to stop doing that.
Because it matters in society, in everyday life. It matters here too, because people don't act like this.
Why are we not in society right now?
Yeah. People act differently when they're in person.
Okay. That doesn't mean you should act bad. It doesn't mean you should act badly when you're not in person.
I point out the bullshit when I see it, like your bullshit, Rich Evans.
What bullshit have I ever done? espoused or argued for?
Your reasoning.
What is the fault in my reasoning?
It's faulty reasoning.
That's just
Oh my
begging the
goodness.
question.
Who cares? All right, the next person to just repeat themselves when they're asked to explain is just going on mute because it's really tedious. How is your reasoning faulty? Because it's faulty reasoning. Good grief, dude. For God's sake, say something of tangible substance, for goodness
You
sake.
turned AI into Charlie Brown. Thanks a lot.
No, he was talking about me. You can get out your feelings, or you can just be self-observant and just, realize when you're full of shit.
You couldn't you?
Well, that's great. So everybody listening who wants to know, who missed it, how he's faulty reasoning, still doesn't know the answer.
No, they heard my last statement and they understand.
Oh, so you're not going to answer? All right, 1 point for Rich.
It only. Oh, I got one there. What's the score, Crit?
Negative 3 million to 7. You're on your way.
Nice. I went from 6 to 7. Yeah, this whole thing fucking started because I was talking about how. Yeah, the thing that pisses me off the most is when I hear people say like globe is the claim, right? It may be the claim on the table at that time for whatever context in the conversation, sure, that's fine. But when there's no context of a conversation being had that someone is like, I'm here to prove the globe because the globe exists. There's the globe claim. It's not a claim outside of that context of someone making it. And saying the Earth is a flat, motionless plane is just as much of a claim as saying the Earth is
no, that's reality.
Globe.
That's the default when you go outside.
Oh, God. Here we go. This is exactly what I'm talking about, the problem.
Bunk me.
Or we can keep dealing with this problem and people point it out and you can just...
Dude, both sides agree, man, that the base experience is flat and motionless. That's why a lot of globe arguments start out like this. The Earth looks flat, such and such and such, but the Earth feels motionless, but...
Yeah, like that meme. The meme that Matrix was posted is so utterly stupid. I don't have the words to convey how stupid it is, because saying Earth is flat is a claim, saying Earth is round is a claim, saying Earth is moving is a claim, saying Earth is stationary is a claim. Like, if you don't understand what these portions of an argument are, then you won't be able to make an argument meaningfully.
It's not a claim, it's just the default.
The default what?
The default is that water.
The default
water
reality.
attached to
This is
spinning balls.
ridiculous.
Yes, water stays still if there's no wind blowing on it. It doesn't start swirling around because it's spinning around in a ball.
Anyone defending this claim nonsense is just admitting that assuming your position is better than arguing for it.
The default is that you can attach water on the outside of spinning balls in a vacuum. That's
There's no proof. Nothing proves nothing. Rich. That's what I was talking about. There's no objectivity.
What comment is that?
Nothing proves nothing. Nothing can be proven. There are no.
What are you on about? I don't know what you're trying to say.
That's your premise. That's what you're saying. You're saying that we can't prove things.
Don't just assume. Argue for your position. How does that mean nothing proves nothing?
That the position is measurements. Those things are objective. They can't be changed. They don't matter whether you feel they change or not. Those things are objective.
You can't just say measurements, right? You would say the Earth is flat and stationary. My justification for it are these measurements. You guys just aren't like going about these arguments in good faith.
Yeah, it hasn't sunk in.
The whole format around the way you guys argue is flawed.
Okay, Rich, it hasn't sunk in the first 40 times you've heard it, so we're gonna keep listening to your bullshit because you don't get it. That's what I'm saying.
Keep listening.
Rich, why don't you just challenge him for his measurements? That'd be the easiest solution.
Yeah,
I mean, we've done
AI.
that 40
The
times.
point
I've
is
heard
that
it
if
done
you
100
if
times.
you
So,
in good faith come with measurements, I wouldn't be having like this gripe
the ones
about
you've
the
heard
way the
100
flat Earth
times,
argues.
Rich, the ones you've heard for a year at least now.
And
Like,
over talking people like you just did is another reason that I despise the conversation.
Well, Rich, you think you're in the superior position. Science Ranger clearly isn't presenting any evidence for his case at the moment. So why don't you mop the floor with him by demanding that he present the evidence and then rebutting it? How about that?
I already am wiping the floor with him because he's not even understanding how a format of a debate should even work. Like what it is to even.
That's what
I've highlighted.
If you spend all the time talking about that, then neither of you are proving your case. Neither. So nobody's actually learning anything.
For now, I would rather get to the root of the problem.
things are objective. That's all I was trying to say. That things prove things, and he's circling around the fact that things aren't objective. That we don't have proof for things like those measurements that he's heard 100 times. We could form a debate if you would like, but that's not what my premise is. I'm saying that we listening to his bullshit and his circular reasoning, which makes no sense, and there's no conclusion to it.
What?
All right, so what we've come to is that neither of you have presented conclusive argument with proven premises backed by any evidence whatsoever for either of your claims in the past 15 minutes, right?
What was my claim?
It even turns on you, AI.
What is he talking about? What's wrong with this guy?
You won't even engage in a conversation with your own mod.
I'm not a mod, and I didn't turn on any.
No, I didn't call you a mod. I said you wouldn't engage in good faith conversation with your own mod. Because he didn't make an explicit claim that you were making a claim. He just pointed out you hadn't made proof of one. And you have to come in and say, what claim? Claims sound like this. The earth spins.
All right, we went past that. And what are you spiraling into? What the fuck is that?
Too funny. The irony is too much for me sometimes. So I got all giggly because he pointed out that you didn't prove anything, and your only response to him was to run fucking Glober script on him. It's funny because you won't even engage honestly in a conversation with him, let alone someone who doesn't agree with you.
So you're confused then? Okay.
What? When did I say I was confused?
Yeah, you're just confused. You don't understand what happened. That's what happened.
Just assume things about your opponent and ad hom them. Cool.
Well, I was trying to give Rich the prompt to debate you and to having to prove your point by making a point, but he didn't want to take advantage of it.
Well,
you're hot, Mike. And big head.
No, I'm saying at best he's giggling over the fact that neither of you have presented anything. But you still haven't presented anything.
I was presenting the faulty reasoning of the flat Earth position and how they tend to not even concede the fact that they're making a claim, let alone make an entire argument with substantive claims. So that's the point of substance I was bringing up.
And I just pointed out that your reasoning is circular because you're pointing out that measurements don't prove things. Reality doesn't prove things. The way people navigate and traverse Earth doesn't prove things.
That's not. I couldn't make a better straw man. Thank you. Well, that's not even a straw man.
I can't tell whether I'm listening to two Globers or two Bevites.
Makes sense.
All right, first one to make a claim and back it with a logic string with evidence wins a cookie.
All men are mortal. So Socrates is mortal is my claim, and that is because all men are mortal. Cookie, please. Do you want me to give it to you in syllogistic or
Socrates
in a
is
syllogism?
No, I want you to prove that all men are mortal.
All right. This Sunday, me versus AI in the ring. I'll prove every man's mortal.
On Easter, by killing over.
Have you refuted every claim of every claim of people that have achieved immortality? I guess you would put it.
Yeah, but check this out, Flat Earth Ranger, bro. He said, "I'll go in the ring and prove all men are mortal." The only way to do that is if we both die.
Yeah. But I mean, you have to, for someone to be in the ring with someone and kill the other person and themselves in the same move. It's going to be spectacular. I think you should all are going to want to see it.
Hey, I mean, that would be, dude. What if that was like the Mike Tyson fight? When Mike Tyson's just like, "Oh, I'm taking this," and he punches Jake Paul so hard that he gives himself a coronary.
Thank God Grandpa Fiddlebone has achieved immortality. I don't think I'd be able to deal with his passing.
How do we know he hasn't?
Yeah, if he keeps eating those pureed Salisbury steaks, you never know.
But it's just what logic does, right? You string it together, and it makes sense. So if all men are mortal, and Socrates is a man, and Socrates is mortal.
No, it's not string it together and it makes sense. It's string it together with evidence, so it makes sense.
Well, if you're asking for a justification for all men being mortal, I can point you to the headstones of what's that?
All right, I'd agree with you. So let's
you just flip the bird.
Let's put that logic. Hold on. Let's put that logic. All men that are dead are mortal. That's a good point. That's all you've proved.
Yeah. Like, so if you're really going to say, like, if we were in a good faith conversation, if we were AI, and you contended to me that there could be someone alive today who is immortal, right? Then I would say, like, I would either have to reword my premise, right, or address it another way, like by somehow showing that immortality is impossible, right? Like, this is what a good faith argument and back and forth is, and this is what is missing from the flat Earth discourse in this room.
Sorry, you personally feel that way as an individual.
It's an evidence-based. It's actually an axiom because we all observe it.
But you personally,
not everybody. Yeah. Look, it's the case that not everybody who engages in this room, both Glovers and Flat Earthers, actually make actual points, actually present evidence to back up what they say. A lot of times they're doing logical fallacies.
Yeah, I'll concede that there's been a number of Glovers who don't make a point.
Like earlier, someone says models are reification fallacies. That's not true. A model is just a model. If you claim that the model is reality, then you've committed a reification fallacy.
No, but saying that the model is a valid rendering of a phenomena in reality is not a reification fallacy, right?
What is it? Well, define what you mean by valid rendering.
Like, if what is being claimed within the model and what we observe in reality correlate, right? Like,
I know where he's going. So if you look at a globe on a classroom desk, right, and someone says, "You live on that," is that a reification fallacy?
I don't like. My mind's a bit broken at the moment. Let me think about it.
I mean, yes, clearly.
These fallacies aren't easy things. Like, you guys sling them like they're easy, but some of them are quite complex and have a lot of nuance to them.
I'm steel manning you because what you're saying, if someone points to the classroom globe and says you live on that, that's a reification fallacy. But if
Yeah, like if they're saying you live on that globe.
I wasn't finished, bro.
I was agreeing.
Let him finish.
Because I got it.
When he's done.
But if someone points to it and says you live on something similar to that, you're saying that's not a reification fallacy.
Absolutely. But someone would have to be literal to say you live on that for it to be a reification fallacy. But I understand where you're coming from.
Right. So why does the word reification fallacy even exist? Because who's going to say those things? That's the actual land. That map is the actual land. Who's going to say that?
But it's best to look up the way I best understand fallacies is by looking up examples of it, right? Because maybe it's the case that when the reification fallacy is committed, it's not in a case where it's that blatant of a like it's not that ridiculous.
Well, dude, you could commit a pragmatic fallacy and a reification fallacy simultaneously by just picking any one of a multitude of kinematic models for the motion of something and say, here I modeled it, and it explains the kinematic that we see, therefore that's real. But then the other guy could say the same thing. Who's right? You're both wrong.
Right, but like science doesn't ever put it in those terms, right? Like a lot of what is said in science is in explicitly what's the word?
Yeah, we get it, bro. We get it. Science, quote unquote, says science is true whether you like it or not. But the science is newer because now it's truer because we debunked the old science and the truth that was truthy is now untrue.
That's the worst straw man you could do of it, right? The steel man of it is that science only gets better. You only replace science with better science. So the science before was still science and was consistent, but it wasn't
cool story,
the
dude.
explanation that we have.
What actually, yes, that's fine and dandy, but what actually happens in reality is that the majority of people walk around thinking that what quote unquote science has put out is the truth. That is the world they live in. It's not in flux, it's set in stone.
Yeah. I think that people who take things as fact and are unwavering on them is too high as well. You should question everything.
Was that a question?
If I'm saying question everything, wouldn't it have to be? But then again,
all right, guys.
To make an argument again.
I got a confession to make. I had a huge error, and so now I have to go back to the globe. Has to be done. I bought the wrong side screw, so I'm going back to Home Depot. I rest my case.
Oh no, you're going to meet Jaren there.
Oh my god.
So in Einstein's world, I could create a model that describes a situation where two rockets on opposite sides of Einstein's globe launch at the same time. But in Einstein's world, the rockets are both stationary and the globe shrinks between them. And it's perfectly valid within relativity. Is that what's actually...
I'm not a theoretical physicist.
Okay, good.
So you're a real one.
What, did you think I was Michio Kaku or something?
No,
bro. You're a theoretical Sisyphist.
Push that globe up the hill.
You guys make it seem like Sisyphus. I'm not gonna...
Well, you're certainly as full of it as he is.
Oh, wait, it's our fault? It's our fault you sound like a Sisyphus.
You run the room, motherfucker. How can it be anyone else's fault?
That's true. The buck stops here. He's not entirely wrong there, bros.
That does not give him a pass. That does not
I don't know how much of a
rid him of the
pass I get,
responsibility of being one, right?
How dare you, heretic?
How dare we, set up the platform for you to be a Sisyphus in?
No. Thank you for that, heretic. But
Oh, wait a minute. Who's sissy fisting on the stream, dude? That's not allowed. It's a family show.
Sorry, I nearly had trouble saying it.
But I was I forget. I was going to point out that you're not doing a good job of reforming me if I'm just doing my stand-up up here.
Dude, we're not reforming you. We're performing you.
How do you perform someone?
Yeah, you strut them out for an audience to see how bankrupt the globe ideology is.
No, then I'm performing for you.
You're like a model. You're a model.
Yeah, or an instrument.
No, that's a reification fallacy. If you said I'm like a model.
No, this is the catwalk. You're the model.
It's no, it's actually disanalogous because I'm not wearing high heels. So
You're too deformed to be reformed. But it is interesting to hear you just say that, oh, yeah, we have to question all this stuff. Well, a year ago, you were 100% you were on a ball. And now you think it should be questioned. That's interesting.
Where's cite me saying I'm 100% on a ball?
Yeah, like I said, deformed. Don't pretend you didn't waltz on in here thinking that Ball Earth was. Do I have to go back a year to find his entry into this forum?
Yeah, we can just ask now. So are you 99% sure you're on a ball, or you're sure you're on a 99% ball? Which one is it?
It's in a way you guys understand, okay? And make sure you're listening because I'm only going to answer it once. I know I'm on a globe.
Is that a reification fallacy?
No.
Is the global model?
There are globe models.
There are globe models. I'm certain I'm on a globe. There are globe models.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Did you know you're on a globe?
I'm in a Ferrari. There are models of Ferraris. This is a totally normal thing.
But you know you're on a globe, bro. Like
I'm on a globe.
Knew the sun was 3 million miles away, kind of like that.
Sorry, who said that? And what's their justification? Like, I'm not gonna say I know how much another person says it without them.
Dude, I'm just saying that the quote-unquote knowledge of reality that people ascribe to has allegedly changed over the years. So was it knowledge then and not knowledge now, or what? I'm confused.
No, it's always knowledge.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's always knowledge about false things. I get it.
No, that's not what I said.
So when it was 3 million miles, that was knowledge. When it's 93 million miles, that is knowledge. I get it.
Depends how. Is someone guessing? How are they deriving these numbers?
Yeah, when you know about Star Wars and the Jedi and the Force, that's knowledge about Star Wars. Yes,
that's true. That Gemsy, that's absolutely true. You know that, right?
Right. So you could have knowledge about false things.
No, it's true that Luke kissed his sister.
Is it?
Yes.
So Carrie Fisher is Luke's sister?
No, Leia is Luke's sister.
Okay, so he didn't actually kiss his sister. That never actually
Luke
happened.
Absolutely
It only is a story.
Really?
I know that Luke kissed his sister. That doesn't mean that Mark Hamill kissed his sister.
Occurred. Hey, he knows for a fact that a fictional character kissed another fictional character.
Stop the presses.
Just like you know for a fact in a fictional globe. We agree.
No, the globe is based in reality, not the fictional works of.
But the globe is based on reality, but its purpose is for decoration.
Based in reality, not on.
Yeah, in reality, you use it for decoration.
I thought Mark Hamill would have been happier for me to say that.
You can have a globe in reality, yes. You put it on top of furniture.
Like, if you guys didn't think that a globe was possible,
globes are real. I'm telling you, you can go to Walmart. Listen. You can go and buy one right now and use it for decoration purposes. It's real.
But if you didn't think that you living on a globe was possible, I don't think you would be in this room right now.
Well, you can grab that globe that you got at Walmart, and if you can walk on it and get to the side of it and under it, maybe. Can you do that?
Maybe I can.
Can you walk on the bottom of the globe?
What do you mean by bottom?
Listen, Rich, is the water depicted on the globe, is that real water?
No, that would be a reification fallacy. The water represented on a globe would be a representation of water.
So it's not real water, is it? Can you drink it?
We have water on Earth, which is a globe.
Yeah,
but if you're looking at water,
we have the real water, right? We have the real water that you can drink, you can take a shower, you can do a bunch of things with. And then we have the water that you think is real that is on the globe.
Same water, but to me,
But is it, even if you think really, really hard and you think that depiction of water on the globe is real, is it real?
Maybe can we have a point about the actual topic is flat Earth, right?
So if you grab the blue crayons and you paint the blue on the globe, does that make it water?
It's representing water, right? Like if I cut up a bunch of
when the water is drawn.
If I take a bunch of colored paper and cut out certain shapes, and I show you how I've arranged them, and I say, "Look, I made a flower," and you said, "No, that's paper."
It is paper.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Exactly. So that water on the globe, can you do anything with that water on the globe that you can do with real water? And does that water on the globe does anything that the real water does?
You're weirdly trying to reify the water representation
Richard, you
on a
saw
globe.
I let you finish and you don't let me finish. You see the problem there?
The problem with what you're saying is that you're trying to argue that the water as represented on a model globe could be the water that's in real life. That's not how it works.
That was your argument, that the globe was real, but is the water on it that makes the globe that you're saying is real? Is that crayon that you munch on and you sniff? Is that crayon the real water?
Ramsey, do you want me to ask you about flat and to define flat and go down that road? Is that what you'd like?
So the real question is, the globe, is that a representation of reality? If the answer is yes, what's your evidence for that?
That's what I'm saying.
Why is the best question got to come from the guy with the worst mic? Yeah, I'd say star trails and stellar rotation are very good evidences for the globe.
So nothing surface related, nothing on the ground.
Are you? Oh my gosh, this guy. So, Richard, you said that the globe represents reality. So, the water depicted on the globe, is that the real thing?
Yeah, you just haven't tried hard enough to drink it.
Okay. So you say that's the real water, right? So
you have to put a big enough globe, though.
Can you do?
It might already be empty, and you can only tell if the large globes are filled with real water if they're heavy, and then you'll be able to drink it. And you're going to see you can spin it, and the water doesn't fly off because of gravity, and you can drink the water straight from there. It's just a little bit salty. You can look down and see all the little cities. On the dark side of it, it's going to light up so that you can tell where the lights are.
So listen, when you add real water to this fake globe, does the real water, does that do what the crayon water does? Hello?
No, yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, you've reached Rich Evans. Please leave a message after the tone.
Rich Evans, when you have the globe water, right? The one that you're saying is the real water, the globe water, and then you add that's the crayon, the crayon color, the blue color water on the globe, the crayon that you use to paint it. That water that you're saying is real and you can drink.
No, my blue crayons are actually made of water.
Then you grab the real water outside that you grab water for your pool or from the sea.
Oh yeah, like when you're I don't know if you know this.
Then you attach it to the globe. Does that real water does the same thing that the crayon water does?
I don't know if you know this, but when you're drawing a globe, in order to get full marks from your teacher, you have to use the water colored pencil. And then you can actually drink that because it's water colored.
So does the real water?
The fact that no one else is stepping in is making me have to engage with this shit.
Does the liquid water does the same thing as the crayon water?
Hey, Rich, if you quit right now because you're being trolled, I won't hold it against you.
Rich, does the crayon water...
Like, this is the kind of thing that would happen, and then I would do trolls back, and then I'd get banned. I'd be like, the fuck? Why am I getting punished for being in kind?
Say that. Well, you can defend that notion, right? Just rebut it. Say what excuse you need.
It's way funnier to agree with him. It's funnier to go yes and say no. You're supposed to get a water
troll, when you said you're being trolled, what do you mean? Like, who's trolling you?
Oh, brother.
Oh, brother.
Are you like projecting? Are you projecting at the moment?
He feels trolled. He feels that way.
Oh, like he feels like he can drink the crayon water on the globe. He feels like he's being trolled. He feels like the fake water is real water.
I feel the spinning of the globe under me.
Just say gravity, bro. Just say gravity already.
Yeah, let's move on.
So, Rich, you haven't answered my question. Does the liquid water that you find in reality, does that one do what the crayon water does on the globe that you buy at Walmart?
Fuck, man. I'm going to go get you three buckets of gravity just to shut you up.
Can you paint it purple? The buckets of the gravity inside the bucket?
Can it be 4 buckets?
Mine 4. It's going to cost you extra.
Money stones.
So, Richard, are you going to answer the question?
What fucking question?
Okay, so remember the water you said it was real. Remember the water that you said it was real. The real globe thingy that you go and buy at Walmart. You said that's the real one. So can you do that blue water that is depicted on it? Is that the real water too?
Yes, you boil.
That's the real water. Okay, so
yeah.
So
there's whales.
You said you can drink that. You said you can drink that water, right? You can drink it.
Salt water.
Does the liquid water that you can find in nature, right? That one, the one you find in nature, does that one do what the one on the globe depiction does?
I don't think. Yeah, he's not even here anymore.
like
He's just
sticking on the outside. Grab the liquid water. Grab the liquid water. Hey, Richard, grab the liquid water and attach it on the outside of a spinning ball.
Hello?
Why are you crying
thank you for calling.
This is a horrible conversation.
Yeah, you're making it horrible. Like you always do.
It's funny because...
It's funny because you're not funny. That's why it's funny.
You keep listening. I think even the flat earthers are cringing at this. So.
What? Wait, are you saying that Gemsy's getting to his point?
Yeah, he was about to, but you were just like, "This is crazy." You just let him get to his point.
Dude,
what's his point
here?
I've been listening the whole time. He's about to. He just ask you what happens if you attach that liquid ball to a ball. What happens? He's been drooling.
No, you obviously weren't listening.
30 minutes.
Listen, Richard, you grab real water that you find in nature, right? And then you make it do what you claim it does on the outside of a spinning ball. Can you do that? Hey, this is crazy. Richard.
Yeah, I should have checked if you were.
Woohoo! Richard.
This is the best flat Earth has.
Literally.
This is the best globe evidence. Water.
Yeah, it's like as soon as we get to it, he can answer.
Right, Richard? Wow. He says that crayon color.
He's out trolling you right now.
So Richard claims that crayon on a globe is the real water that you can drink.
Get to the nuances. So get to the nuances then, Rich.
No, I don't think the blue on a globe you can drink.
Oh, so the globe is not the real thing. Before you were claiming that it was the real thing.
And we already covered that.
So it's not the real thing. Like, you concede to this then.
That would be a reification fallacy if I did say that.
So there you go. The globe is fake. You got it.
There you go. Good conclusion, dude.
Model.
Finally, you made it. Welcome.
All right. I feel like I ran a marathon.
So real water doesn't do what the globe claims it does. Welcome, Richard.
It doesn't follow.
What doesn't follow? That water doesn't do what you claim it does on a globe? Can you show it?
What did I claim water does?
Stick on the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Oh, I never said in a vacuum, so.
Oh, so the globe is not in a vacuum.
If I don't claim it, that makes it not so. Last I checked, I'm not God.
Okay, so just forget about the vacuum. You didn't say vacuum. Can you stick the water on the outside of a spinning ball? Can you do that?
Yeah, it's capillary action. But because the Earth is so big, the water is going to go to it. Because even before water seeks its level, water seeks down.
Dude, are you one of those ball suckers that's a non-vacuum ball sucker? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I got tired with him telling me what I believe.
Oh, he was going to set up his double U-turns.
A double U-turn would be keep it going on the same direction.
Out of you.
Richard, I don't think that you should be acting like this is difficult. Like water, it's really not that complicated. Can you
what I've noticed about water,
of a spinning ball? Can you attach the water on the outside of a spinning ball? Yes or no?
Yeah, I said yeah.
Okay, and you're calling me crazy,
dude. Like, you realize how weak this muting looks, right? Like, honestly.
The muting, the muting
ask me a question and mute me, and then unmute me for the answer. It's just really dumb. I'm not
because you're interrupting every time I'm speaking, you're speaking. Richard, tell your buddies to stop trolling when you cannot answer simple
He ain't
questions.
my buddy guy.
That's your buddy.
He ain't my buddy guy.
That's your buddy. That's what I believe.
Yeah, you're good, pal.
I believe he's your buddy. Like you believe you can attach water.
He's not my pal friend.
I'm not your pal friend.
Nice one.
Stop inviting your troll buddies into the chat. Tell them you're the only one allowed to troll. For a little bit.
I'm not your friend, buddy.
So since your buddy already got muted, can you answer the question?
Not your buddy, guy.
So what are the mechanics that you say causes water to stick on the outside of a spinning ball?
You need me to tell you a third time?
Yeah, third time. Go ahead.
Grandpa, do you remember what I said? If not, it's okay. I know that. I'm wondering if he remembers what I said.
Grandpa is
edible blue paint.
Oh, edible blue paint. That's your answer.
Yes.
You mean extreme blue?
Navy blue. The navy blue is water that you can drink.
Yeah, I just thought my grandpa would remember because I was talking to him earlier about how his what are they called? Diapers. His diapers have very good capillary action in order to maintain having a liquid stay in them. So that's how you would get it on the side of a ball.
So let me ask you this one, Rich. How do you see the globe on the table if we're on it?
If we're on the table? Well, that's a hard question, Grandpa.
No, if we're on the globe. How are we looking at the globe on the table if we're on it?
That's true. That's a hard one.
Got you there.
You did.
Globetard.
You got me, Grandpa.
So Richard's answer is that the Earth is his grandpa's diaper. Got it.
No, you just asked me a very broad question. You didn't ask me necessarily how water sticks to the side of Earth as a spheroid hurtling through space. You didn't ask me that. You asked me, how do you get water to stick to the side of a ball? And you can take your old lady's pad, run it under the sink, and stick it to a ball. There you go. That's how you get water on the side of a ball. You take a pad, you run it under the sink, and you stick it to the side of a ball. There's liquid on the side of the ball.
Lexicon, he calls it truth.
GG.
Right. So what you're trying to say is that Mother Earth wears pads instead of tampons?
I don't even know where the tampon would go.
In the Cola super deep borehole.
Not Mariana's. Yeah, who muted my grandfather, by the way? Not nice.
You know, it's really cool is I can make a flat Earth model that holds physical water, but the Baltardians can't do anything like that.
To scale model of the flat Earth?
A to scale model? No, not a to scale model, because I don't know how big this Earth is, neither do you. But I could just make a small model of you know what I know exists, and it would be a flat Earth model that would hold physical water. You couldn't do that. You couldn't take your globe model and have it physically hold water to it.
How useful is a model that can hold water to it? What is that showing?
You know how the saying goes. You know what? Hold on. He asked me a question. You know how the saying goes. If it don't hold water.
Please tell me that was a joke and not a point.
No, it's partly a joke. It's partly a joke, but also your globe doesn't hold water.
Figuratively, it absolutely does.
Figuratively or not, it absolutely doesn't.
Little balls aren't cups. Big balls are cups.
What? Now, if you could show me a flat Earth model that predicts day and night, that would be cool. But that's useful, knowing when you're gonna have light outside and when you're not.
Yeah,
for the
it
most
happens
part,
all the time.
Is very, very, very helpful.
Already happens. Yep, already
so a device
happening.
on flat Earth that predicts day and night. Hold on, I have one here somewhere. It's called a
It's
clock.
the sun and the moon.
Clock? A clock predicts the time. So if I put you in the day and the night, that's hilarious. Don't you have to set a clock? What are you setting a clock to?
Sun.
You set your clock to the sun?
It's kind of funny, right, that you said predict day and night. Like, day and night are absolutely predictable. I know that night is going to come. I know that the sun is going to come.
No. What you're doing is post-diction.
So you need a prediction. What predicts on the globe? What predicts day and night on your globe?
There's predictive models for the ways that shadows will form on particular days on the globe model.
Yeah, with a local sun.
Exactly when they will form.
Listen to this shit. So what predicts your day and night on the globe,
Are you
Rich?
calling me a liar? You calling me a liar?
Yes.
Rich,
Yes.
answer the straightforward question.
Yeah.
What predicts the day and night on your globe?
On your globe. That's what I asked. That is what Jenna asked.
Timeandday.net or .com.
What?
No.
Oh, you're so
And how did they set the timeandday.com? Off of what?
That's a good question. Why don't we look into it together? Because I'm not sure.
Maybe it's a post-diction, Rich.
Could be. Let's look into how they did it.
He's like, that's a post-diction, then hits me with a post-diction.
All right, so we get the time from the world clock, right? Just taking a bunch of relative time for
Which
different
is
time
referenced
zones.
from what?
But that's what I'm looking for.
Rich, those time zones are going to be out of whack, dude, because they don't match the sun. I'm sorry.
Reference from noon.
Oh no, they're absolutely Roger. They're absolutely just a man-made creation. But the timeanddate.com still predicts when the sun will set and rise each day. I'm not exactly sure how it makes that prediction, but the craziest thing is that you can go on there and you can find the exact time for where you are that the sun will rise and will set.
That's
and
amazing.
It's correct every time.
That's amazing. Now, can you
let's
show
figure
us
out if
how
we're
that
doing
works?
how. If
Just
we've got to figure it out if it's
Rich.
Well, sorry. You know how they do it? Okay, go ahead. Tell me how they do it.
Just post-diction. It happens every fucking year. It's a cycle. All they've got to do is go, oh, look, it's such and such a date. I wonder when the sun's going to come up. It's going to come up 3.2 minutes earlier than it did yesterday. Or whatever the fucking time scale is.
And it's not accurate.
So if it's not accurate, then what is the accurate way to measure these things?
The equation of time, which is actually
how do you calculate the equation of time? Are you a flat Earth believer, or what's your?
No, bro. I am the flat Earth believer.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Well, that doesn't matter. They use the equation of time, dude. So whatever the equation of time is and what it does, that's how they do. All right.
Yeah, people have been watching the sun come and go and come and go and come and go for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And through that time, we've just noticed a pattern, right? That's how your solstices and your equinoxes. These are patterns, right? This
How
is why,
long do you think? How long do you think we've had down to how long do you think we've had down to the millisecond like clocks and then watches?
What relevance does that have? How does it even work on your globe?
Well, we have a very precise way under the globe model to predict when.
Hold on a minute. You told me, hold on, Jenna, hold on. Yeah, hold on. You told me, Rich, that I can't use a fucking clock because it's post-diction on a flat Earth. So is it not post-diction on a globetard?
What do you mean, equation of time? Is that what
I'm
you're
just
referring to? Like solar time, mean time, like mean solar time. What, like, specifically what?
So the time as shown by timeanddate.com, right? And we'll show.
Why do you keep referring to them like there's some kind of special event? It's just a fucking clock that's an internet service. That's all.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it will tell you when the sun will set. It's like an it's a clock and an almanac.
Rich,
That's pretty
listen.
cool.
Come on, boy. Do it now, child. How do they reference it? From what, Rich?
I'm not sure, but how do they keep getting it right?
Better go and look it up then.
Everyone
You don't know how they're doing it.
Go ahead.
Then how do you know? If you don't know how they're doing it, how do you know this is a point in your favor?
Because it's consistent with what we would expect on a globe.
Because there's an equation to measure time. Like that's how it can be so accurate. I mean,
15 degrees an hour, dude, for the sun and the moon. You can
No,
set
bro,
your clock
you don't.
by it.
15 what?
Yeah, no, don't let him get away with that
In the
last
sky,
statement, man.
yes, 15 degrees per hour. Think about it. You can set your clock by it. Has nothing to do with globe.
Fair enough.
It has everything.
But I got to be honest with you guys. I got to be honest with you guys. It sounds like none of you know what you're talking about. That's just what the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah. Everyone knows that dayandnight.com came before day and night.
Well, dayandnight.com only exists because the Earth is a ball, right, Rich?
Oh yeah. He predicted. Dayandnight.com came out. He predicted what was going to happen, and then day and night came to pass.
That makes sense.
He predicted it.
Well, the website only works because we live on a ball. That's according to Rich. That's his proof.
Oh yeah. Rich, tell him. Where's Rich
In
at?
the first instance, were to track the stars so they could navigate with it. That's what built the
I
clock.
just want to know how he knows that it matches what we'd expect on a globe if he doesn't know how it's done.
Well, Rich hasn't figured the ground yet. How do you think he's going to figure the celestials and the heavenly bodies? Rich believes he lives in a cartoon and he drinks crayon water.
Dude's getting baited.
So you're gonna hear what he has to say about day and night. He said the globe predicts day and night. So first came globe, then day and night.
Oh, he said timeanddate.com predicts day and night. And somehow that equals globe.
Yeah. But AI had a point about day and night. Go ahead, AI. You didn't finish it. Now you're allowed to. Unless you're busy.
No, I was just saying, like, he didn't validate that this website uses any methodology that refers to a globe at all. He just says, oh, it matches what we would expect if the Earth was a globe. Well, I mean, maybe, but if he doesn't know how they're doing this, how does he know it actually proves his point? Just because they correlate to the same resultant doesn't mean they're using a globe model to get the answers. What if they're using something else? He wouldn't know, so how would he know it's backed up anything?
So you're saying all these scientists are lying? Like a majority of them are just being dishonest to the entire world for thousands of years?
What? That's not relevant to the point on the table, dude.
Thousands of years?
I mean,
that's a good one. Yeah.
Isn't he referring to how we know the sun's position, how we know time, how we know certain times and days, and how it's being?
No, he's referring to timeanddate.com, assuming that he knows how timeanddate.com is coming to their conclusions, but he actually doesn't know.
Just for reference, Rich Evans is gone, so let's speak to this other guy that asks. Yeah, go ahead. So Rich is gone. He left.
Rest in peace, Rich.
It was about that time. He had to go. Time and date told him he had to leave.
He's resting in pieces.
Who's the other smart glober?
CG, he's a smart glober, right, CG?
Fairly
You said
knowledgeable.
the scientists are not lying when they say Earth is a globe.
I didn't say scientists are not lying when they say Earth is a globe. I was specifically referring to when he was speaking about how do we know when the sun comes up. And I think I got misconstrued because it was the complete opposite. He was talking about the website, so that's invalid.
Came up the same time last year.
And to bring scientists to this discussion is irrelevant. This is a category area to begin with. This has nothing to do with science. This is cosmology. This is geometry. There's nothing scientific about any of this.
Yeah, right. CG, you heard that? So give us your number one proof, your number one scientific proof that the Earth is a globe.
The Earth is a globe. We could speak about, specifically let's talk about the sun's position, right? We see how the sun rises and sets on a daily basis. We can calculate the sun's position at like any point in time.
So
like
you agree the
longitude
sun
and
moves?
Yeah, of course the sun moves.
Excellent. We're happy with that.
Wait, is that your number one scientific proof that it's a globe? That the sun is
I didn't
moving?
say that. I'm answering his question. He said, "Does the sun move?" I say, "Yes, the sun rotates on its axis and revolves around the Milky Way galaxy."
Before you gave that answer, I asked you about your number one scientific proof.
I don't have a number one scientific proof. There's different things that prove there's a globe.
But as a scientific,
what do you want to know specifically? Like, like my favorite,
Okay,
what's your favorite fairy tale?
You give an answer. No, he gave an answer. He said that the sun is moving. That you saying that's evidence for the globe? The sun is.
No, I'm just answering the question: does the sun move? And I said yes, it does.
Okay.
Do you not believe that?
And then
don't
you
know where you
also
stand
felt
on
the
that.
necessity to add in that on its axis. That was not mentioned prior to that. You said the sun rises and sets, and I asked you if you think it moves, and we all.
It was a continuing conversation.
So the sun moves. You decided to change the rules halfway through.
Add a little spice to it, can't hurt.
Well, CG, in your story, CG, in your story, day and night's created by Earth spinning.
Well, that would be correct. And then also the position on the sun at any given point in time. Both things work hand in hand, don't they? That's why you have different time zones and day and night cycles.
So when have you proven the Earth spin scientifically? That is. Let's hear your breakdown. Go ahead.
I can't really prove it. I'm not really too versed in that, so I apologize.
Sun spins on its axis?
Yes.
Say that?
Yeah, it rotates on its axis.
Photographic evidence of it doing it. Let's see it.
Incredible.
I need a big enough telescope and I can live stream it to Discord.
Of the sun spinning on its axis.
Oh yeah.
On its north and south pole.
It's like that big giant gas thing, right?
With a magnetic pull. Yeah.
It's a big gas
Actually,
giant.
whatever. It's spinning.
There's other people that come in here would disagree with you about the telescope.
Refraction can do a lot. If conditions are perfect, you can see the back of your head with a good enough telescope.
Oh my god.
All right. There we go.
CG, when you said that the sun moves across the sky, that made a lot of sense. But then when you said that or you agreed that that's because the ground it's spinning, that doesn't make sense.
I never said nothing like that. The ground is
Yeah,
spinning.
you agreed. You agreed with me. You said, yeah, that's true.
You said, does the Earth
You said
spin?
that's correct.
To what exactly?
To when the guy said that in your paradigm, you think the sun is moving across the sky because the ground is spinning. You said that's correct.
I mean, I said the Earth spins. I mean, that's a more accurate statement to make. Yes, the Earth spins. I mean, it would mean the ground spinning. Technically, it would mean the ground is spinning as well. If you're standing on Earth,
is the ground not the Earth?
I mean, the ground is the Earth. That's why I said technically. I was just trying to understand like what he was asking me. It was like a honeypot question.
The globe is spinning around.
But yes, the Earth is spinning
around a sun-centric universe, correct?
I believe so. Sun's in the middle, spins. You know,
that's what heliocentric is.
Good Lord.
There's no claim that the sun spins.
Are we disagreeing on this though? Is that? I mean, like,
there's
where
no
do you stand on that?
Spins.
No, there's not.
Well, every time we asked you to back it up, you said you had an excuse. I said, we said, how do you know the Earth's spinning? You're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's scientists that exist to prove a lot of these things are factual.
Like
I'm not saying every single piece of science is correct or every single piece of, what's it called? Cosmetology or whatever, but there is enough evidence that points to something which would make it believable.
Define enough evidence to make it believable.
I mean, enough credible sources that are cited that can back themselves up with very little space for contradiction would make a source credible.
Oh, there's plenty of space for contradiction. You just walked into it.
I know. That's why I'm trying to hear what you like. I mean, so far you've asked questions, but why don't you think why don't you think the Earth is a globe? Like, why do you believe it's flat? Like,
Well,
what is your evidence?
The surface isn't curving at the rate that it would need to curve to be a 39, 59 mile radius ball.
Okay, so what is the proper rate that it should be curved at, and where's the science that proves otherwise, or at least reference it to some degree?
8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, and what does that?
Sphere you're talking about? Yes.
So flat Earth. I've not had a lot of conversations with flat earthers, but do you believe that gravity has a specific effect on Earth? Like, do you guys believe that? What is your stance on that?
They don't even use gravity in mainstream physics, dude. So go ahead, describe what gravity you're talking about.